Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma, and welcome to another stream. Let's get this going. And is everything good to go? Probably, maybe. Aha. Is everything good to go? Looks like it. I feel like I've forgotten something, a part of my normal setup, but hopefully not. Yep, everything. This is being the only audio source right now. If I turn you off here, yeah, okay. Cool. Let's get started then, shall we? So, welcome back. We're still making this game that is making more progress. It's getting to be quite neat. We still got plenty more progress today. Of this 9-day game making challenge, we are on day 5 of it. And, oh hey, yeah, moving into boulders, bounce up walls, that's working just fine, cool. Yeah, on this game dev challenge, we're day 5 of 9, so we're over halfway, which is concerning, because we still have a lot of game left to make. I mean, kind of, like... I mean, the difference between game being done and being, like, fully polished being a thing. But, yeah, well, yeah, we are making good progress, but still got quite a bit left to do. So, first of all, I'm taking this off because way too hot. Second, so I guess a quick brief recap of what we did yesterday. Tiny quick recap is just that we have most of our level things you can interact with in place. We got walls, springs, fire hazards, rolling boulders, faded arrows, the non-faded arrows, the spinning arrows, and then our falling rock, cracked floor hazard thing. And of course we got normal enemies. I want to keep an enemy there because it's part of the random list of things. We got the Blair, we got our holes. I guess technically a hole is a type of block. It's just around the sides of the map rather than being along that list. Yeah, and then now, today, I'm hoping that we're going to be making these large enemies, and we're going to see how that's going to go. Yeah, so we started it yesterday, just gave it the same, like, eyes, although, accidentally had it, like, with the whites, just the pupil, and thought, hey, that looks kind of interesting as just a thing that makes the giant one slightly different. It's like, yeah, why not? Let's go with it, I guess. Because, yeah, so now we're gonna continue, I guess, start to make this enemy, and if we finish that, then we have technically this still to finish, and this still. These two things are decorative things that we'll get to. If we did finish them now, that'd be good. We have to then we have our goal block for like when you've gotten to the end of the level. Technically, we have to finish that as well in terms of actually transitioning from one level to another. And I have like rough version of what it could be that like just as soon as you touch it, it just loads the next level. That's like the basic version. And the, you know, ideally more polished version of what could look like. We're hoping that it looks like a hole in the floor that you go through and then you kind of go jumping through a hole, sort of going through the page in a way. I don't know how that's actually gonna turn out, or if it'll turn out well at all. We are gonna see, but if it can turn out good, that would be great. Okay, so with that being said, yeah, so before we get to that, I want to just finish this large enemy that we have over here, which is going to behave quite similarly to our normal enemies. We're just moving towards you and moves one square at a time, that whole thing. It just, the main thing that's interesting is that it takes up more than one block, so we gotta account for that in all the code. Now, I think how we're basically gonna handle this behind the scenes, what I think will work best with our sort of grid manager, is internally we're gonna basically treat it as, instead of being one enemy, I think internally we're gonna treat it as 4 separate entities taking up 4 squares that we sort of move together in a way. And yeah, we're gonna see how well that's gonna go and how much we'll be able to sort of just copy the enemy code. We definitely won't be able to copy all of it because there's a lot that's gonna need to there's going to be some different rules for how this enemy can move, because basically how it's going to work is if this enemy wants to move to the right, it needs to check that, we need to basically look at both of these squares and do different things based on what's there. Where for the most part it's going to be like, if both are empty, it's going to move. If one is empty and the one is not empty, then it's going to go off of whatever the non-empty square is doing. If it's like a spring, that'll do nothing. If it's a hazard, it'll kill the enemy. If it's like hazard and wall, it won't move. So like the wall will kind of override everything else in a way. But then there's also going to be the additional movement that might be tricky. Actually, yeah, I'm just trying to think that might pose a potential problem. So I wanted to have it be a thing. So enemies can die if they go off the edge and fall into holes. Although that doesn't really affect the edge of the map so much. That's more something for... Because they're only going to follow the player. They'll never follow the player off the ends of the map. Okay, so that might be fine. I was about to say that I might have to define a second round of holes on the edge of the map. I might not have to do that. I'll have to see. I'll have to come back to that. I might have to. Because this enemy needs... In theory, if it's going across one set of hole, then it should be fine. We're gonna let it move across that. It's only if it's completely holes on all sides. So even if we define a situation where there's somehow like 3 holes, this enemy should live. It's only if all 4 are holes that it'll die and fall. Is the plan. So yeah, we're gonna see how that's gonna go. But that's some of the edge case stuff. We need to get just like the normal, not edge cases working first. So we're gonna start with that. All right, let's go. Okay, so where are we starting with this? I guess we just so we have. I gave it the enemy tag. I don't know if we're gonna have to give it a new tag. I guess we'll just see if that comes up in the code. I don't know how much I want to try to reuse code to treat it the same as a normal enemy, or if that's gonna cause some problems, and if it'd be better to sort of treat it as like its own separate entity, but then that's a separate other things we gotta combine. Okay, so let's just start by making, I'm gonna duplicate the enemy code. I imagine the enemy code is gonna work as a decent like starting point. So we're gonna duplicate that. It's gonna be large enemy move. Something along those lines. Go in and then rename you over here. So many scripts, so little time. Okay, ta-da. I defined your height. I guess I'll just quickly make that different. I guess enemy's so massive it's gonna go on top of everything. So I guess actually that won't. An enemy, large enemy, and a normal sized enemy should never move on top of each other. So never mind. That's fine. I could have it be a thing that large enemies will crush the little enemies, but I don't think so. I think I'd rather the 2 enemies kind of be samey and that they when 2 normal-sized enemies run into each other, they just hit off of each other and don't move. So I think I'll keep that being the case. Where did the... Am I blind? Where's the falling enemy code I just tried to make? What the heck? Oh, no, not F. It's L, of course. Yeah. I know letters. Blah. Can't find because I have to rename you. But I did. What are you talking about? Why are you having the... Oh, because this code isn't gonna... Right, the turn manager, that ain't gonna like that, because it passes in the script, of course. Yeah, makes sense. And there's another one. Yeah, okay. We'll get to that. Wait your turn, turn manager. We'll get to you and fix you up in due time. Okay, so... Okay, now you compile. Now I can add you onto there. Height of 3 should be fine in theory. We're gonna see. Okay, so first thing we do before we do anything else, the position of this enemy is like in the center where it is. That doesn't play nice with the grid manager. I think what will make the internals of this enemy work better is having the parent object actually match a grid space, which is going to be here in this case. That's -8, 10. And then the internals is that it's going to be... Body gonna mess with that. You get animated. I'm gonna need an empty game object. That's like... enemy, not pivot, but like offset or something like that. And then you're gonna be up and over, just for the way your animations are. That looks like 0.25. No, why are you not 0.25? Why are you like 0.3? What? I just want you to be there, but like I know you're not fully like one on all sides. Oh, I did just make you massive. That shouldn't be how that is. Oh, you should be one. Parent game object should be one, and then it should be the child that is actually made to be massive. So now you should be able to be like, yeah, 0.5. What? A 0.5, and then you will be like 1.85, something along those lines. Yeah. Okay. And yeah. Okay. That. Now your internals, if I go to pivot point, are here, and I think, could be completely wrong, but I think now the internals of the code will be easier, because then we can basically look at where we are. If we want to look at like any of these squares, we just go up 1, up 2, up 1, right 1, there. Yeah, something like that, in theory, might work. Okay, so, yeah. It'll be fine. Okay, so now we just got to go through this and now judge what needs to be different, depending on if it's a large enemy or if it's a normal-sized enemy. So starting point, getting the animator will be the same. The body is going to be on that, and that the animation part of it should be the same. Getting the restart manager and the turn manager. Technically, these are on the same game object. Whatever. That optimization stuff is fine. We're not going to worry about that right now. Hooking itself up to the turn manager is going to be this like large enemy function. So we're going to go write that now. Wow. As I said, I could try to hook it into the normal enemies, but I feel like, yeah, there's gonna be complications trying to do that. So it'll probably just be easier to treat them as a separate thing. They can have the same move step, but yeah. Oops. Large enemy move. Gotta copy this over. Large enemies. Enemy, okay, so now same here, same thing as this, just gotta make another version. Add large enemy, remove large enemy, where you're gonna be taking in the large enemy script. Make sure I'm putting stuff in the right place. If I'm not, then that will surely cause problems. I'm gonna put large in here just to make sure that it's clear. And you're gonna replace this and this. The one to delete will be here and here. I guess a large enemy is going to get deleted less often. That's just a symptom of, yeah, how this is going to work. Okay, this will be these. Okay, that part's all good. Final turn. I'll get to that. Oh, I didn't. Okay, no, I never set up the arrows or the hazards to do anything in the final turn, but they don't need to, I don't think. They're, special and why they don't have to do that. They don't have a final turn kind of thing, I think. Okay, so large enemy though, that'll be the exact same. So I'm just gonna have you move. Does it matter at all if it's before or after? I don't think it matters that much. So, whoop. Okay. We're just gonna hope not, and if it does, we'll deal with it then. Large enemy in large enemies, and this is just a variable name, so I don't have to rename it, but I'm gonna, for the consistency. We're assume that large enemy is gonna have a move function on it, which we're in the middle of rewriting. I'm gonna move the normal enemy script over there just so we can easily reference it. Since I did this, I'm gonna, the part we commented out down here, I'm just gonna remove large enemy. Okay. Something along those lines. Okay, so what next? You, and then you're gonna add yourself to the thing. So, okay, this is gonna have to be, the turn manager is the same. Grid manager is now where this is gonna get funky. It needs to, where does, over here. I was like, where does it add itself to the, where do normal enemies add themselves to the grid? Yeah, no, that's here. Okay, so this is gonna be different because, we're adding in, ooh. How do I want to treat this? Because I based this around it being game objects rather than passing in just a position to this, because then other things looking on the squares is like, what game object is here? I don't have. I mean, I guess I can use this. if I just pass in the large enemy every time, but then pass in the different positions of adding one, would that work? So, two options. Either I do that, or I actually could, as a child object of this, have like 4 empty game objects that represent the 4 actual like grid spaces, but then I have to manage like moving all of them. Well, I'm gonna have to do that anyway. I do have to manage the moving regardless. I'm conflicted on what would be the best strategy. Either I try to... Is it gonna cause problems? I'm trying to think ahead of like which solution will cause the least amount of problems. Also, I'm gonna go back to just normal desk sitting. Don't mind me. Also, this I just threw haphazardly on the chair. Let me just not do that. Yeah. I'm also gonna grab water because it's hot. There. Okay. Was that stalling for enough few seconds for me to figure out which way I want to do this? Because and so there's no case. So as far as other things interacting with this, nothing cares about which square the enemy is, if it's top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Yeah, I'm trying to make assumptions off of what I think is going to happen for what's going to be the best way to go about this. I'm just going to try it one way and then see if it works. Right now, the easiest way is not to have the empty game objects, just use this and pass in the same game object being, and all we care is that it has the large enemy tag and that we can get the large enemy move script on it, and then just the position that we care about. So I'm hoping that I don't have to massively overhaul the grid manager to handle it, you know, in theory. Okay, so yeah, so instead of just adding to grid game object, you are gonna use, yeah, this new position is what you're gonna do. So for the first one, it's just gonna be where we are, transform dot position. Well, I need to actually get what that position is. I'd rather do that in 2 separate lines. I think vector2 int position equals, we have our kind of helper function here. Manager dot get grid position of, I don't need a this, don't give me a this. We have that, add it with that, just the position untouched, and then there's gonna be some variations. I mean, I don't wanna like, yeah, no, I think, trying to think, just think of the clean way of like basically dot x and then dot y and then, or I mean, okay, actually, so I could do this locally. I might want to, so I care about like actually storing in private variables, consistently having like, here's where the 4 spots are, so then when I move one, it moves the rest. I'll worry about that when I get to actually using them. So you're gonna do this, because then we just need to add like +1 here, +1 there, and then +1 in both spots. Yeah, it doesn't matter which. So that means technically, as far as this is concerned, we're adding blah 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 blah, which I mean doesn't matter that much which the order of these two. So now from that we should have, yeah, all 4 spots in the grid. My only concern is just for moving when we want to move up. Actually, that's funky. If we move up, we don't actually have to take all 4 and move all 4 up, because then 2 of them will be the same as far as this is concerned. So we can literally just say only move the bottom 2 to the upper 2. So it almost like rolls in a way. That's funny. We don't have to do it that way. We could do it either or, but technically that way would be less lines as far as the code is concerned, because it doesn't matter. There's nothing unique about the different squares as far as other things are concerned. It's just meant to be like, yeah, there's a large enemy here. Okay, so we have that. What next? Let me just turn this. Yes. Okay, so then Next position. This then is what's kind of trickier. So we have this next position thing that we have it started equal in grid position. Okay, I mean, this is fine. This is sort of representing where we are. I guess because we're never going to have, the different parts like move relative or whatever. So we technically don't really need to store 4 next positions. We can store this bottom left one and then like just look to ahead. So in theory, we don't need to turn this into 4 necessarily. In theory, potentially, I'm not sure. Right? Yeah. Okay, so now we gotta calculate. This is then calculating where do we want to move. It's all this. This is based on which way we're looking. This part should remain unchanged again, I think. And then this is the part that looks like, depending on the direction that we want to try and move, what's there, and then, yeah, will we interact with those things? Yeah. Okay. And I mean, ideally, we do this in a way that can be easily enough extrapolated in, because so we have the 1x1 enemies. This is a 2x2, so we need to look like 1 up, 1 over, and 1 up. But then I want in our final level, we're gonna have a single version of this giant like 5x5 enemy. It'd be nice if this was able to use some of the similar code like on that. We don't have to just manually, meticulously test every like border. But actually, I'm realizing something funny about the 5x5 enemy. We don't actually care about any of the middle blocks. We only care about the corners as far as that, like, or as far as the, not the corners, the edges. We only care about the edges as far as that's concerned. That's interesting. I've also just realized that as far as blocks that we need to check, yeah, we don't actually care. The corners won't affect anything. And the corners would affect stuff if it's like we're moving up as something else is moving left, but that doesn't matter. That's the same as a normal enemy moving up as something else is moving over. We already covered those cases. So we only have to look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks to decide if we want to move those directions. That's double a normal enemy, which makes sense. And then for a 5x5 enemy, then it's just all of the things along the top, all the things upon the bottom, all of them. Yes. Okay. So I guess we just, in a way, in this we basically just go 1 by 1 across the different like up, down, left, right. So I guess we just got to go 1 by 1 through up, down, right. And then maybe for like a 5x5, we can somehow turn like go across all the tops and like that being in a way like a for loop kind of thing. But we can't look at them individually necessarily. We look at one and then use that to decide, can we move because of that one? And like, yeah, that's okay. And then we look at another one, can we move because of that, yes or no? All of them have to pass for us to move. If even one fails, then we'd stop. So in a way, we can use a wall to kind of break out of that. If we go along all the ones at the top, if any of them have walls, then we cut out. Is that the only case where we don't move, right? Yeah. Even if there's hazards, hazards and like the rocks and the player have extra stuff where we kill the player or we die because of a rock. The hole will have an extra thing where we might move. No, if there's a hole, we can still move, but it just might also kill us, depending if we're completely off. That's a case where we'd have to detect if all sides are on a hole. And actually, that would include the middle blocks for the 5x5. Yeah. So. Okay. Let me just start at the top here. Look direction. We still want to be. A large enemy's job is to move in the direction of the player, but if a player is here, this still counts as moving in a straight line towards it, even though this one would be the diagonal rule. So we're getting ahead of ourselves in terms of the thing I was just saying about like, oh, if there's a wall, if there's not a wall, deciding whether to go or not. That's like that we have to wait on that until the step where we decide do we want to move in that direction, which means we only care about that in 2 directions tops, because we're always going to be trying to move towards the player. So if the player is here, okay, so we don't actually have to check every block. I mean, we do it depending on where the player is, but if the player is like here, we're only checking like these and maybe these, depending on if there's like a wall in any of these. So what we can do to simplify this is So first look at the direction the player is in, and then before we check all the types of blocks, just do a first pass that just checks for walls, and then if there's no walls, then kind of go to the next step of, hey, we might actually move. But if there's a wall, then we kind of almost immediately sort of cancel out. So first we got to check what direction the player's in to decide which way we're checking first. And this is going to remain largely the same, I believe. Yeah, well, okay. This does get a little bit... I do have to decide sort of what a diagonal is in regards to, like, if... Right now, the enemy's sort of pivot kind of point is here. So if a player is here, that still has to count as a perfect vertical. Only if it's here does it count as being on a diagonal. Here should count as a perfect horizontal. That's the same as here. So that's the first bit that has to change, is that, like, 1 over is still fine. 1 over in this direction is not, so it's specifically going off the +1s. Okay, so let's just follow through here. So our position is... We haven't calculated next position yet, so it is like where we are right now, because we're about to then change that. So this is where we are, our bottom left point. Our is referring to the large enemy and how I'm talking about this. Then player is get the player position, so we know that. So player distance is, then we're subtracting. This is distance to bottom left. Technically, this isn't the complete difference. Actually, I'm just gonna do the manual, like, rename here. Player distance, bottom left. So now that somehow we have to make this, convert this, like, how it should be with the +1. So how's that gonna work? If the enemy is on the player, I just follow in each of the cases and say, does that work or does that not work or whatever. So if the enemy is on top of the player, then we don't move, because, like, this should... Technically, this case should never happen, because if enemy's on the player, then they should kill the player, and that's already should be dealt with by... The player would be doing some of that. Or, I forget, we actually might do our own check. I forget if we still have, check, like, after we've moved, if we're on the player or whatever, but, yeah, anywho, okay. Yeah, so, if we are on the player, so this doesn't entirely work. It needs to be, if bottom left is 0, or, so let me just manually go through what the cases are, and then see if I can combine it into, like, a nice sort of function. If it's 0, or if it's equal to, I'm just gonna put, like, new vector 2, that would look like, if I'm going off of the, well, I guess it does not, here it does not matter which, we test horizontal or vertical first, so just do, like, and technically these could be like vector 2 int dot up and dot right, but I'm just gonna put in once because it's kind of easier to look at a glance, like, because I'm referring to grid spots. Whoops. Oh, I did not paste this correctly. So yeah, technically it'd be those 4 cases. If it's 0, 1 0, 0 1, and 1 1, then that's the case where we're on the player, so we're just returning. But so now I'm just trying to see, like, is there a more elegant way to do this rather than testing 4, like, rather than just having it be one big 4 thing like that. Because it can't just be like, it can't be like 1 on either sides. If this was -1, wait. Yeah, so it matters that I'm not getting, like, the absolute values of any of these. If the enemy is here and the player is here, that's gonna be -1, -1. So then that should fail, because, yeah, I'm just subtracting it. So it does matter that we're only looking in the positive direction as far as this is concerned. Yeah. Okay, so. Is there a more elegant way? For this case, it's, like, fine, but as we get into this bit, it's gonna get more complicated. So if I can kind of, like, clean this up now. And I can't necessarily call, like... If I could treat each case completely independently, then I could have just one function that I sort of call with different inputs. The problem is that, like, some of the options affect the others in ways that I might sort of cut off early. I mean, like... Do I want to manually define like, I don't want to manually define bottom right equals this plus 1, top left is this 1 over here, and then this is 1 over there, which like it can work for this 2x2 enemy, but I'm trying to ideally have a solution that like can extrapolate to a 5x5 enemy. So in saying that, I mean, because if I did have the 5x5 enemy, then this ore would be like, okay, actually, we did say that a player would technically, the player specifically is never going to be like in the internal, so we'd only have to check the edges as far as this is concerned, which is interesting how that works. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, like, I should have some kind of array. Do I just want? Is that just what I want? Like a 2-dimensional array that that represents all the spots of. But then I need to. Okay, one difference between this and then the 5x5 is that, like, in a way, the outer, like, this is only corner pieces as far as it's concerned. I'm starting to think of like Rubik's cubes and like how this is kind of set up. I do have a 5x5 Rubik's cube way back there, so when we have the 5x5, we might be able to have sort of the same sort of calculations on the corners, but then have extra calculations. So maybe the corners would be treated individually, and that they have to check like up and over and stuff. But then the edges, that could be some kind of an array. But I'm just trying to make sure if we have like an array going up and an array going over, it's not going to like double count the corners. I thought this was going to be easier. I mean, I knew that this would be tricky, but it's being like extra tricky than I was hoping it would be. Just have, it's basically just an enemy that's covering 4 blocks. Let me maybe move on from this scenario and just continue on to these scenarios, because then maybe I'll get a better idea of what I'm trying to, what needs to be done. Okay, so if the only, okay, so this is the checking if the player is specifically, let me go out of here and over here. I'll duplicate the enemy over, like, into some of this empty space so we can kind of look at it in a bit of isolation. I'm sure as well, if you duplicate the player, some code works to be able to handle multiple players in theory, which is kind of funny, but yeah. So we need to know is the player basically in this line or in this line, but not here, not here. So just that's the beginning of this test. So that was if this is equal to 0 or 1. Yeah, actually that's easy. Okay, maybe this won't be that bad. If the bottom left X is 0, right? Yeah. This is the player distance relative to the bottom left of the enemy. If the X distance of that is 0, or if it's 1 specifically, but not -1, yeah, okay, then that means we're gonna attempt a move on Y. And maybe we'll get back to the internals of this function in a sec. Okay, so then this would be the same. But like, oops, actually I'm gonna let that do that autofill for me, thank you. No, wait, what did you put in the same thing? You did, okay. Or if you're 1. And then move on X. Yeah, that's what you're gonna attempt. And then otherwise that means that the enemy is that the player is diagonal left relative to us. So then we're checking if. So these 3 cases are checking. Is the we have some slightly different functionality for if the player is considered to be further horizontally or vertically rather than being on a perfect diagonal. If they're if this being a perfect diagonal, it could kind of be 50-50, so we just have it go to vertical just because we have to pick one. And I'd rather it be consistent rather than actually just rolling a random number. If I go up, then if we're not on a diagonal, we're further vertically rather than horizontally, then we're picking the one that's further, so the enemy would move up. If we're here, then the enemy would be moving to the right. Got it? I'm actually just gonna move you here, so I'm referencing this off of not empty spaces. Okay. So how's that conversion gonna work? And yeah, sorry this is probably complicated, confusing to look at, but that's just how this is. That's just, yeah, when games get complicated, the programming gets weird. So is this also actually going to be testing 2 scenarios? I'm fine with that. I'm fine to kind of hard code this if it's just like testing a left and right kind of thing, which, I mean, it is. I'm just testing 2 columns, kind of. Well, okay, actually, wait, hold on. I may have spoke too soon. So what test is this specifically? This is saying if... Oh. Oh, no, that's interesting. No, wait. Yeah. Does it matter? Okay, no. I was thinking, on this axis, it wouldn't matter if we're checking this block or this block, because as far as this block's concerned, like this, the test would be the same. That's fine. If we're on this diagonal, though, then so the player being here should be treated as this counts as being like the perfect diagonal or whatever. When looking off of here, it looks like it's further vertically, which is not what we want. We don't want this attempting to move exactly on the player. We want the enemy as a whole trying to do that. Does it matter that much? It might matter a little bit. I'd rather it be more exact. What if, oh, I just got an idea. What if we, interesting. What if before we did any of these checks, oh, okay, I just got an idea that might make this easier. Because our only concern is just figuring out these diagonals, decide, we're trying to move towards the player. What if the first thing we did was say, which of these blocks is closest to the player, and then just care about that one? And that type of thing might also work well for the 5x5. We care if there's a wall in the way, which, okay, that might complicate things some more. But like in this diagonal, if we just looked at this block, then it all works out. It works like how I would think that it should. And then if we're down here, we look at this block. If we're here, we look at this block, and if we're here, then we use this block. Okay, that could simplify this. And then that works for a 5x5 enemy if we're looking at any particular block. We don't need to worry about that though. If we're on one of the verticals, then like we already kind of covered that case, and like that's fine, like that's already handled. Then we're guaranteed moving in this direction, and like, yeah, okay. So here we should check what is which of the 4 blocks, if none of them are actually on top of the enemy, that's like thing we're checking first. Which of our blocks is are we gonna use as the kind of reference point? Which in theory, how do we best test that? So we could use it relative. So we could use it relative to the bottom left block. If the player's distance is above us, so it's positive. If I mean, then the physical name of this shouldn't be bottom left. I'm actually gonna rename it back because we're about to say that it's not. Why did you not? Okay, you're just this. If the bottom left distance dot x is greater than 0, we're just going to be testing positives and negatives then here. Why do you already have a problem with this? The name, yeah, you don't exist. Yes, of course. Okay. So if the bottom left spot is greater than 0, then that's the x. Then that means that the player is to the right of this block. It doesn't care. We don't care about how much. Just the fact that it's over a little bit means that we're using either one of these two, which means that we could just go player distance dot x plus. We're adding just 1. Yes, and then if the y is greater than 0, then we add onto the y. Crazy solution. And else if I guess actually even just else it's less than 0. It's never going to be equal to 0 because we just tested here it being equal to 0. No, wait. No, because if it's wait, no, the x should never subtract. Sorry, I was going too far with that part. Never mind. If it's less than 0, then we want to do nothing, or if it's equal to 0, we want to do nothing. If the player's here, the x part won't change, because otherwise then we'd be going into like this slot, which we don't want to do. If it's here, that also doesn't change. So we're only looking to the right to the right and then up. Yeah, okay, so cool. Then this might be able to simplify some of the math. Ooh. Interesting. This actually might be able to simplify this math is here as well. If I do these calculations, if this was 1 and this was 1, it gets plus plus. Now it might be 0. Now this check might actually pass, being able to just be the zeros. I think. Okay, if I'm being confusing and you're not following, sorry. But think what I've said makes sense to me. As long as I can get it to function, then if I'm gonna write more comments. If player is to the right, I'm trying to basically say, like, instead of using this, instead of saying like this is the closest block to the player, it would move over, and then also checking the Y, so it might move up. So we're moving to use right side of enemy as reference point, and then is up. Use top side of enemy as reference point. Okay. That was double space. Never mind. Okay. Cool. So then the rest of these get to be very similar. Oh, hello. Pain I watched Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, we're enjoying my random rambling and stuff. Yeah. So yeah. Thank you. So okay, we're this is working. Or this should be working in theory. I haven't tested any of this, but this is gonna be hard to test until it's kind of all in place, so let's just continue. So now these get to change, and maybe a lot of it now gets to be the same, doesn't it? Yes! Just one tiny little thing here, and I don't have to make this all massively confusing with a bunch of extra checks. Just by thinking about it a little bit differently. Booyah! This would be more complicated if, like, the player could be like a 2x1 square, or if we had, like, an enemy that could be like an L shape or something, but we're not doing any of that, so it's fine. It's all good. Okay, so in theory, now all the rest of this, the vertical diagonal stuff, if you're just going off of, if we're looking at the correct corner, I copied this preemptively, and then I was about to change it, and then I didn't. Try moving Y. If it succeeds, then do stuff. Otherwise, we're going horizontally. So now, I'm thinking this is actually good to go. What now needs to change, actually I'm gonna just cut out some of these, it's fine. Now we gotta change these. No, so this part doesn't change. This is for, I feel like, so people who saw me program this yesterday or the day before or whatever, potentially, maybe you remember what some of this does. People who are new here won't know necessarily what any of this is doing. I mean, yeah, so this is just to get them to decide which direction the enemy needs to move to move towards or away from the player. Specifically, this stuff is gonna run, this is basically the part that says, the player is not on a diagonal. The player is left to right of us or up and down from us. So then this is the final part that says, we know they're on the horizontal, is it to the left or the right? And then confirms, like, as an enemy, our intent now is moving to the right. And then this gets followed up by then seeing, like, if there's a wall in the way, and then just bump into the wall. But this is like, this is the part of setting our intent direction before then looking at whether we can actually move in that direction. It's a two-step process. Because we're purposely not doing intelligent pathfinding of, like, moving around all these walls to get to the player. We're purposely having the enemies just move straight at the player for the most part. There's a tiny bit where actually they'll go around walls. That's with the diagonals. Actually, that's what this part's doing. Yeah. Okay, so this part doesn't change because we're confirming. Yep, we're not on a diagonal. We're intent on moving in that direction. This part is we're on a diagonal, the player is more up than they are right. So we're gonna try and see if we can move vertically, like move up. But then we have stuff that's like, oh, there's a wall in the way, so we're gonna see, because there was a wall there, and we're looking at the diagonal, we're gonna look now to the right, and if there's no wall there, then we're gonna move that way. And then if both of those fail, then we're just like, okay, well, we're gonna bump into a wall regardless, so it'll just bump into the up wall. That's fine. Makes sense, hopefully. So, try to move on the Y is... It gets our grid position. Oof, you do it based on the game object. You can't do that, because that's going to be the bottom left. Wait, did you do this too? You just use player distance. Yeah. You need to use, like... Get grid position on game object. You need to... I need to actually pass in, the whole, like, this modified player distance. Why don't I do that? This is where we are. Oh, right, because so this is where we are relative to the player. This isn't our position in the overall grid. But next position is, because we haven't changed that yet. So even on the normal enemies, this part seems redundant, because this should be the same as this, and then this just makes some calculations easier. So I'm not going to change it on the enemies and just yet, because I, just in case. Right, yeah, this should be the same, because I'm just double checking, I have not changed it in the entirety of this function. It gets changed. Where do I change you? Where you get set specifically? Here. When you execute the move, yeah, okay. So this is our current, which, I mean, this really should be... It is not just current position. Wait, have I used this, variable wrong? I mean, well, no, not entirely, because if we weren't sliding, then yeah, but the fact that enemies slide to a position, this is meant to represent, like, where they're in the middle of sliding to, so never mind, that name's fine. I remember now why I named it that specifically. But that still doesn't change the fact that... Why are you... Yeah, no, that you are still that. That's still fine. And then you're going to add, and then you're going to try to move... or I had two different ways that this could get called. Or those are the X and the Y part, but then once you do that, then this part gets to be the same. However... So this works on normal enemies, and I'm going to update that right now. Normal enemies have that similar function, which is over here. Just be this, and then this. So that part's the same. This part needs to change on our enemy, because now this just went right back to using the bottom left position. It needs to not use that. So I'm just going to pass in vector2 int, just what I called it. Well, no. Sorry, the player distance is just the, as I said, the relative to us where are we using, and then getting which block to use. I need to take this and then modify it using this. I don't want to pass in this twice. I can use this to see what this needs to change into. Which, wait, I already do pass that in. Right. No, wait, no, hold on. No, because this is after the change, not before the change. This is like, if I make this change, I need to then later on... tell this what to do. Why am I'm having any trouble? This should be easy. I don't know, I'm not seeing what needs to be done here. This is like, if that Y was, like, went up twice. Basically, this is deciding whether this needs to go up once or twice. I don't know why I'm struggling to see which it should be. I mean, struggling to see how to pass in the information up here and how to put it here in like elegant way, ideally. pass that, and then because then this is this is grid move position. This is looking at the place that we went. So if oh wait, no, I'm dumb. You know what? This no. Oh, this is fine. This is fine. If we're going off the bottom left position, then this just means that this is plus equals 2, and this is unchanged, and this is plus equals 2, and this is unchanged. For the 5x5, this might be more complicated, but this works just as is. I don't need to pass in anything, because if we're here, and the player's to the right, relative to this block, we're checking here, which is 2 over, or here, which is 1 over, here, which is down 1, and here, which is up 2. Okay, so actually, that doesn't get every block, but it gets, relative to this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's an improvement. What we don't have is 1, 2, 3, 4. Interestingly, we could just use the other diagonal. But that might, like, I need more. Actually, if we checked it, yeah, interesting. If this is a 5x5, we just check every diagonal, use that to be like, go up, down, left, right from it. That's interesting how that might work. But, so I am gonna have to check 2 blocks. This works off of, this is only checking 1 grid space. I need to check 2 grid spaces, which means, oh, you know what? From here, I just need to go 1 over. From here, I need to go 1 up. This and 1 up. So these are all still 1 in the positive direction. So actually, wait, this can still work. Interestingly enough, yeah. So do this, check those, and then check, then move over 1. Okay, so this can still work without having to do the diagonal thing that I just said. Trying to move common. So you're gonna pass this into you. This is the first grid position that we're checking. Let's just, yeah, focus on this for a second. This is to decide whether we can move. This holes thing might not apply. No, we should only, we'll move onto a hole if it's a perfect straight up into it. No, but a hole shouldn't, if it's on a diagonal, I don't want to say the move failed. I don't know. The hole shouldn't make the move. This is the try move. This is not the kind. If we want to try direct move up or down, then hole is fine. Yeah. No. So this gets to. I think it should stay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that part stays. Okay. So wall and hole. So rather than so it is true that if we hit a wall or a hole in this case, and I'm going to more focus on the wall and just pretend that the hole has the same functionality. If we are looking at, I'm going to put the player as to visually explain what I'm saying. Player is here, and then wall is here. So from the bottom left, we are looking up to, and then seeing this wall here. That's going to say, so we looked ahead and we found something. It wasn't null. We found something, it was a wall, so we're going to return false. That gets spit out of the thing that, like, oh, well, okay, we couldn't move up, but because the player's on a diagonal, we're then going to move like this, is how that works. So they go around walls a little bit, but not if there's in this position, now he's going to move straight into the wall, because that's just how I want the logic of enemies to work. But when he's over here, then, yeah. But so wall in either position should be a problem. So any of these are a wall, then it should fail. If the only cases where it should move is if both are free. If both are walls, then it fails. If one or the other is a wall, so it's kind of like a long and, like, if this is clear and this is clear and this is clear, but if any one of them is not clear, it sort of poisons the well, and the enemy's not going to move. Is how we want this set up. So if it's false, we're returning false, and like, nope, didn't work at all. If it's true in either of these cases, then we're not done yet. We now want to, this is, like, we have the all clear to check the next spot over. And if that's clear, then we're good. And we only want to, we don't want this to be recursively infinite, checking over and over and over until fail. We need to check 1 over, and if that's good, then we're good. But then for the 5x5 Volta, might be some kind of for loop or some way of being recursive, but only 5 times. We'll figure that out. Because it's only one case, I'll just manually kind of do it. Well, how actually am I going to do that? Actually, so hold on. This, in order to get from here to the next spot, I just now need to take this position, which we already have here. But I need to know whether we're looking right or left. And because I combine this common thing, we don't know if it's the Y or the X at the moment. I might need to actually separate these. Well, hold on. I'm gonna temporarily separate these two cases, but then I'm probably gonna recombine them. I just want to make them both separately and then see how similar they are and see if I can cleanly combine them. So if it's false, we just cut out immediately. We don't do anything else. If it's true, then we're basically just doing this a second time. Not entirely, but greater than or less than. I mean, doing that same test twice would not be ideal. So there's probably some variable we can set to not have to do that same way. Then we're just adding 1. No, wait a minute. No, no. We're going on the other axis. This just needs to be x++, because this is the scenario where we've looked up. I'm gonna say the wall's here. From here we went up to here. This is, or no, actually, from here we went up to. This is our reference point. The way is clear. We want to move it 1 to the right, and it's always going to be 1 to the right. The player was up, it was 1 to the right. If we're down here, the player is down here. We went down 1, but then we're still going to the right one, and this is always our reference point. So it's always going to be 1 in the x. So just 1 plus 1 in the opposite axis. So we do that, and then we check again, which means we have to go. Yeah, I can reuse the same array. Things at this other point, but it's the same. I can reuse the same list. So now look at the moved, like the position that we moved to. Check that, and then now you're effectively going to have the same, the same what the if statement was before, which was without any of these. Now it just becomes this, and if everything's good, then we'll return true all the way back up, essentially. So then this wouldn't be here. This also means that technically the same behavior would be over here, which is not ideal. It's like copied code that's not good. But this is what it would look like to function. This functions the way we want it to in theory. And then the X is going to look the same. Where it's just this, but then where'd the Y part go? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Oh wait, well, duh, yeah, okay. I'm going to copy this bit. That's Y, and then that's Y. Then that should return up the chain and be like, yep, we can move over here. That actually, so that works. That's, in theory, actually done, because now we have a intent direction that we want to move. So that's then technically, other than I would like to still clean it up, and have to clean up some, at the very least, I'd have to delete some of those functions that are no longer being used. But I do have to then, this bit is going to have to change to now actually look at, and this only has to look at 2 things. We now know we want to try and move up. Actually, in this case, we're going to try to move it. We want to try and move right, and now we got to do then the secondary checks of like both these positions, what's actually there. And this can always be our reference point, then you just go 2 over, we get this, and then go up 1. Or if it's on the other side, it'd be over here and up 1. Yeah, doing it that way does seem it's like something that we can do. Okay, so we'll go back to this, because right now, actually, technically, if I go into play mode right now, this should, well, it's not going to function perfectly, but it's going to, like, only look at here. No, actually, it's good. It doesn't even do the double thing, does it? I can very quickly just go, look, y plus 2, that, this, not that, plus equals 2. So now, in terms of the cube moving, in order to decide which way to move, it's going to look at both. Well, sorry. in order to decide which way to move, it's going to look at whether the walls and like whether it can move that way. But then to actually interact with player spring and all that, it's only going to look like here, 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 and here. So then if the player's here, it's probably not going to kill them. But I'm just curious to go into play mode and just see what happens. If even part of this kind of works. Oh, yeah. Okay. Wait. Oh, he actually moved double. It's crazy that it actually worked. That's not what he's supposed to do. I realized that there actually needs to be a difference between +2 in where we're looking, but only +1 for the actual doing the moving. Interesting. So well. Okay. So this is looking at the thing that was too in a direction. But yeah, that it's because then that's trying to say move our reference point over that amount, which is not what we actually want. Let me just see if I can quickly just change something so that it actually. I might have to like grid look position or something starts as being these. Yeah, I might just have to be like, yeah, something like that. Okay, where I have to put in look position and all these. Look position gets the additions, so I just gotta make it now match the top one. Well, yeah. I'll start by just making it match, and then I'll change stuff. This is x plus equals 2. So for the look direction, we're gonna just pass in yaw. But then the actual move should only be 1. Yeah, but interesting that the 2 actually work. Oh wait, sorry, no, this part's the same. This part's just a plus. So now he should only move 1 block, but then look 2 blocks ahead when he needs to. But just 1 block relative to himself, but from here it's 2 blocks over, here it's 2 blocks up, right? Okay. So let's just, we're not done yet, but let's just, yeah. Ooh, okay, well, oh, interesting that it went from like almost actually kind of looking like it was working to then not. Oh wait, that's because now that's a problem with the animation itself. The animation itself is, I think, assuming it's moving 2 over. So I think I'm actually going to now need to adjust that, which I think should be easy enough to. I'm gonna duplicate the player animation thing and just go large enemy. We technically kind of want to separate for the normal enemy, but we don't need to right now, so we're not gonna. Call this enemy, and then these can be named the same and it doesn't break anything. That's good to know. Are you going to be referencing those? Or are you going to be referencing the other ones? You're going to be referencing the other ones. Okay, so I just got to quickly. I should be able to replace these one by one. Move, and then spring. Well, I mean, it's funny that the enemy has some of these that it doesn't need. Like, the enemy's never going to do the actual springing, so I don't need that part of it. And then. Wait a minute. Before I go any further, I might actually be able to cheat this. I already have a thing over in late update. This bit that, like, after the animator tries to do its, like, animation steps, then this goes in and does extra work to, like, take the one animation move upwards and, like, apply it in the other directions. This might be able to be, like, on the enemy, take that moving animation you were doing and just move half as far, and then I can technically still use the same animation. I'm gonna actually try this method. But if this doesn't work, then I can continue with what I was just doing. But in theory, be able to like use the same thing is actually a neat idea. Okay, so what do I actually have to do for that? So in any of these cases, I just have to. Maybe I'll do it even before the swap because that doesn't matter. So doing something like. And just the position, not the scale. In theory, the scale should be fine to be whatever it was. Divide it by 2. I can't divide a vector and have it automatically. And local position. I can't have you. Will you automatically know to like divide the components? Oh, maybe you will. Okay. I mean, so I didn't replace the enemy stuff there, so this isn't doing anything. This enemy currently still going off of the player's stuff. Will that just work? Hey, it worked, yeah! The scale is like... Oh wait, interesting that I could... Oh, I haven't, moved... I didn't move the enemy's, like, grid stuff, so it's not gonna function well. Oh, Boulder Move had an error. Why did Boulder Move have an error? Start die process. Okay, I'm gonna... What? Why would... Because the large... Oh, this is... Right, the large... This was... Large enemy having the same... Like, the large enemy doesn't have this script. So because of that, that's actually gonna mean that I'm probably gonna wanna... Yeah, I'm definitely gonna need... large enemy as its own... Because it has its own script, large enemy as its own tag. And then... Blue, and then blue, and then... Yeah. But the, so, like, the scaling of how this thing moves, because it's, like, bigger, looks a little bit, maybe just a little bit funkier, but I'm gonna say it's fine. It's fine as, like, as a for now thing. Eventually I can make it its own animator and whatnot, but, like right now, it's, like, good enough that, like, we're gonna move on. I mean, the scale, I mean, is there an easy way for me to, because I can't just half the scale... Relative to 1, actually, wait, can I? Like, if I could half how far away from 1 it gets. Okay, hold on. Is there an easy function to be like, apply this math to just the X, Y, Z components specifically? I'm gonna do dot X is like to just figure out what function I think would work, and then I'll figure out applying it to all 3 of them. So, in theory, what I could do is say, assuming that it's 1, if I'm saying, take whatever it is. I'm gonna put scale.x minus 1 divided by 2 plus 1. Would that do what I want? Actually, wait, no, wait, hold on, wait. 0.5, then it would go down and then divide, and then go up. That kind of squishes things closer to 1 as like a default, I think. Order of operations has to be dealt with, but you know, in order it does. The subtract it, the minusing by 1, brackets around this, and then dividing by 2, and then the plus 1ing. Yeah, just gotta make sure order of operations are good, which just means this, because I believe, if I understand order of operations correctly, this is redundant and it should fade as it's gonna go away, or not. I'm just gonna put it there just to make sure, absolutely sure that it's doing what I think it should be doing in my head. So then I'll just do it as individual lines. It could be one massive line of scale equals new scale, bleh, like new vector 3, and then like do all this in one line. But I'll let it be separate lines because it's easier that way. Does that make sense? Subtract 1 divided by 2 plus, I mean, okay, I can just test. It's like in my head, will this work? Find out. Yeah, okay, that looks just a little bit more natural. Okay. Cool. And again, we might eventually make it have its own stuff anyway, but for now, I delete that and say that it is fine. Okay. Cool. Did that. Awesome. We're not done yet because still got a few more things to do. One, before I move too much more into the interaction thing and the moving the grid spaces, because I haven't done that yet, I think I can combine some of this stuff, so I want to do that. So I have this function, especially because like this statement from here to here basically has like a mini version of itself inside it. That doesn't feel ideal to me. That seems like it should be not that way. And then, you know, combine this back into using the sort of common thing where everything else with it is the same, other than just how this has to change. And this changes based on whether this calls that common with, like, is it the y-axis or the x-axis? Even the positive minus doesn't matter. So I can pass in some boolean that effectively flip-flops. Oh, hello, yep, hey, hello. What's the aim of the game? That I can show. So I mean, the super short version is just, you as the player are trying to just get to the goal. It's just to get to the end of the level kind of thing. This is our goal. But then we have all these different hazards and stuff that the player can interact with. Where a common thing... Okay, the enemy's bashing against the wall, nice enough. We have all these different things you can interact with. I don't think our real levels will have this much chaos in it. I mean, we'll see. Right now, this is just our test level. It's just like kind of a couple of all the things I've been building. Ideally, it's not gonna be this much stuff going on all at once. Especially in like the first couple levels or whatever. But this is just how we've been. This is our testing ground for just building the game mechanics. But yeah, so you're a player, you move every 0.4 seconds, and basically you're just turning to go in different directions and whatnot. But then there's different things that you can interact with. The enemies, the hazards, the springs that launch you, and then so these are walls. But if you hit a spring, then you can then walk on walls. So that's interesting mechanic to then kind of go around enemies because enemies can't use springs. But then another popular game thing that'll happen is the idea of having to lead enemies into other hazards, which I don't know if I can. Yeah, I can't easily. I mean, if you look at the top right, there's an enemy that like right away I think moves into this hazard over here. Where are you? Over here. Come down here, you. No, you're up there. I think. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot more chaotic than I think a so-called real level will be. So just yeah, keep that in mind. If I move down here, there you are. This enemy moves into the hazard, dies. A decent chunk of gameplay will also be to lead enemies into hazards so that they die, so you can like get around them to then get to the goal. This is part of like a personal challenge to myself to just make a game in 9 days. I'm not submitting this for any competition or whatever. I just wanted to try to make a game in a 9-day span, just because. Yeah. So it's purposely a bit small on purpose, and we've talked about potential like other things we could add, different mechanics that could be a thing, but we're trying not to go too overboard. Even though we've gone like a little bit overboard already, but trying to go too much more overboard. But yeah, that's the basic idea, just going through levels of those mechanics, and hopefully we can make some interesting level design and all that. So we're just finishing off making these large enemies, which were close, actually. At first, when I started working on this, I said earlier, like, oh no, this is gonna be way more complicated than I thought. But then we got to a point where just thinking about it just a little bit differently, and some of the sort of cheating we can do. Made it not that bad. But then also, so that's not, one thing that's not in this test level, I've said a few times, we're gonna have, so we have the 4x4 enemy, sorry, 2x2, so it covers 4 blocks. I want the final level to have just something different and cool happen for the final level. To have a gigantic 5x5 enemy that I don't think there'll be other enemies in that level. I think it'll be just him and you're running away, and you have to lead him into a massive 5x5 hole. So that's going to be an additional thing that I want to make. So I'm being conscious of the fact that I want that to exist while I'm making this, to see if then some of these things I can easily change for the 5x5 version, which, yeah, we'll worry about that when we get there. Okay, so what was I just saying? Combining, so this code is messy and I think can be combined, and like this code is like basically the same, except for this one line is different. So we can definitely kind of bring it back to this common thing, I believe. Okay. So I bring this back over here, where the only change is this. Then I just need to pass in a Boolean. Bool. What do I call it? Is vertical. Testing vertical, whatever, something like that. And then like, if testing vertical, then y else this. And technically, if we're testing vertical, then we want to be moving over, if that makes sense. We're testing the line that's above us, is, I guess, if that maybe makes sense. Then that's also going to be down here. Yeah, that's enough to make it so that, oh, then I got to pass this in. Testing vertical for X is going to be false. It's false so that the next thing is Y. Yeah, uncomment U and then true. And then I can cut out all of this. Okay, there. That just condensed the code a little bit more. Okay, so yeah, okay. making sure that the stream is all working. Okay. So that cuts down one of the things of just back to these being this. The one part that's still not as nice is that... if there's a way I can sort of combine the outside that's this, and then this, and then like this. Because, I mean, one thing is that this bit and this bit are exactly one-to-one the same. So at the very least, I can combine that. But I'm trying to think if I can kind of... It feels like this could maybe be recursive based on like how many, like some int that keeps going down every time, and once it reaches 0, then we know we've sort of reached the end of how much we need to test. I'm trying to decide how I want to do that. Something like... And then at the first instance of it can just pass something in based on sort of like the size of the enemy. Let me first just combine these, I guess. It's fine. I called this common. Try move. So it's like try move X, try move Y. Try move common is like the common parts between them. I can't call this like common. Something like. Let me just copy that as a start. Whoa, you get your formatting back. Try move next. Whatever, the name doesn't matter that much, it's fine. Take you out. You're gonna have to, I'm gonna have to pass in more stuff. Whatever, it's fine, okay. You return a bool, and then you're just try move next common, whatever. Oh wait, what do you actually need? What do you need? You actually need the testing vertical bool, which I happen to have already put there, and then grid possession. You take that to then do this. Things at point though is like to find out of here. That doesn't matter that much. Just to find another one. It's independent things. I was just reusing a variable. Okay. Oh yeah. Yep. So if that is the same, you get the X's and the Y's. You return a bool. That just means that I can cut this down more. Okay, this. And then what was the other one? Then. Why are you erroring? Not all code paths return a value. This return. So before actually there was 4 instances of that, but I combined it once, then I combined it again. So okay, that just is cutting down the code just a little bit more, I guess. But it does still feel like, specifically the part that's like if null. It's almost like if null, recurse further. If false, then we stop immediately. Then else, recurse further until we've reached sort of the end of the recursion. If we have, then we can go back up. But you know what? Okay. This is condensed enough that I'm not going to worry about it right now. I think we'll wait on that until we actually make the 5x5 enemy. This is like, I mean, I didn't like having the same kind of... We cut out enough of the repeating code that this is fine. With the 2x2, it's fine. When we deal with the 5x5, then we'll worry about having that flip-flop. It'll be easier to like conceptualize when we're actually looking at the 5x5 enemy, I think. Okay, so next, the figuring out which way we want to move, that's all working. But then the actually going to move in that direction, we have some of it, but not all of it. So now, we did give the large enemy a different tag, so we'll have to then also deal with how the enemies, boulders, and player deal with trying to move towards an enemy, the large enemy. But okay. So now I guess we just have to go through this in order. No. Before we do that, I want to deal with the moving the grid position. I want to start with that because that's the most broken part that's still here. So we look at the grid, where we want to go. Blah, 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 blah. We figure out that point. So we're gonna have to do more in here to figure out. Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit more in here about what's in the 2 spots, but we'll get to that. But execute move. Let me just skip ahead to this bit because this has the part that moves us in the internal grid manager. What's storing like what stuff is in what spots in the grid. At the very beginning, we're defining a large enemy as just taking up 4 grid spots, so we got to move all 4 of these up. Sort of. I did say that like Make the tic-tac-toe board here that is the grid. Don't mind my amazing art skills. I just want to make a... If we, the enemy, are here, 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 and here... Don't mind me. I'm just trying to like scribble randomly in here without actually like crossing the board. Whatever, it's fine. If we, the enemy, count as taking up this box, and we want to move up, then we want to be taking up, you know, the square that is this, right? So we're taking up these 4 spaces. We, in theory, don't need... So one option we can do is like move this here, move this here, move this here, and move this here. What I'm proposing is that this doesn't matter. Moving this bit to here doesn't matter because it's the same. It doesn't matter which spots are in which places as far as this part of the grid manager is concerned. So what I'm saying is, what I'm proposing is, we don't even touch these. If we're moving up, we just move this here and this here, and it achieves the exact same result as far as how other code uses these. So that's what we're gonna do. So we just need to take whatever way we're moving, the far two, move in that direction, sort of jump to ahead. That's what we're gonna try. So let's go to the part wherever I just was that actually did this first bit of moving. So this needs effectively it'll have 2 moves. I do have to double check myself how this works. So because I built this initially kind of assuming the one thing in one position, so I just need to double check. So thing to delete, you're just seeing if it doesn't extract positions stuff from that. It uses old position that I pass in and then new position that I pass in, and then false because it's not the player. We have like special rules if it's the player. So yeah, okay. Because the enemies have to be able to like easily say, hey, where on the grid is the player in order to move up, towards them. So all I need to do is just make sure that old position and new position are what they need to be. So I'm gonna, I guess, manually figure out what that is. So how am I gonna do that? Let me just kind of look at sort of the scenarios that happen. And this is in the scenario where we are definitely moving. So obviously if the enemy doesn't move, then we're not updating at anything, right? So if we don't have that wall there. So if the player is here, this is all going off the bottom left, then we want to move this one up 2. We want to move this one up 2. Let's go over 1, get that, and then move that 2. Let me just code that scenario, and then I need to sort of look at the 4 scenarios and then see how they can combine elegantly. Yeah. So if or not, okay, so so I said that so we need 2 old positions and we need 1 new position. Why do I pass in an old position and new position? Let me just double check that. Why do I even bother? I'm just realizing that like this is grid position and grid move position. Okay, this is just what we calculated earlier in the function to be. Grid position is still the bottom left. Okay, so grid position, so old position, as far as I'm concerned, is currently always the bottom left, regardless of our direction. Grid move position is the 1 singular unit in either direction. And that's so we only move 1 square. The look position is then where we actually are wanting to essentially move. So I think I'm gonna pass that in as well here for reasons that I'll get to in a second. Well, what do I call it? So like, okay, or wait, not pass it in also, but pass it in just instead. I think I actually have an idea where I won't need both. So, okay, it's as far as this is concerned, still be called new position. Well, no. Wait. No, I do need both. We need this thing to only move 1 square. This thing will only be updated by 1. But this will be updated by either 1 or 2. So, call it like... I mean, okay, so the 2 ways in the new position, it's like, new... I just call it like new... I'm gonna call it new edge position or something, I don't know. And then this is gonna... this will use these, but then that'll use... Okay, the name doesn't matter that much. So I'm gonna just use this and then pass in look dire... But what did I call you? The other one, I just need the look position. That's... The names of these aren't great, but we're gonna make it work. So now I just need all the parts where we have execute move. We only have the 1, that makes it easy for me to swap out. Yeah. Okay, so now, this doesn't change. This uses the, like... This is like... Actually, here's what I'll change. It's like anchor position or something. Because this is like the bottom left of where the cube is going. This is... the one, like the 2 over or whatever. And I do that because then this can be this. Old position is where the bottom left... Wait, no, hold on. No, it's not always the bottom left that's moving. Old position isn't always that. So, that's, okay, let me back up and say, pretending, just programming the case where we're moving these 2 up here. The old position will be this. This will move up to, which we just got as being the new edge position. That'll handle that case, and it'll handle the case where we go down, because it'll be that -1, and it'll be the +2. That part's fine. Then we need the 1 over, which that'll be 1 in the X in this scenario. So that'll need to be this dot, that would be dot X ++, and then it would do it again. But not old position. Old position dot X ++. Because then that would be this guy moves up or this guy moves down. Okay, so that in theory should move the internal grid stuff. In this scenario. Actually, this will work for vertical up and down. Because if it's... So no matter what, actually... In terms of moving the stuff in the grid, we're either moving this up... this up. Well, no, wait, no, we might be moving this down and this down. Never mind. I was about to confidently say something that was not actually correct. No, because because what I've just done would move this down, and then as far as the grid manager is concerned, the enemy would take up the spots 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not right. That's not right at all. No, I need to find. Depending on which way we're moving, the far 2 move in that direction. That's what that needs to be, which means I can't rely on that being the edge, the edge that is our anchor. Okay, now this gets more complicated. Why? It's gotta be. I think there's something that I'm missing in like how I can do this. Would this be easier if I did just move all 4 up? I said like I just moved the 2 because the other ones would be redundant, but would it be? Well, I need to know the direction that we're moving. That's thing number 1. I mean, we have that from where the old position is relative to the new position. That is, we can extract this sort of direction out of that because look at the X, which one's higher or lower, or look at the Y, which is higher or lower. This is the same in a way. If we do this based on the bottom left, then we can almost hard code the +2 for up, +2 for down. So, okay. If old position dot X, hey, yeah, that is greater, else if less than, do stuff. If it's equal, we would do nothing. And then same thing, but for the Y's. Okay, this might not be that bad to account for. Okay, so just starting on this. if the bottom left of the X is less than our new anchor position, which was above us, that just means that we're going up. We know it's a +2, effectively. Because of that, the 2 grid spots we would be moving would be this to new edge position. Actually, let me just what actually would be a little bit easier, do these first. Then I don't think I need this necessarily, because then I can, well, I'll just have it be more kind of similar to the. I'll keep the name as new anchor position to kind of be the new bottom left, but use this, and then. So if this left, then we're moving up. First, we're moving the bottom left into this dot. I said X. Oh wait, I've been putting X. So actually, sorry, we're looking left to right now, but the still the same. Plus plus, and then put this thing here. If it's less. Wait, no, sorry, I didn't finish off this. Because we need to move 2 things. Then old position dot X plus plus. Should I actually just this is redundant if I did just take in the look direction, which will be easier when I extract this to the actually, sorry, I'm gonna back up to when I did just use this, because I think I should use the edge one. Yeah, because then I don't have to make that one addition, and then say old position dot X plus plus, and then edge position dot X plus plus, not minus, I said plus, and then just same function with those updated numbers. Then for the going down, that's gonna be plus, going to the left. That means that actually, hold on, wait, no, I haven't done this right. I didn't do this right at all. This should be the, I keep flip-flopping between whether I'm thinking of the up, down, or the left, right. This is the X's. I should do the Y's first, kind of, because I've been, this whole thing, I've been thinking of the Y's first, and then once that's where we're gonna have this, we're gonna do the X's. I'm just gonna quickly, like, because actually some of this, and then, like, just worry about that in a second. With Y's, let's do it with the Y's. If bottom left is less than where we're going, which means that where we're going is up, we're going up, then the 2 blocks we want to move are the bottom left and the bottom right. Which means the bottom left is that we do this without any changes, and we're moving that to where the new edge position is. Then we want to go 1 over, so that is X plus plus, and we need to go 1 over with the so here to here, and we want to go 1 over with the one we want to grab, and then 1 over with where we're going. So it's 1 over in the X. That's plus in the X, which means this is actually needs to be unchanged for the Y, and we do the same thing. So that's good for moving up. For moving down, we're not moving these. We want to move these 2 down, which means we need to go up 1, move this to here, and we need to go 1 over and then move this there. So we just need at the start old position dot Y plus plus. That gets us to the top left. I don't know if old position is really the proper name for this, but whatever, it's fine. And then we do this, and then we move over. New edge position was already calculated to be down, so I don't need to update the I don't need to deal with the Y of that, in theory. And that should work. So that should be what that is. And then the Y part of this, sorry, the X part of this, the left, right, should then just need these as Y's, and then other parts are the same. And then cutting out this part, because you don't need to do both of those. Well, which then means that also, because I use this anyway, this doesn't matter. Which I'm gonna just to leave it the same as how the other things were. It could be its own thing down there. So the one part that's missing from this is this, in theory, should just need the same bit here, except this was x++ in order to... This is if the x is greater than the... where we're going x. So that's if we're moving to the left, we're not moving these two, we're moving these two, flip them over, move them there. Yes. In theory. Now, unfortunately, I don't have a proper way... I don't have an easy way to visually be able to see where the... like, I can't, like, put dots on where stuff is in the grid. I mean, I could implement such a thing, but no time to. So I'm just gonna hope that this works. And we run towards the enemy and then see. Basically, we'll know if... Actually, the thing is, once the enemy has moved a couple times, we basically just gotta go run around where the enemy was, and as long as none of this, like, has the player bumping off of nothing, then we should know that it works, in theory. So we'll get to that. Okay, so this is enemy properly updating the grid based on how it moves. That's another piece of the puzzle. Done. So what is next is... So I skipped ahead here. I said, like, well, when we were going into this section of how we interact with stuff, I was like, wait, let's just update the grid first. Now we gotta deal with this stuff, which does get a bit trickier. And hopefully it might not be that tricky. Hold on. So this is all looking at... Move that enemy back down. Here. Or here, 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 and here is what this stuff is calculating to be like, look at the stuff that's in that position. I can have a second list, things that point to whatever. That's just take that look position dot... well, if it was vertical, it'd be plus plus. I need just a secondary position. Yeah, we're just gonna have this be look second position. This might need to be like an array of all the different spots we're looking. I'll maybe save that for the 5x5. So that means this look second position will be it's gonna start having the same, basically the same stuff. Yeah, I'd like you without the spaces, just keep kind of match the plus plus one there. Actually, hold on. Well, the Y's of these will match, but I can't really... But then I just need the X to be one more. X to be more... okay, hold on. Minus. This is X, minus, and then this is X plus equals 2. And then... plus. Go 1 in the X. This is 1 in the X. This will be 1 in the Y. This will be 1 in the Y. Then get this. Then our grid manager will. So now the grid manager can use this to be getting both points. So now these two vector 2 ints should represent the blocks here and here. If we're going up, if we're going to the right, it's here and here. If we're going down, then we're going here and here. If we're going left, then it's here and here. So to be more specific, if we're looking up, the first one is here, the second one is here. If we're going right, the first one is here, the second one is here. If we're going down, the first one is here, the second one is here. If we're going to the left, then the first one's here and the second one's here. In theory. And yeah, for the 5x5, we'll have to probably... Oh god, maybe have to be a list of lists. Ugh. We'll worry about that when we get there. Yikes. If it's only 5, maybe we can herd through that as well, but yeah, wouldn't be ideal. I mean, the one thing that a little bit I don't love is that this is just the same as what that's doing, so I don't know if I can just I mean, I don't know if it'd be cleaner to just kind of go, because I could say this equals grid position and then just update the X. I don't know if that, because then that can be exactly the same line, but it needs to happen after the first one knows what it is. I don't know. I'll put that in there just so it looks like less copied math. I don't know. And then if I were to change this, so then I wouldn't have to change it twice, I guess. This, in theory, should be like a size amount or something, but I guess we'll come back to that. Okay. And technically this could be dot y equals this dot y. Do I bother doing that? No, whatever, it's fine. It's fine, okay. Because technically it should be copying the other one, but then making it just one more. Right, okay. So now, unfortunately, oh, yikes. Now I need to all of these checks that I do for stuff, I now need to have it be like, if the first thing is this, or the second thing is this. So let's start with the easiest things. Oh, and some of this is gonna, the only thing that's really gonna change between this thing and normal enemies is how it handles hazards. Which, so we're gonna say, to keep things not simple, but to a large enemy, a hazard on any of its squares, any of the 4 squares, will kill it. Yeah, that we don't need the hazard on all 4. It's just easier to just be like, if it's any of them, then just have it die. Well, yeah. So we're gonna have that for the hazard. So that's those, and then the rock thing. But holes, I want to be an exception. That all 4 parts of the large enemy need to be on a hole, then it will die. If it's 1, 2, or 3, then it won't. Okay. Let's start with the parts that are the same. Let's start with not those parts. So, oh, and then arrows. I didn't think of that. Oh no, I didn't think of that at all. Shoot. If a large enemy moves onto an arrow, I mean, these could be pointing 2 different directions. It can't just like, what do I do? I didn't think about that at all. So large enemies, I don't think are going to be in that many levels with the way that I'm going to be designing this. They're going to be more of a near end game kind of thing. Because of that, I'm just going to say large enemy doesn't get affected by arrows. It's just going to be way easier to be like, I mean, if it was like 1, it could like affect it, but like 2, what does it do? What do the arrows do? That I can answer. So for a normal enemy, it forces them to have their next turn go in that direction. That's all that is. So if enemies on here, it's going to forcibly go like this, and then this, and like this. And then it also affects the player as well, and these rolling boulders. So if the player goes on one of these arrows, it also moves. If these boulders they just move forward once a frame, so if they hit with these arrows, it'll move. These faded arrows are just for the boulders. That's just, it's half a decorative thing, but also just so I can have a, this arrow, actually, hold on. Let me just move you out of the way so I can better show what I'm showing off. See, I just thought error couldn't find in grid position, so we'll come back to that. Oh no. Well, anyways, so these fade arrows are just so that this boulder can like move in a path, but it doesn't affect the player or anything. That's just so I can have, specifically the boulder thingy, I can just have you going in a circle. That's why those faded ones exist. And yeah, these like non-faded ones affect everything. Then this one is just one that spins, so every frame, or every 2 frames, I think I have it. Or no, is it every frame? Or yeah. Actually, let me look at this one just to double check. I forget how I changed it. Yeah, every 2 turns it changes direction. Other than that, it's exactly the same as the other stuff. Oh no, yeah, it really. Oh no, yeah, the enemies are okay. I'll have to wait till I finish programming this to see if those enemies are as broken as they look. Because I was getting warnings behind my head of Yeah, things going on. So I'm just gonna say, for simplicity's sake, that large enemies will not interact with arrows whatsoever because they're so massive that reasons. But then extra on top of that, I don't think I'm gonna be designing a level where an arrow and a large enemy will be in the same level at the same time. So that's extra. I don't think it'll matter. So because of that, I'm not gonna. We're gonna say that a faded arrow and an arrow, and then the turning arrow has the same tag, will count as a blank space as far as the large enemy is concerned. And this can be the easiest thing for us to move it on, because we are kind of running out of time a little bit. We're a little bit against the clock, just in terms of getting this game done when I want to get it done. Okay, so... Okay. So as we said... No, I should start with walls. So here's the thing with all of these. Just in regards to whether we move or don't move, we won't move, as I said before, if either of the things is a wall. We've already earlier decided, I guess, whether we're going to move or not, but then we need to see certain things on whether or not we are doing like the bump wall animation or like just other things like that. So let me just, where do I have walls in this? Wall. Or another enemy or the goal. Okay, right, I lump all that together. Two enemies trying to butt heads, we're treating that as a wall. So that's gonna, be a thing. I also need to... part of why I might be getting spammed with arrows is I don't have anything with all the enemies and boulders dealing with the fact that they might be running into a large enemy, so that's a whole other thing. That's probably what's having some issues. Yeah, so... if we hit a wall, this has to be this. I'm trying to think if there's an easy way to... So here's the thing. In the scenario where an enemy is moving forward and the things that are in front of it, either a wall and something else, or like a spring and something else, if one of the things is empty, then we're basically just going to have the behavior as whatever the other thing is. What potentially just gets tricky is the scenarios where if there's two things, it's like, how do we handle that? Which it's basically just, if there's a wall, we're bumping, and then we're not moving onto this square, so we don't care at all of what it is. I think. Other than we're not moving onto it, so I have to make sure that we're not auto-killing the player, but if the player's trying to move into us, how do we treat that? Oh, that's a whole separate thing. Oh, no. If... Okay, so right now, we have, as a thing, if a player is moving towards an enemy and an enemy's trying to move towards the player, we have the player not move and then let the player just move on top of the enemy, move on top of the player, and then the player dies, and like that's handled. If the player is hypothetically here, and the enemy's trying to move up, and then if the player is moving like against this wall, then like the player's not gonna die, the enemy's not gonna die, that's fine. If the player's trying to move down, the normal enemy behavior would be that it would bounce off the enemy and not move. But what should happen is if you're moving towards an enemy, you should move onto the square and then get killed because you moved into an enemy. But if... I'll come back to this case. Let me deal with, like, the player's the complicated scenario. Let's deal with the other simpler scenarios first. Let's just do that because, yeah. I'm just trying to figure how to treat there being two separate things nicely in this code and how they can relate to each other. I can't just look at one, make decisions, and look at the other and make decisions because one block is going to affect the other. Although there are a lot of blocks that do nothing. So, well, they won't, they'll be treated the same as an empty block is what I should be saying. So let me just start with the scenario where we just have, all we have is an empty block and a wall, get that working, and then I can figure out that if any of the other sort of nothing blocks are here, and then deal with that scenario, those scenarios, and then move on from there. Sound good? Sound good. Okay. So how do I handle that? I still have to. Well, that means so if that means that if one of these were null, that's a thing. I guess technically this would be if both of these are null. This is the easiest case. If both of these were null, then that means that we're moving because it's just completely blank, free territory. And that's fine. But else, then I need to deal with if one of them is null but not the other, which doesn't guarantee a move. If one is null but not the other, then we are then just only in that case we're only looking at the results of what the other one is doing. Yes. Which I can't have this guaranteed. This here is a problem because if this is null, this is going to error. So that's the whole thing. How do I condense this? I'm just trying not to have this be massive for all of this. How can I best? And doing this in a way that I'm trying to think ahead into how I can then, when I have 5, when we have our massive 5x5 enemy, we're going to have 5 blocks to test if there's stuff there. Although, to be fair, that's going to interact with even less. That's going to only interact with, like, spring, which will do nothing, wall, and then the hole, and then the player. The giant enemy will not have to interact with the... This is like a medium-sized enemy, or the normal-sized enemy, or probably the rolling rocks, or the fire hazards, or the arrows. That gets simpler because we can sort of lock down. It purposely being designed to have less things we have to worry about interacting with. I'm just trying to think of... So if I were to... Okay. What I could do is do more of the messing around with these. These are like what I'm calling sort of intense. The sort of intense of what the enemy thinks it's going to do based on stuff, based on as it's going through these tests. But then only by the end, as some stuff is setting them true, some stuff is like overriding them to false, essentially. And then when it gets to the end, then it sets these sort of intense based on what they were. What I could do is... I'm going to try to make an option work where I do for each through... Wait, well, I was about to say for each through these. So, think you have when we have 5. This should be, oh my god, it's gonna be a list of lists. Yeah, that's just how we're gonna do it, I guess. List of list. Do I just put I've never made a list of a list before. Do I do list game object? I actually don't know. Let's find out. You know what? This is a new thing I've never done before. We're just gonna see what happens and see if it. I need to actually name it. All points is what we're gonna call it. That's so gross. Nah. And then this dot add that and then add that. Does that really work? That's so weird. I mean, okay, you also you can simplify the name to that, sure. I've done an arrays of arrays before. I've done that. I've done multi-dimensional arrays. I've just never done a list of a list in C#, and that's just. But I mean, functionally, it's like the same. Just the formatting is kind of funny. We're gonna try. I mean, we'll automatically say like if it's both nothing, we'll just skip everything because that's just like a common case that's like simple enough that we can then be like, don't even bother with the rest of the calculations. Okay. So go through, or, and again, these have to be lists because there can be more than one thing on a grid space. This would also be a lot easier if there was guaranteed to be only one thing on one grid space, but that's not a thing. Because you can have a spring that has a player on it. For the turn of like an enemy and the player moving on the same place for the enemy to like kill the player, the turn that like the player moves on the goal, there's a few scenarios where there can be some stuff that's sort of stacked, and more than just 2. At the moment, it can be up to like 3. I think there's some cases where there can be 3 things on one square. When the player can be the player can be in this elevated state where it's on top of a wall, and then that's also a thing. We don't currently have situations where you have like on top of a wall is a spring with an enemy on it, and then the player. We don't have that. We have like walls are like only the player is going to be on top of a wall. What was I doing? List game object current point in all points. I don't think I'll need an index. I think for each is fine. I don't think I'll need the index here. So now if we see if we can go through things in order, I'm just hoping, the hope is that we don't have to kind of go back and forth. Like if this is this, but the other one's this, but then the other one is this. Hopefully we can have it be like, if I can make it kind of independent, but where one sort of can override the sort of intents of another. So we should always move. Should move will always be true unless any of the things are a wall. If any of the things are a wall, then it will be false, and then it can never become true again, even if the next point is not a wall. I believe sorry. I interchangeably saying wall, another enemy, and the goal. What about boulders? Boulders. We'll leave boulders as is. Okay, yeah. So go through the current point, and then I guess I just start by. I'm gonna start by seeing if I can just copy all of this. Well, inside here, just putting a lot of space in between, so I can kind of see the difference between what I'm adding and what I'm not adding. And then putting current point in here. And because we just tested these being, but when one of these could be null, but not the other. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Okay, so now I've got to just replace all the instances of cur point just inside it, or thing at point, just in here. Let me do this so that they're like highlighted. I could do a search and replace, but whatever. There's not that many. I can just do this real quick. To make sure I get them all. That's the inside of that. That's technically fine. The things at point plural, still getting those. Okay. Sure, something along those lines. Okay. Next, I have to then test the case of if. So this is if both of them were null, but then this is to cover if just one of them was null. If one of them. If just one of them was null, then we want to should move is true, and then continue because we still want to test we want to look at the other things because if any of them is like a wall or something, then that's a problem. So that's the easy case, and then so then we're here. Then we know that we're dealing with something that's not null, so that's fine. So now I'm going to skip ahead to, okay, I kind of want to cover just the should move thing. All of these are setting should move to true. They should only set true. I have it starting being false, and then I'm setting it true depending on what we run into. What I could do is assume that have it actually start as true, and then have it only be set to false if we hit a wall, and then have nothing set it back to true. That makes sense? Does that work? I think so. Interesting. And maybe actually could have been better for the like enemies to do that, but whatever. I don't think I need to make that change there. So now I just got to make sure I'm putting this in the right places. Before I delete these should moves, I'm just looking at sort of the inverses, where the cases where they don't run, which looks to be here, which you already have a should move equals false, which I guess I did that. So now, and then you have that here as well. So all the cases with false are there. The parses now that just have should move equals true, I should be able to get rid of in their entirety. Okay. Uh-huh. Just making sure. This part I might come back to, so I'm just gonna do nothing, but I'm not gonna delete that if statement. Just I know that I'm accounting for the scenario of a spring, but like we'll get back to that. Faded arrow, we said. Actually, I'm just gonna copy this. Yeah, just do nothing. The cracked will still do stuff. This could be anded. I'll come back to that. You a good. The false is there. Get rid of the true part of it there. You do the wall animation. And then the tree there should be good. And then even there, you're gonna have to do nothing. I'm still not gonna. Yeah, I'll figure out that later. Okay. So this also has like kind of a do nothing. Okay. So should move starting being true and only has cases where I missed one. Oh, next turn is arrow move. All right, I see you're not gonna be affected by arrows. So you're actually, what I can do is just completely get rid of this variable wherever it's being used. That's just another thing. Where are you being used? Here. If next move is arrow move is false. I mean, yeah, but also up here. Next turn is arrow move. Get rid of you. Be gone. And then this. Is there not more with that in there? No? Okay. Okay, getting through this. Alright, so now what? So that deals with the moving, right? So that deals with the intent of whether we are going to move or not in regards to if there's one thing as a wall or another enemy or a goal. So let me actually then just double check the stuff in here of the fact we bumped into a wall. If both things were a wall, then I'm fine with this being sort of set twice in the same frame because it's still set. That's yeah. It's not going to trigger the animation twice, I think, because it's being part of the same for loop. You are testing the players. Why do I do this? Oh, this is part of a check of. The few. Wait, there's a. Wait a minute. Why do I do that there? That should not be there. And then also even this player distance thing is gonna have to check. This is part of the. If we didn't move, but like the player moved onto us, which can happen, kill the player. That should be over here. I'm gonna actually change for all the scenarios where we didn't move. Let's now do a check. Actually, the way that this enemy is, and I want to do that check regardless. If there's a player in any of our 4 slots, then we kill them. Except I think we actually already deal with the case where we do that for the player. Yeah, because it's either we're moving on to the player and then we're killing them, which I'm going to have to do this because just because one of these is the player, we might have already had the wall. Yeah, the bumping into the wall. Or if another enemy has already moved onto the player this turn, meaning and another enemy is already dealing with killing the player, then we just do the bump wall thing so that we don't move, so we don't have 2 enemies go. Because it looks a bit weird. So even this should be part of a like should kill player that can be set to false. But I'll come back to that. Yeah, so many scenarios that we have to make sure to work. Hole is going to be treated completely different than fire. That's another thing we're going to come back to. It does seem like. Yeah, so all of these like have stuff that they set to true, like should die, should kill player, and all that. But like, as soon as we say there's a wall, an enemy of the goal, or this case that there was an enemy up here. Yeah, that actually should have been No, that doesn't matter here because another thing's already killing the player. That's why that's why we don't have that other check. Are those the only cases where we test we don't check should move equals false, where else? That gets set here. This is if a boulder is moving directly onto us and it's about to kill us. We don't need to do a player check because if the player was on us. No, now we might because the player could be on one of our other positions. That's How do you decide which enemy takes priority if two move on player on the same turn? So right now it's basically 50-50, which doesn't matter too much because it's the turn the player dies, which enemy gets the kill doesn't matter. It just over here there's a turn manager. Over here there's a turn manager that there are some things that have an order where we have arrows turn at the beginning of what's considered a turn. Arrows do all the turning. The debris does all the deciding if it should fall. Then the players move, or single player moves. Then all the enemies move, and then we have all the large enemies move, and then we have all the boulders move. And there's reasons why this stuff needs to be after the player, and this stuff needs to be before the player. There's reasons, which is how some of the player interaction code works. So there is an order with some things, but like this enemy list getting populated, it's basically the order of the enemies in this list is random-ish, and we could make it consistent, but most of the time it doesn't matter. And also, like, yeah, it's not the biggest deal if enemies move slightly out of order. That only matters, yeah, if two enemies are going to move onto the same space, then just one of them gets to move. And it's just right now way easier to just let them add. They add in whatever order and enemies, the enemies have different, like, their awake functions, just whichever ones happen to run first, which is good enough for this being a small game. Ideally with like a turn-based game like this, you want consistency, and we do have that in most places. Just right now, the scenario, like a scenario where we don't have a consistency is where it doesn't matter because the player's dying anyways, so you are gonna die and restart the level anyway. The result is the same regardless of which enemy kills you, right? So that's why I'm not super concerned about this. And also stuff like that to polish, like, because we have small game we're trying to make in a small amount of time, I'm less concerned about it. If this was like, if it wasn't for the time limit or whatever, I would try and have some solution to actually have it be 100% consistent all of the time, but we don't have time for that. And if I did, it might be something where it's like, something kind of like looks at enemies from like the top left to the bottom right and sort of goes through, and if that was the order that they got added to the grid, then they move, then it would be consistent, but for now it's not like that. Actually, I forget how exactly awake functions have. It might be like the order that they're in the list, so it might actually be consistent. I don't know. Anyways, but not super. In this particular instance, it's not super important. There are other places where things are consistent that matter more. Yeah. Okay. Oh no, what was I doing? Oh no, what was I doing? Right. Okay. See, it's hard to, like, I want to just, like, ideally I just look at this one block at a time, but it's hard because, as I said, two things can be on the same block. You have something else that's moving onto that block, and, like, with the enemy, with this large enemy, we have to look at two blocks, and it matters if something's in one place or the other, or if we move or we don't move. That's just, yeah, this is just, even though it's a grid, and you'd think that this would be simple, it's, unfortunately not super simple. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. Like, we're getting through it, and, like, I'm, yeah, understanding enough what I need to be doing. And hopefully, we're hoping that I'm not gonna just completely, hopefully this is not gonna have endless amounts of bugs. With everything else, like before we had the large enemy, everything else seemed to be all handled. And other things interacting with the large enemy should be fine. I don't think that'll be super bad, because for the most part, it'll be the same as just interacting with the normal enemies. Okay, where was I? So, this check. So if we don't move, we need to, at the end of that turn, check, did the player move on to us? Which means we need to check all 4 spots. And then if that's, the player is in one of those spots, then we need the player to die. I do have, yeah, should kill, I should kill false. Wait. Isn't this what should kill is for? Wait, let me double check my own use of this variable. Did I just miss that part? Oh, it looks like I just missed that one, replace, I think. Alright. But then, wait, I said it false there. Why do I do that? This is for the normal, that just was copied over from the normal enemy, so I just want to have a quick peek at that. I'm sure I had a reason, and I guess it was functionally working, and I don't want to make it break, but this is because if we're moving directly on the player, we set should kill to true, but then, wait, what if we're bumping to a wall, the wall can have an enemy on it. Why do we do this way? Hold on. This is wait, okay, no. So I mean this should override this because the order that this happens to be running, if a player is on a wall and an enemy is here, the enemy's gonna look at this and say, hey, the player is there, should kill is true. But then down here it's like, oh wait, there was a wall there, sort of cancel out of that, unless the player moved onto us. So this should just be, this should be, else. Set it to false because that earlier thing may have set it to true. So that's just what that should do. That's just make that a little bit less weird, and that's not there because then true, false, and then down here you actually do that. Is that the only use of that art? Or more specifically, I mean this being used in the wrong spot. You are used there. This is the zero thing being the player. This is just the situation where the player is the only thing on the block. Yeah, I guess so I didn't swap out all of these scenarios, but the codes still work. This is more just cleaning up some redundancies, more than anything. That's on the normal enemies, which then now the same changes can come across to here. When sort of. So anything where I have this should kill true. When you go away, just yeah, I mean yeah. Now it'll just be easier to like change. Yeah. Okay. And yeah, so should die is whether we, the enemy, just moved into a hazard and therefore should die. Should kill is us killing the player, which then triggers the whole restart process. I'm gonna get rid of these spaces that are left over from when I was putting the code and stuff. What was this else about? Oh yeah, so any situation where we don't move, I want to throw in this check of basically, did the player move on top of us? Which, in the context of one turn, the player moves first, so the player will have potentially moved onto us. And then now that we didn't move, I just want to check that the enemy didn't move. I want to check that the player moved onto us, which means we need to check all 4 of the spots, because in theory the player could have come at us from any direction. So that's basically this check. Actually, no, I have a check earlier. Let me just copy it. The better check for there being for the 4 spots. I have that all the way at the top of here. That's this. I'm just gonna copy this for right now, and then we'll make the changes as we need to. Yeah. Okay. Down to, where are you? We're almost done with this. This is, yeah, a lot. But we just got to finish these, interactions, make it all clean, and then then we can test all the scenarios where everything's gonna go wrong. But Hopefully that won't be too many. Okay, so put in this check, get the player's position. If the player's to the right, then use the right side as the reference point. This still kind of, yeah, this still work off the same like diagonal system. So if the enemy is on the player, that means that I guess I'm just gonna put should kill equals true here to then when this goes down here. Yeah, that's gonna handle that. So the act of putting this here, I mean, one, it converts. This was only checking one block. This is technically checking all four. It's not going if this, or this. It's saying if the player's on one of those diagonals, it's kind of going straight to that one and then seeing that the player is on that one. Yeah, starting from the bottom left. That means I should be able to cut out this entire test, right? Because this test is just put here. I'm gonna put else should kill equals false. I think I need that for the wall situation. Well, no, yeah, if we don't move, yeah. Okay, so now I should be able to take this entire bit. Double checking, like, is that true? Am I speaking incorrect things? I think that's good. Okay. Why is this? Oh, this, yikes. Okay, this is another case where we're looking at, like, this is us checking if we didn't, this is, we moved onto a cracked square with the falling debris from the ceiling, did not move, therefore it's gonna fall to the ceiling on us. Oh, but this gets tricky because we also could have moved onto it and had it not be a thing, and then we move again, and now it's on like the square behind us, and it does fall and kill us. So the player we could cheat because we have extra stuff to know where the player is because the player is a special thing. A cracked block could technically be killing us from any of the directions. So even though with this we could cheat, I don't think we can here. I think, for this, I think we need to just manually check all 4 blocks. Which, I mean, we can do. It's not the biggest deal. Grid position is there. I don't want to change grid position early. You are a vector 2 int. Fine, I'll do this part now. Vector 2 int. What am I calling you? This is just like what am I calling this? Just the different spots, the different positions that take up like just our grid positions or something equals starting with this, but then we're gonna modify it. I just don't want to touch this variable because this is gonna handle stuff with that. So starting with it untouched, we're gonna say things at us, check this spot to the spot 1, the bottom left, and then we do this. I need like a, how do I combine this? How do I make it so I don't just have the same code copied 4 times? I could, here, okay, let me start to do it manually and then see if I can, so we need 4. 2, 3, 4 is gonna be not even that, more so. I mean things at us. Okay, like 2, 3, 4 is gonna look like go grid position dot x plus plus, and then like then I need to go up. Well, I think I can go in a circle. So let's just say I go in a circle. Y plus plus, and then like. Wait. Yeah. So technically, this is going bloop, 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 is what that's checking, to make 4 points. Then I can have just a list, list of lists again. Alright, that works. Might not be it might not be the optimal way to code this, but, or things at all points. How do you was new and then just bracket the things? Yeah. Okay. Bit weird, but it's doable. And then we're adding in thing at us. Thing at us 2. Yeah, the rest of those. And then I can for each again. It's a good thing this game isn't super bad on like it's being a small 2D thing. Performance of all these like if statements and for each loops doesn't matter the most. Or I didn't actually, hold on, if current point in, wait, this is still in the for loop of this, current self point, I don't know, I feel like my naming is being inconsistent, but whatever. This is the current point that we're looking ahead at. And we didn't move, so now we need to check all 4 points of our self to then see if any of them were correct things. Which actually, that this code I'm in the middle of writing here should probably be part of this. So I'm probably gonna move it down there in just a minute. Yeah. So. Oh, not that part. The should move should still be there. This is just deciding whether we should die. This is all just to check the cracked thing. So now we look at current self point. 0 being the only thing. A cracked block is only going to be at the bottom. It will never not be. So if we're on it and it's just changed to the point of being dangerous, then we die. Otherwise, we don't. Well, no, because haha, no. This needs to like. Because it'll be like there's 1, and then it'll go through the next point, and then say that there's not. So, but why do I have should die equals? Either it's true. I'm sure the else false in like the other scenario for a reason. I don't think it needs that else because it was false before. It's just gonna be extra dead if it gets set to true from before from something else. Okay, so all of that was just to. All of this was just say, we didn't move, let's just make sure that the hazard that we were on, that we're still on apparently, hasn't now flipped to the state of killing us. Maybe something like this could have been done better if the actual cracked object, at the end of its turn, it looked at, actually, maybe that, actually, now that I think about it, maybe that would have been better, is, so I'm not going to change it now, but hypothetically, the cracked block being like, on my turn, let me look what else is on the square that I'm on. Is there an enemy? Kill it. Is there a player? Kill it. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, that totally could have cut some of that down. Even with the springs as well. I've been dealing with a lot of these interactions with just how the enemies, players, and enemies and players interact with it from their point of view. Maybe a lot of this could have been simplified if I tried to, like the hazards, the fire hazard, wherever that is. I have a tag fire. Fire has no code on it other than just to add it to the grid. So then there's like more that has to be dealt with here. Yeah, maybe I could have done it that way, but right now, I'm not gonna change it. It's fine. Oh, this. Wait, why do I have both of these? Right, this is the check. We didn't move, so yeah. But there's other cases now where we don't move, I think. So I'm just gonna move. What else sets Boulder? Boulder also sets that to false. So okay. Make sure I'm copying all the right stuff. Copying that should be part of down here. Any scenario at all where we don't move, we do this checking that the player is, if the player is on top of us somewhere, on top of us somewhere, and then we kill the player. But then we also check if the grid is on us, that we should kill the player. Which then, I mean, that's a kind of a weird scenario of if the player moves onto the enemy, but then the enemy's on a hazard that's gonna kill it, then the player's gonna be on it, but then the hazard will kill the enemy, so then the enemy will die. That's weird. Is that an issue? Do I care about that? What would happen there? That's such a rare scenario. I guess technically if the enemy is gonna die this turn, then the enemy shouldn't kill the player? But if the player's moving out of the space where the hazard is, then the hazard will take care of killing the player? Okay, super weird scenario, but technically that shouldn't kill the player. So if this happens, Is there any time when that wouldn't be the case? I think anytime the enemy is gonna die, don't kill the player. Should kill player should be set to false. But it's also very likely that if something's killing this enemy and the player's moving on to us, there's something else that's going to be killing the player. But then it has its own code to deal with that. So I'm going to try having this be like this. We're going to hope for the best. Okay, and I mean technically the enemy should have this as well. But if the enemy is dying on any square, the 1x1 enemy, then the player is for sure dying because it means it's also on a square that's deadly. So I don't care about this optimization on a normal enemy. It's not needed on here. It is a little bit. Okay. With that said, okay, where are we then? So we've dealt with, remember how much code this had in it a while ago? Now it has 2 lines. So we've dealt with, if the first spot is a wall, the first spot is an enemy, and not like one of the other small enemies. I guess I should make sure I didn't copy that right. If we're bumping into another large enemy, then we're also just gonna like bump it. It's the same thing. And we've dealt with the goal. We're treating that as a wall as far as the enemy is concerned. If the player gets the goal, we want them to win. We don't want them to die from an enemy moving on the goal as well. That's just how we're setting that up on purpose. We also don't want an enemy being on the goal to like obstruct the player being able to tell where the goal is, I guess. Yeah, we'd rather the goal be more be obvious and uncovered. So that deals with all these cases, and it also deals with any time the enemy doesn't move, detecting if it should be killing the player, or if it itself should be dying. So now the rest of these cases are assuming, for the most part, that we are moving. That we are moving, and then we might be moving on to something that might be killing us. But we have to be aware that, like, again, of the 2 blocks that we're testing, this could be thinking. I'm just realizing, can we break here? If we touch any of these, we decide we're doing the bump wall animation, we're not moving. Can I break out of the for loop and not test the rest? Is there any reason I wouldn't want to? Because, is there any, so let's say we hit a wall. We hit the first block we're checking of here. This scenario, enemy wants to move up for some reason. If this is a wall, does it matter at all what this square and what anything in this square could possibly be doing where we wouldn't just, cancel out because we hit a wall? Think of it, if the player is there, then, well, no, this shouldn't happen, because, I mean, should kill is true if this is if we are successfully moving onto, the player, so if a player is there, if a player is moving onto an enemy, then the large enemy, it'll figure that out. I'll get to that from the player's point of view, if the player moves or not, but this large enemy wouldn't be killing the player, so that doesn't matter. With a hole or fire, literally means nothing. It could be like an empty block in this case. Crack thing means nothing. Faded arrow, normal arrow, spring, they mean nothing. So, and then any of these other things, it doesn't matter what was on that. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna hope that I'm not incorrect in that, but if we have a wall enemy, large enemy, or goal, then just don't even check the other one. We know that we are not moving. We are doing the bump wall thing. I guess, should I double check that out? So should kill equals false and should equals false. Because the rest of the stuff assumes that it kind of assumes that we're moving on to that thing in some cases. What about the boulder? The boulder was gonna handle its own killing of large enemies, yeah. Okay. Yeah? So now we can assume that if we are looking at these and actually... whoa. If I'm testing this, should I run this part first? Not even do any of these other checks? probably. Yeah. First check if the thing is one of these. If it is, then we're done. We're backing out. All is good. And yeah. Otherwise, if we got through this, that means we're looking at block. That means that if we're here, then this block or both of them is squares we care about. However, if we care about if we do stuff with this block and decide, hey, it might be something we're moving on to, and then we're gonna do stuff based on that. But then we go to this one, and this one's a wall. Then that means we're sort of, we're undoing and sort of backing out, and we're not moving and we're not doing anything. But then we have the checks later on to make sure stuff moved and that stuff didn't move onto us. Yes. Sorry. Okay. So now we can look at this. If we were going to move on to the player, so we're gonna assume player and no wall. Or there could be another large enemy also. So if the player is basically the only thing on this block, then we're going to say should kill equals true, but then the next thing, if it's a wall, then we're sort of canceling that out, because that's fine. If the player is not the only thing on this block, if the player was not the only thing on that block, there's something else we're saying, and then that thing is an enemy, or a large enemy. Actually, so this... Does this not get covered by this scenario now? Where I just... Because there are some cases where I just look at the first point, and based on that, then I don't even care about what the upper ones are. But then there's the cases down here where I am sort of looking at the other ones. If there's a player, should kill equals true. And then if there's an enemy, and we know because of reasons that if two things are on the same block, player will come first and then enemy will come second. So I'm actually going to say that if we encounter an enemy, should kill equals false, because that enemy is already taking care of killing the player. We don't need to call the restart manager twice, although technically nothing would break if we did. But this is like, cancel the fact we're going to kill the player because other enemies already got that covered. And that means that this code doesn't need to be after this. And then we're doing the bump wall animation because, just to kind of bump into the wall. Which also means I want to do... In this case, I'm treating an enemy and then another large enemy as the same thing. Yeah. So an enemy and a large enemy are the same thing. Bump wall. Then... Boulder. How do we handle boulders? So, wait, shouldn't on normal enemies shouldn't do I not handle? Let me double check earlier. What do I do with a should kill equals true? Should be somewhere in here, right? Because if we're No. Right. No, I remember why we did this. Yeah, because the boulder could be rolling away from us. Because boulders like turn, or it happens later, right? So just because we see a boulder, it hasn't done its part of its movement yet. So we could move on to it as the boulder's rolling away, as far as the same term is concerned. We have the boulder making the decision of if the boulder rolls onto us, then it kills us. So that's why we don't set should die to true here. Why do I have a should die equals false there? Why do I have that? I remember why I did this, and I might be able to get rid of it here. If so if we have a boulder that hasn't moved yet, and the way the way that the boulder is facing is inverted to the direction that we're trying to move, which means that the boulder is moving towards us, which means that we're going to die next turn, because it's definitely we're going to not move, so the boulder can roll onto us and then kill us. So I don't remember why I have should die being false there, and I don't think it should be now that some stuff has been moved around. We're going to die anyway, but the boulder itself is going to handle that. Oh, you know why? No, I put this here because we could have already said, like, hey, we're about to move forward onto a hazard. and then we're like, we're not moving, so that hazard might not be killing us anymore. So should die equals false, then the boulder can say it, then we're dying. Okay, I remember why now, and because of that, that can stay. So we're setting this to false because the boulder is going to handle that for us. This else that I have, it's fine. Yeah. It has reasons for not being here because of the other ways that we've shifted around stuff, where we assume we have the should move thing starting being true, and then we can set it false sometimes. If we set it false, then we're not moving. So this is kind of like a wall sometimes, in a way that if boulder's gonna move onto us, because otherwise we have a situation where we sort of swap positions, and that doesn't work right. So if we're moving into it, we need to stop moving, let it roll onto us, and then kill us. Yes. We have reasons for doing it that way. Okay, so mouse, where is mouse? Over here. Next. So that means boulder's done. Boulder's taken care of. Yeah, because most of the logic of the boulder is handled from the boulder. This is just like that sometimes we treat it as a wall and sometimes we don't effectively if it's rolling towards us. Otherwise, it's fine. But I was saying that because I have this stuff, I might not need this. This might be entirely handled by this now. Just double check. Yeah. I think it is. Double checking. This should kill equals true. This is there. But then if there's another thing on top, it's going to handle that. Okay, I'm going to hope that that is the case. Except, yeah, we check walls first. We check a wall because because a player can be on top of a wall and then we don't kill it. So this already takes care of that if the first thing was a wall. So we know that that's all good as well. So that can be removed. And because of that part might have also been able to be removed with some stuff shifted around on the normal enemies, but I won't touch that right this second. Okay. Holes and fire. Holes are going to be treated differently than fire, so I'm just going to already just preemptively separate them. This is if where we are moving, fire will also be the lowest thingy. Then we should die, and like that's it. Should move is going to be true. We should die. Yeah, so we're moving on to fire unless we come around to like the next point, then we see it's a wall, and then we sort of back out of that. Yep. Oh. Let me deal with the other thing that's like mine. So faded arrow. We said that normal arrows are doing nothing, so that can go away. So all three of these are basically just acting like ground things. This should kill us. The cracked thing, if we're moving onto a cracked thing, we have to test whether it's sort of in its dangerous state or not, and then it will kill us or won't. Yep. And this is different than the case at the bottom where it's like this is we're moving onto it, where the other cases we're testing that like we had a turn pass, are we still on it? Oh, wait, that means I just realized that we should be testing. Oh no, oh that's annoying. I think we need to test this every frame regardless. Only because... Wait, I think also this can be like, down there, right? Yeah. We need to test this every frame because we can, as a large enemy, move onto this thing when it's not dangerous, and then regardless of if we move, we could move up. It's now going to kill us next frame. Yeah. Now that I think about that, that should be... So that means we always need to test it. I think. And we'll do that down here. Because it's like, well, yeah, we'll do it after the moving, I guess. And yeah, we'll say that if we should die, I'm going to say should kill equals false. Oh, wait, I already handled that down there, so dealt with that. Okay, yeah, because, yeah, so the just the way that the large enemy works, the cracked block is always a potential threat, in a way. Which is, yeah, that's fine, okay. Then this is the first frame we move on to one. Well, if I have this, do I need that lower section? Wait, or do I, can I get rid of that? I'll check. Do I need both? If this is after we moved, then... Grid position is where we were before the move. So, oh wait, no, hold on. Actually, no, this is flawed. Wait, hold on. No. Yeah, this is flawed. It's fine if this uses next position, I think. Execute move updates next position. Yeah. So this is when where we are. Whether if we didn't move, it's where we still are. If we did move, it's where we're going. Okay, so that's fine. That fixes that. And if that is the case, then is this automatically? Is that what the indentation of that should look like? I guess if it did automatically, it knows better than I do. If I just do this, like auto format. Sure, fine. Yeah. What was I just saying? So this uses next position. So that means this will check if there's a cracked block where we're moving after we have just moved, which means we don't need to check it here. Do nothing because we check it later. I mean, this would be like this kind of speeds this up. So you know what I could do? If should die is false, if we haven't currently said that we should die, then do these calculations, because then it might set should die to true. Yeah, I'll do that, because then if this happens, or if any of these happen, then it's just that one time where we get to just skip these calculations, and I guess that's good to just not do these when we don't need to. I mean, it's rare, but yeah, why not? That means I still get to have the thing I'd like to have, which is all of up here has something that has one of each tag that we're checking for. Okay. Okay, so one thing I'm looking at though is that no, that's fine. Okay. Well, yeah, and because I handle this here, do I need to handle it? No, because then it can be on top of a player. No, that's why. Okay, that's why I do that separately. Okay. So we got fire anywhere we're moving onto it, we die. Cracked anything we move onto it, we die. I think we'll do holes. Actually, these are more similar. I'm gonna put them sort of together. Holes are trickier, where actually holes will not kill us immediately. I think actually since we're gonna do this check down here anyway. Yeah, since we're doing this check, we're looking at all four. We now need to also look for if it's a hole. So you know we get double use out of it. So out of that part down there. Coolsies. And the hole is the more ideally in a real level, the hole leading an enemy into a 4x4 or a 2x2 hole is how you're gonna be ideally killing these types of enemies, because it's almost like subtle training for the final boss where you have to lead it to a massive hole. Just learning that, like, oh, this enemy's big, so it's not gonna die to a small hole, it has to be a big one. Hopefully we can make that all do. Okay. So, where was I looking? Here. So this, you look at this, you go through all of them. If it's this, if it's a cracked hole and it's in the dangerous state, then should be dry equals 2. Otherwise, so I'll kind of put these separate. So this shouldn't be... This is not what this should be. The idea with the holes test is all 4 spots need to be holes. This was... And I know, even though I have the list of game objects, because that's what gets it out of this, the hole should be the 0 thing, so that's why I also don't need to check the higher things. Which means I technically could have put this to be 0 and this just be game object, and this feel it's a game object, but why not? So this isn't how this should be. This needs to say... How do I don't want to put this separately, but... I mean, we wouldn't have... I mean, actually, yeah, we wouldn't... If you had hole, cracked hole, then the whole check will fail, and then it just matters if the cracked thing is in the dangerous state or not. So if I just have the whole one happen first, and then go like... So let me try something like this. If set should die equal to fall true Wait, well then that's gonna override some of this. Let's go like bool death by just so I'm not messing with the other one, equals true, and then if any of these are not a whole, then we say this equals false. This is our way to sort of like one check fail this, and then break, because if as soon as we failed this, then we don't care. And then by the end of this, if death by whole, then should die equals true. Yeah, then okay, these checks are independent. So now though, the order that they run doesn't matter. Right. Okay. So that was a lot of that. Yeah, that was a lot of test cases, but I think we have covered them all. I think that's it for the large enemy. Now I just need how the player interacts with the large enemy, which should be easy. It should be very similar to the enemies in boulders, where it's just yeah, okay. So, right, okay, we have all the extra, okay, right, the player's extra complicated because it has the spring step and the elevated state thing. Right, well, I said it could potentially be easier. Let's find out if that's actually true. So, this is, if there's nothing there, then we're good. These are the normal scenarios. Like, this is, yeah, this is like, it doesn't matter if we're on the ground or being elevated or whatever, these things are going to be treated the same every time. If we are elevated on a wall and then we're falling off the wall, I believe large enemy and enemy are going to basically be treated the same. Then we should move, and then we will become not elevated. If our next turn is a spring move. Wait a minute. What? Wait, why does it do nothing? Oh, should move. Should move is true. We always move, but then I was able to just combine that out of there. So large enemy, same deal. Otherwise, this is... Let's double check that, yeah. Elevated, or it's a turn move, nothing. So this is like the normal case of just being on the ground, normal player movement. Wall, hole, spring, go through each, yeah. Oh, I did clean that up out of there, right, yeah, okay. So if enemy or large enemy, wait, why do I put should spring equals false? Why do I... Oh, this is to handle, like, we're moving onto an enemy that's also on top of a spring for some reason. And then we just, like, cancel the should spring, because, like, that doesn't... Technically, this doesn't do anything, because in that turn, the player's gonna die, but, yeah, I guess I'll keep that part there. So we won't move, and then we're handling the large enemy is handling the moving onto the player and then killing him. Yeah. Okay, so that might be it. I wasn't sure if this was gonna have be more complicated with whether the enemy would move or not, but that should be fine. Lastly, the enemy itself just needs what happens when it runs into a large enemy, which should just be the same as if it runs into another enemy. So I think I'm just gonna blindly, without looking at this too hard. I said, yeah, this bit I might be able to clean up, but I'm gonna not touch it right this second. This will be... If it's moving on to the player, and then there's more than one thing, and that thing is either an enemy or a large enemy, it's already called dibs. Let it do what it's doing. Hole, fire, cracked, faded arrow. I don't know if I should really call this debris block, but it's like a crack on the floor that then debris falls on. Whatever, it's fine. Spring, layer, another enemy, another large enemy, just bump into it, and then it's fine. Like, it called dibs. And then why do I have both of these again? This was the stacked scenario. And this is gonna be a large enemy as well. Yeah, so some of the cleanup I did, like with this stuff moving down here, I think I could also do to this, but I don't think I will. I think it's like working enough that I'm just gonna not bother. So next thing, the other thing that moves is the boulder. So like in theory, actually, let me double check. I believe that's all that we needed to change on a regular enemy to account for the large enemies existing, because it treats it very much just the same as the other enemies. So now boulder move should just, again, whatever it does to a large enemy, or whatever it does to a normal enemy, should do to a large enemy. Hold enemy. And large enemy. Else if, I mean, I guess I'll put it else if large enemy, whatever, it's fine. Technically, yeah, this couldn't have been ordered because it needs to go, yeah, specifically start the die presses on the large enemy, which is effectively the same, but, oh well, yeah. I just realized that, I didn't write I don't know if I wrote the final turn thing on large enemy move. It should be the same. Let me just have a glance. This is just, yeah, finish the move that you were in the middle of is how that sort of does. Move we did stuff with. The dying should be the same. Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Well, yeah, no, this matters. When a large enemy dies, it does need to remove itself from, like, all 4 spots. Oh, wait. I do have a thing to pass in. No, wait, that was the turn manager. That was not the grid manager. Grid manager, it needs 4 of these. Okay, I almost forgot that. Good that I didn't. So I need the 4 spots. Basically, I just need to copy. How I made this. Like how I initially did the 4 spots. Just, yeah. And position is... next position is just going to be that now. So, I mean, I guess I can technically make this slightly clear. Just go bleh. And then this is the same, right? Yeah, I think so. Hopefully. Oh boy, okay. Should be good. Should be good, in theory. I'm almost expecting that something's gonna go wrong, but let's just go into play mode and see if just freely moving around, whatever. No! It immediately didn't work. Why? So it didn't move, and then I got an error. Okay, so I got just a null error. Okay, so there's a chance that, like, because there was a null error, that's just why everything just stopped executing. This is on the large enemy. This was interacting with a hole. You didn't work. Why? So... I mean, so I guess the problem is that this could be null, but is that not... Wait, do I not handle that already? Look in this grid spot, the thing could be empty. I guess I just didn't account for that. Really? I just didn't? Give the cracked floor? Okay, well, yeah, whoops, okay. If that is, If it does equal... is not equal to null. If it does equal null, then it's gonna skip by this. Wait. Wait a minute, no. If it is null, hold on here. Hold on, I'm not writing this correctly. If it is null, then it should do the same thing. But I can't have it be an OR, because I need, like, if this... Well, actually, does that work that way? If this is an OR, will it error? Because when you have an AND, like, as soon as like an AND, like, fails one of the cases, it doesn't even run the other one. That's why if this is null, won't have a... If this is an AND, it wouldn't get to this point with a null error. Is it going to work that way as an OR? This or this. If this equals null is true, then I don't think it'll run this half? I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, okay. If it equals null, or it has a value, and then it's not equal to whole, then it does that stuff. Then I need the same deal here. Yeah. I don't know if I can actually combine the actual, like, for each loops here, but... I guess I can. No, but then if this breaks, that's no. Because the whole point of this is like it might exit early. If it does, then yeah, run this because it needs this one needs to go all the way through. Like, I guess it. Yeah. Okay. Again. Oh no. Oh no, I was hoping it would all just kind of work and we could move on. Yikes. It didn't. So what happened? It moved and then died immediately. Did this one up here die? Let's see that. So I'm guessing, did I just mess up the thing I was just looking at? If it equals to null, this equals false. It should break, and then by here it's false. So that should still be false. If it equals null, oh, I just... right, I blindly copied it, that's why. No, this gets to be the normal case. If it's not equal to null, and the rest, yeah. Yeah, this is one case equals yes. This is, it has to go through all of them without this happening once. Yes, they're like opposites. Also, I solved this. Let's try again. At least the problems are being self-contained to this one scenario. Hopefully I fix that and then it works. Okay. So far so good. You aren't wanting to move onto this spot, and I'm getting errors of I couldn't find object in grid position. Okay. Why? So you treated the cracked floor as like a wall or something? Yeah, it sucks that I can't easily visual. Can I can I quickly like whip something up to visualize all the grid spaces? No, that would take too long, I think. And then coloring them, no. Let's see if I can do without. You couldn't find an object in a spot, but something else happened that probably led to that. And the scenario that happened was it may have been the part with the arrow. So let's try to extract what just happened into a scenario that's more less variables causing what could go wrong. So in theory, up and down shouldn't matter. Left to right should be the same. So if I need the player is like just move towards the player. I'm gonna put a wall there just so the player. So I don't have to do any input. This can like go away. Oh, this I never tested what happens if a boulder is up against this. Will it infinitely roll into here, or will it like move away? That's a whole separate thing. But again, I mean that's the kind of thing I don't think would happen in real level. So what caused the problem? Was it the arrow, which should have been treated as a nothing? Maybe it was accidentally treated as a wall or something, or was it this? Let's first to just simplify. Move the arrow just out of the equation, and then see does the same thing happen. So no, but like a separate issue happened of that the enemy didn't die. So let me put the arrow back and see if it does the thing where it like gets stuck before. So okay, so somehow the scenario didn't happen again, which is slightly concerning. So let me just see if I can recreate that's a separate. Actually, I don't know for sure if it's the same issue or not. You think something is there? Even the player thinks something is there. Okay, so the problem may just be that. Oh, hold on. Is it that when an enemy is? Why is this spot becoming a nothing block of some kind? And I'm still getting errors in the top right saying, like, I have a customer like couldn't find object in grid position, which should never happen. Let me just see what grid spot that is. If it's 0, 0, then like that could be a clue. It's 0, -7. This is 0, 0. So, I mean, 0 on the x-axis means that, hey, maybe something... maybe something funky happened. Okay. Two things. One... first test, I just want to double check. If I temporarily turn off the large enemies so they're not part of this, I want to see if I'm still getting random errors of other things that are moving around. If like that's could be putting a specifically the errors at the top. That's like I couldn't find something in the grid. So okay, the fact that I'm not getting any errors, everything seems to be going good in theory, means that it's likely the large enemies that are causing that. So that's thing one. Thing two, I'm gonna just delete one of them, so I'm only dealing with one thing that's being messy. And then now I'm gonna go back to like a scenario that any scenario that I can recreate that like happens 100% of the time, and then so ideally in isolation of just dealing with one block that's doing something weird, and then fix that and then go from there. Okay. All right, it's debug time. Okay, so the enemy died from that. Oh shoot, I'm just realizing that well, it's not the biggest deal because of the way that I set up the things. The enemy is dying spinning around the bottom left because of the anchor point thing. So I could have the large enemy spin around its body, but actually, yeah, I'll do that because that's gonna take 2 seconds. I just have to say start shrink. Wait, I do it by the body. What? Or no? Oh, I just use the blah, blah, blah. And then wait, actually I don't know if it's gonna have an issue with the animator. I disable the animator. Okay, so let's just that's not the most problematic bug, but it's it didn't shrink. I just maybe let the body rotate and then the child shrink. Maybe that'll look fine enough. I don't know why that happened that way. You know, I don't care. That's fine. That's fine enough. I'm just gonna let that be how that happens. Why the scale? Oh, why did the scale not want to do though? I don't know. Like my guess was that the animator was messing with it, but there's something else that's messing with that scale? There shouldn't be. The animator shouldn't be because I turned the animator off. I do this, like, this should be running every frame. In theory, if this is running every frame, that could be a thing, but, okay, so I'm not gonna worry about that. That's not the biggest issue. So let's try recreating some of the weird situations that are happening. So this, you are dying normally. If I put you one block away, so you're gonna move on to it and then die, is that something weird? So you should have died and you didn't, so let's do that and then see if it maybe coincidentally fixes other things. So that was a scenario where a large enemy should have, I mean, that's this failed. This check was supposed to be like, after you moved, which should have updated next position, and then if should die is already true, then it should do that. Should die, I guess, is false, and then you come down here, and then you should go through the list of all the points being go up and around. Maybe this isn't grabbing all of the right points. I'm assuming that next position should be the bottom left, but I guess I might want to double check that is what that is. Wait, I mean, wrong one, incorrect. Okay. Hopefully that's all it is. I just put the wrong array that I was testing for in there. Yay, that worked. And I mean, there's a chance we can hope that just randomly fixes the other stuff. Let me reset up like the funky thing that happened here, and see now if it's randomly gonna work. No, okay. So it didn't quite work exactly. What am I hitting against here? So I only got 2. If it helps, I only got 2 errors and not 4 or however many was the other time. Okay, so delete from grid tried to happen. Did the enemy try to die then and then it didn't or something? Let me just, okay, I'll put the console not behind my head for a second so we all can see this. Usually when there's errors, you want to start with whatever the top one is. So turn manager went to large enemy move to grid manager. So that is, you wanted to execute a move. You're moving on the X. Why, wait, so why did you have an issue with that? Old position. I don't touch anchor position. It should only do one of and not the other, right? Let me, it could be that it's doing stuff from this and then it tries to do stuff from this and that's causing weirdness. Double checking. Yeah, it shouldn't do both. That could be what it is. I can hope. I can hope. Yes! Almost. The enemy, so that was the case where the enemy moved onto us, and then it did the, like, clip back, because it didn't, oh, it didn't do its final turn. That's a tiny thing from the turn manager. This final turns thing is supposed to have the arrow. There's some things that don't need this final turns thing, so the arrows, the falling debris, they don't need anything with that, but the large enemies do. Actually, I'm just gonna copy this because it'll be easier to change it over. Well then this here. Okay. Interesting. So now that should, when the enemy kills the player, the snapback was happening because it didn't take its final turn. The last turn is just to confirm it being in that spot, essentially. Yay! Booyah! Now large enemies exist. Yeah, look at that guy. Look at him. Oh, so it doesn't matter that much. Wait, well, how come when I move back, he's moving up? Why would he do that? Technically speaking, I mean, it's not functionally seeming to matter, but the proper movement, I worry of it, like, if it's breaking here, it might break in other more actual, like, scenarios that matter. If I'm to the left of him, he should always 100% of the time be moving towards me. I think it's because the wall is there that it's not, or like, there's a lack of wall, so he's like, if I can move that way, I might try to move up. So let's have a glance at that scenario real quick. So, but we're almost there. I think this is like, yeah, very close to being working. And like, yeah, may have been very confusing to get there, but it's kind of working. So yeah, very cool. Just a few little bumps in the road that need to be sorted out. That doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do that. What was I? It's like the try move stuff. Because see, one thing that's unfortunate, I can't, like, it'd be cool if I could move, like, if I deleted these walls and I could test stuff, like, actually, well, I'm gonna test a thing regardless. I'm just gonna test the scenario. I want to see what happens if these walls are free. This is gonna just help with, with deciphering what's happening. So I need to lead it over here without dying. Well, that works too, I guess. Well, no, it doesn't. The enemy just came down, okay. Ah, so much chaos. Wait, no, I needed to get over there. Hold on. It is cool. It is kind of cool how large and complicated our thing is here. Oh, so you're always trying to move up. So yeah, this, because of reasons, this enemy shouldn't be trying to move up right now. The enemies have a little bit of moving around walls behavior with diagonals, but if there's a straight shot, it should always be 100% of the time moving towards me. Actually, as an example, this enemy, with the diagonal, if this wall wasn't here, the enemy would be moving down, but because it sees a wall, it's like, oh, over there's not a wall, try moving that way. I guess technically, though, it doesn't, see the enemy as a wall there. Actually, no, technically speaking, This enemy should be moving down with the way that I remember typing that I wanted this to work. This enemy should also be moving down because it's on a perfect diagonal. Huh. Because it's up. When it's on a perfect diagonal, it's supposed to actually prioritize the Y over the X. Funny how that is. I'm gonna look at that first just because solving the normal enemy move, which should be the simpler scenario in theory, might help me solve the other one. So that's over here in just the deciding which way it wants to go. Why did that happen? So going through this enemy's mind, it should be going not an, no arrows involved. It's looking at the player's position, saying, is the enemy on the player? No. Player position minus our position. This should be 2-2. So does the X equal 0? No. Is the Y 0? No, because this should be 2-2. Otherwise, yeah, if it's vertically, we should do perfect diagonal. So take the absolute, and this is positive 2-2. No, this is -2, -2. Right? Yeah. So, wait, if it, -2, -2, that means this should be, if the Y... Actually, I just thought of something. I just thought of an idea here real quick. I'm just gonna... Where's my generic add to grid thing? Add this to grid. If I write a function here that's like void on disable grid manager, I might actually be able to add a kind of a bit of a debug tool to, so that I can like delete walls at runtime and then see the behavior. Game object, wait, don't I have a thing where I like, no, wait, do you not have a, I thought you had another overload? No, fine. Game object, dot, what was the thing, what was the function that I made? Not looking grid, like get grid position, that's fine. This was made with in mind, it was only used with things that move, that's why you had to pass in the position as a secondary thing. I'm gonna go out of play mode and then back in. I should, yeah, I'm gonna quickly just set up that scenario more, like, so I don't have to like manually get into it every time. Just to allow, I'm gonna move these guys away. I might get like better results with what should happen if they manually move where they want to go. I'm also gonna move this boulder away. And this one too, just for now. Oh, you are not supposed to be there. Wah. How did that happen? Okay. This might work. Let's see if things move how I want them to. Okay. So same deal, but now there's extra enemies. If I delete this, I in theory should see this enemy immediately move down. Well, okay. It did, but then the enemy, yeah. So that's for everything that has an add script on it. I should, I guess, add this to... I guess that's true even if I disable it, so... I guess this should be on enable. No, I want it to run like... This is only going to be when we, well, I don't want it to get, like, double destroyed. No, delete already checks, like, if the thing's not there... No, but that means that this is going to run unnecessarily. But it'll only run unnecessarily... if we delete it. No, hold on, I just need to do it. Grid manager, add this to grid. The problem is... I want to know if something's getting deleted that shouldn't be, but then... No, I won't. I was going to add this behavior so I could delete enemies and stuff at runtime, but no, I'm not going to do that because that just introduces more problems that, like, of things getting sort of double deleted. Because those normal enemies are allowed to, like, die and stuff. Okay, so this is good enough. Why did you decide to move left instead of down? Technically, you should have moved left. Or you should have moved down. You should be prioritizing vertical. The Y. Wait. No, never mind. I was supposed to, that's it. That should be too wise. Never mind. If the player is further vertically or on a perfect diagonal. So math F. Actually, I'm gonna check this. Yeah. Oh, that's why. That's all. Because you should treat an enemy as you're treating an enemy as a wall here. Yeah, an enemy. That's all this is. It was because there was an enemy there. Yeah, and large enemy as well is going to be in this camp. I think. Except you decide which way you're gonna go. Actually, no, wait, this might not be a thing. Oh, wait, no. No. I don't want this to behave like this, do I? Because this calculation happens at the end of the last turn before the next turn happens, which means because of the turn order of enemies able to move, that enemy might move away next turn before we go to move, and we don't know that for certain until we actually go to move, and then it's either it moved or it didn't. So in that scenario, actually, I think because of that, I think I'm actually fine with that behaving that way, weirdly enough. For the normal enemies, the large enemy, that's still a separate concern. Okay, so I've rationalized why. So before I said this was incorrect behavior, I've rationalized now I'm gonna say that this is correct behavior because reasons. But this... Oh, wait, no, you are moving right. Wait, you're moving this way and not up. But when this was here, you want to move up. So that's a separate issue. No, you're not doing it anymore. You're not doing it anymore. Oh, no. This is when I move towards you? It's when you're here. Okay, so why? Why is that? So yeah, so this shouldn't be happening. This should be, yeah, you should be moving left. So I want to fix that because if it's happening there, if it's happening wrong there, it could be happening in other weird scenarios. But the enemy's moving, I'm going to say that that's totally okay. Acceptable behavior in this context. Okay. So, I also saw a separate thing. The walls have box colliders on them still, when they shouldn't, so I'm just gonna... Aha, no, taking box colliders off of all of those means potentially a bit of a performance increase. This invisible trigger will have a... No, it won't. Even though it's a trigger, it's not gonna, Actually, it might. I might just use this trigger for functionality of like this thingy could use the grid manager to be like when you this is just gonna be used to like activate some decorative things. So I could have it be part of the grid manager and like when the player steps on this block, do stuff. I might override this and just do this normal trigger function, like use on trigger enter or something. I'll come back to that. It doesn't need to be part of the grid stuff. It's just for decorative stuff. Oh, the holes. You're gonna have that. Okay. I'm just quickly looking if there's anything else of the like common things we've made that are missing. Oops. Missing the fact that I didn't get rid of the box sliders. And yep, there's another one. Okay. With a normal grid. Yeah, you too. Oh, oof. The grid lines aren't a prefab. They probably should be, maybe, but whatever. It's fine. Okay. Technically, slight performance increase by just not having... Why are you out here? Did I move you, but then accidentally have you be very far off from where you were supposed to be? You have like originally at 18. Ooh, no. Hold on. Let me just give you like one of these so that I can just see you and then move this back to being like in the center of you. Yeah, and then yeah. Not super important, just fixing a broken wasn't set up correctly. Okay. Not that important. Oh, but you have box colliders. Get on out of here with them colliders. Don't need them. I'll move the console back behind my head. Guys, I've been blocking the inspector with my face. That'd be less like that. I'm considering that at some point I might change. Like I've been thinking back and forth on whether I want. So I have a kind of a temporary scene in OES of whether I want to change to a style of where I'm not covering anything so that I'm never accidentally blocking stuff. But we'll see. If I do, I would actually put some kind of designs down there. I wouldn't just have it be black, but we'll see. And if I did do that, I would also have to mess around with like the proportions. Would I shrink my head so that can cover more screen real estate? We'll see. Would I then change what corner I'm in? I don't know. But for now, not gonna worry about it. Stuff I was thinking about. Then there's pros and cons. I think it might be more likely that if I'm like playing a game on stream, I might be more likely to do that, because right now with doing Unity / programming, it's way less likely. And with the exception of like the inspector, which I kind of have a workaround with the console being behind my head, but then even still the inspector can be like blocked by chat. But sometimes I'm like less likely to block important stuff, and when I do, like with code, I'm not really gonna be blocking anything. If I do, it's me changing numbers in the transform. That's not that bad necessarily. It could be, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But when I'm blocking, like, if I was playing a game and then blocking actual UI in this corner, then that's always a pain, but anywho. Okay. What was I just about to... Enemy, when it's here, it should be moving to the left, and it's not. Why? Okay, so the large enemy should have this part trigger that this goes up by 1 because relative to the bottom left position. And then we're not on the player, that's not gonna... So the X... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, the X won't be 0, but the Y will be. So this is what should be running in that situation, but it's not because it's doing the... It seems like it's getting down to here and trying a move on Y and on X. Because it's ending on a move on Y because it's moving vertically when it should be moving horizontally. So here's what we're gonna do. Go in play mode and then I'll add a breakpoint. Okay. Blah, and then blah, and then blah. Well, okay, technically that's not where I want the breakpoint to be, because it should be this one that's running. That's not. If I add you out here, you should immediately... This should be the large enemy, because there's only one of them in the scene right now. So you do run. So that part did happen. So you're -3, 1... Was that after this? Did you become -3, 2? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? Wait, this is wrong then. I thought I had it that it was less. Wait a minute. No. The player. Wait a minute. But no, that is incorrect behavior of some kind, because that shouldn't be. Hold on. So we get our position is 3, -6. Sure. Let me skip straight to here. So our position was 3, -6. That's the bottom left position. I can't look at Unity when this is it's like pause stuff. The player's position was 0, -5. Yeah, the X. The player is 3 to the left relative to that bottom left. But then the Y was -6. The player is higher at -5. So those parts are correct. We subtract those. The player position minus ours. So then relative to the... Yeah, no, okay, that part makes sense. Relative to the bottom left corner, the player is 3 to the left, the -3, and then 1 up. That part makes sense. So I must have just not made this part correct. This is if the player is to our right, we want to use the right side of the enemy as a reference point. So that's, yeah, if X is greater than 0, make it as ++. That part makes sense. And then we're on the left, so it didn't do that, so that didn't do that, which makes sense. Which would have, that, if it did though, hypothetically, well, then this number would have became, wait, this should be subtracting, shouldn't it? Because we want to subtract the distance of how far away we are. Adding the distance isn't adding, it's, yeah, this is adding onto a distance. I mean, technically, we would be adding to like the hour position is kind of what we're adding to, but this is like after we did these subtractions. We don't need to subtract it and then do it again. So this should be, and this would be both of them, I think. Because the point of this is to close the distance a little bit. Weird. But makes sense now that I look at it. Okay. Weird how I had that wrong for that long. But everything else, I'm hoping everything else will be fine. I may have copied that bit of code at one point. Let me just see here. You know what? That's even more correct behavior, actually, because in this case, it should be moving over and then down. That's just the way that should be, that's supposed to be set up, actually. Aha! Which means the enemy is slightly more intelligent in that, yeah. Neato. Okay. Which, oh, okay, separate issue. Yeah. If the player's trying to move on to an enemy, so if the enemy wasn't blocked, this would be fine. But technically, right now, the player should be moving on to. Oh wait, I'm getting error. The error couldn't find a block position or whatever. That's more important. I'd rather. So this is like a design choice kind of deal of whether we move in, which I might deal with. But it's still technically the game doesn't look completely broken when that happens. I'm getting errors. I shouldn't be getting any errors of that. But first thing I want to double check is this player distance thing. I do that same thing somewhere else, right? So I do want to just make sure that if I change those adding to being subtracted, this should also be subtract, right? So this is part of the detecting if we, this is basically for if we fell off of a wall into the player is mainly what this is for. Oops. And this, yeah, this subtracting should be the closing the distance of what I said. Or wait, no, yeah, closing the distance kind of. If we actually moved on to like once, yeah, moving towards the player, yeah. Okay, so that case didn't matter too much actually. That's for if we move on to a wall, which, okay, that's an interesting interaction. That in order to get on this wall, the fact that I had to move down, over, and then left, I actually like that interaction. That's a weird, interesting interaction. Yeah, the springs launching too is just, it opens up interesting possibilities. Wait, hold on, that error that it couldn't find stuff in the grid it's happening like 200 times. Oh no, it keeps happening every time the level restarts. Okay, so let's go deal with that. Is it happening right away? When does it happen? It didn't happen right now. When I restart, does it happen? Oh, it happens on a restart. Okay, was that the only time it was happening? If that is the case, that's not like, that's not the worst thing. Oh, that's just it. Oh, this didn't work right. Oh, because the grid cleared and then these got destroyed, so then they tried to delete from the grid. And so, okay, technically that's not that bad. I mean, I could get rid of this, but I don't want. So the so-called real code will never have this happen. This was just so that I could like delete walls at runtime, which the enemies are working fine enough now. That was only for like testing that enemies weren't broken. I'll delete it for now. I'll wait and see if I want to bring it back for any reason. Okay, so now you're good. If I die to you, that's good. Coolsies. No more errors being spammed behind my head. Cool. So next thing is, right now I'm facing an enemy, but I'm not moving towards it. I feel like in this case, the player should move on to the enemy and then die. It's like you moved into danger. Face the consequences. The problem is that testing that is a little bit hard because... So testing that is a little bit tricky because... If the player looks at the enemy and the way the large enemy's direction is towards us, that doesn't always mean that for the next turn we shouldn't move. Whether or not the player should move onto here does depend on whether the fact that the enemy is moving because whether or not there's a wall here. Which means, okay, technically the player could then look on the other side and whether there's a wall. That gets really funky, and I would prefer not to do that. If I change the turn order and had a large enemy move first... No, I can't. I don't want a large enemy to move first, because if an enemy is moving away, I want to be able to move where it was. I don't know when that would ever happen, because the enemy should always be moving towards you. For the boulders, it mattered. Huh. Okay. Well, no. Okay, wait, hold on. So... I don't want to do this. Or if I can't figure out a good way of doing this, then I might not do it. Because I don't have to. I kind of want to, though. I kind of want to, if you move into an enemy, you should die. It should kill you. I'm trying to think of an easy way to do this specific scenario that's not going to break everything to implement. Now, what is that scenario gonna be? I'm trying to. So what I'm trying to think of. So there are. So we do a thing where the boulders. Looking at the turn order. Turn manager. No, wait. Oh, wait. What was I thinking? No. For some reason, I thought we had the boulders moving before the player. No, the boulders are after. The falling debris is before. So the player can move onto it knowing whether it's in its dangerous state or not. We do have boulders happening after. That's a separate thing, I guess. So if the player... I wonder if a large enemy is like, hey, player's moving towards us. If the large, even though the player was like already decided that its move was going to be not moving, if then the enemy could be like, hey, I'm changing your mind, move towards me instead. No, you're already going through your animator stuff. Why? No, I don't have a good solution for this. To not have to like rewrite a lot. Yikes. I might just have to... Well, okay, so, no, okay, I was about to say I might just leave it. But a worry I have, a problem that can happen if I do leave it. I guess I wouldn't make this scenario, but if you had a little hidey hole... Hold on, actually, let me not have the, move this arrow for a second. If I made like a hidey hole so that you could like hide from enemies or something, or you can't hide from the normal enemies, but you can hide from the big guy. Oh, like, come back this way. I'm now locked in, and not only that, I literally can't die if I wanted to. I can't be like, oh well, I messed up. But so I can't, like, I couldn't die or whatever. Being able to, and there's not really a lot of like restart, like I don't have built-in like restart functionality or whatever. So that's concerning. If I could move into the enemy, I could at least quickly die and restart the level. But I'd almost say that the counterpoint to this is that I'm never gonna make this scenario, right? Like, a level wouldn't have this. Unless, well, okay, I mean, technically, okay, if I'm to play out this scenario. If a level had 2 large enemies for some reason, And the point is to like use one hidey hole in order to get away. Yeah, I can't, I'm stuck in here. I want this to at least, oh, okay, well, I want this to at least not be a scenario where, actually, you know what, I think I know what I can get away with. I think I know what I can get away with that's not going to be that bad. So, and I'm going to use another thing to demonstrate. If the reason why a thing I'm about to do, the reason why it doesn't work for normal enemies. If I'm always moving towards a normal enemy, okay, there we moved onto the same square at the same time. If I'm one block closer, look what happens to the frame before we interact. We're gonna be a frame away, and then I don't move, because if I moved, then me and the enemy would swap places and then keep moving, and like that looks weird. Like, or not only looks weird, but also it's like we just kind of jumped over an enemy and then moved past him. So like that's funky. For the large enemy, because it takes up 2 spaces, if I have it so that you move here, then you die, and then that's fine. But then also the scenario where the enemy isn't blocked. Why did the arrow move? What the heck? Oh no, the arrow didn't move. I thought the arrow moved. Never mind. That's fine. The situation with if the enemy is moving towards me, the enemy's gonna move towards me, the player, and then the player's gonna move here. The player will still die. If they both move, I mean, they technically should stay here, but it doesn't break. It's gonna be just fine enough that I think I'm okay with that scenario. I can live with it if it makes so we don't have the other scenario where the player can get stuck and then have to restart the game. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want that. I mean, again, that could also be solved. We have like a pause menu with a restart button, but we don't have time for that either. So we'll do it this way, and this will be just the right amount of, like, it'll work. So what that needs, large enemy should move equals true. Oh, Math3Con, hello, hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome. You're just about to witness that I think we are... Actually, wait, is that just changing that one line? All that talk to change that one line of code? Yeah, okay, I mean... So that, I then need to also make sure that the normal scenario where enemies coming at us is going to be fine. Yeah, we have large enemies, basically done. Okay, there's that scenario, and... Maybe if a big enemy runs to a wall for a few turns, he destroys it. Then we'd have to like that. We'd effectively have to have like a oh, you mean have the large enemy actually break down the wall? Okay, wait, hold on. That's a whole separate thing. Okay, wait, hold on. How did that happen? Not what I was expecting to happen at all. If there's a lot of code that currently assumes that walls never go away, that would potentially break if we then had the option for walls to go away. And this is already so big and confusing and complicated that I don't know if I want to mess with that. And then that's also just adding more functionality that I don't think we have time for. So that idea is conceptually cool and I like it. I just think that out of time, unfortunately, I don't think we can do that. But it is hypothetically a neat idea. Yeah, but for a future, it'd be interesting if eventually, if I came back to this game after this whole 9-day challenge and then made it a full-fledged thing. But I already got enough on my to-do list of other things I want to do. But yeah, looking grid. What was I just saying I was about to change? I've forgotten. There's supposed to be a thing that after the enemy moves, it's supposed to be like, are any of the squares around us? Player, where's that? That's here. Oh, we only do that when we don't move. If we move, we assume that we're moving on top of the player. So now that's not necessarily the case. I think I actually then need this to happen all the time, which is, I mean, that's not ideal, but if works, I guess. And we'll do it after the move, I guess. Yeah, fine. If that's gonna work, then it's fine. Okay. Yay! Woo! Yeah! Okay, so is this working? Yeah, this is working. I think. Yeah. If I move sideways and I also die, booyah! All right, this enemy's just stuck in that loop. Actually, I'm curious if I move onto it in a frame where whoa, you did escape. Interesting how that is. Yeah. Okay. So I guess, yeah, we have all of the... If that's working... Actually, wait, hold on. I saw that where the enemy kind of was over and then under the arrows. Why are these arrows this high in the sky? That's just so that these arrows aren't supposed to be this high up, and I don't know why they are. These arrows specifically are meant to be like decorative, basically pseudo background elements. So, okay. Yeah, that fixes that. The heights of things don't matter that much other than just like, it's effectively being like a draw order for the camera, sort of. What are the gray circles? They're boulders. Still some polishment, and they should have an animation where that actually looks like they're rolling. But right now, basically everything has the same movement animation. They're just boulders that just move in one direction. It's basically just an enemy that moves in one direction is all that is. But they also kill enemies, so it's a hazard that can also kill an enemy. But then also the additional functionality is that these faded arrows only work for boulders. So if whoa, hold on, let me get back to top down so I can like see things better. If I set up, I can basically set up this. Hold on, this, and then you're down. Let's see if this is gonna work. If this hits the boulder, then it will turn around and stuff. So. Oh yeah, I killed the large enemy. Yeah, we're gonna allow that. Yeah. So we can have like, it's almost like an enemy that can patrol a path is another sort of functionality of it. But yeah, I just decided I wanted it to be like a boulder because I mean we could make the color more interesting. Like it could be more interesting and polished or whatever. But functionally, it's just a thing that moves, and then the thing you have to worry about is the player. You can chase it and it won't die. It does also fall down the holes. All right. Yeah. That is really funny how seeing the enemies just die to like one block things, which is I guess a thing oh no, I trapped myself. How do I move over here? Yeah. Can I kill, this is not a so-called well-designed level at all, but can I kill everything in it? We've reached a point where all the core gameplay mechanics are in place, I think. Oh, but I killed myself to that. So, I could do a little bit more testing of trying to break things. But if everything's working, next thing we can move on to should be, yeah. Now that this kind of test level is done, the next thing we should be doing is making it so that we can transition between levels. We do have, oh wait, I didn't test the holes. I did not test the 2x2 holes. I totally didn't do that. Hold on. One more big important test is that player up here. So, for those new here, this graphically is going to look different. This is like a placeholder for a thing that's not like designed yet. You know, I'm going to make a real instance of... no, I'm not. Never mind. These gray blocks, not the circles, these gray blocks, you may notice they go away when we're in play mode. They, on one hand, they define the edge of the map, and they're its own block that is considered a hole. But I want to be able to have holes in the middle of the map. So pretend that this is a 2x2 hole, and it's like, oh, it doesn't look like a hole because the grid's still there. In a real polished level, the blue lines won't be there. So like this will have no blue lines. It'll be like a big square where like this won't be there, this isn't here, this isn't here, this isn't here. The only reason it's not like that right now is because I'd have to take the time to actually like do that. And you know what? I will. Real quick, just kind of like it should look like, you know, this, and then like this. Whoa. I need to go 25, and then why am I doing this in play mode? Oh no. And then hold on. This shouldn't take long. It's just the fact of you be able to like more like quickly level design when I'm making real levels, because it's easier to like prototype to be like blah blah, that's a hole, rather than doing this every time I want to slightly move where a hole is considered to be. But this is a test level. It can have this. It'd be cool if I had like code that like sort of like automatically set this up. I just like I put these blue squares everywhere, and then it automatically like generated the surroundings. But no. So now if I'm gonna play mode, this should actually look like, ta-da! See, that looks like an actual hole. That's what it's supposed to look like. But these blue blocks also aren't anything. These are just to make level design easier. So like when I'm going to do level design soon, it's way easier for me to say like, oh, a level's gonna look like it's gonna go like this and then this way and then over here and like whatever. It's like, whoa, this is what a level looks like. And then later on, then I would convert this into this style. I mean, I guess technically this could be a style, but I want this where it looks like an actual grid. So this is for me to block out a level to then convert it into this, and then these gray spots represent holes. But until I also put those in. Anyways, so all that to say, yeah, enemies can fall down holes, but the player cannot because the player is smarter. Now, these big enemies are special. Not special, in that they're supposed to be, we'll see if I coded this correctly, all 4 spots need to be on a hole for it to die. If it's like this, the enemy won't die. If it's like this, it won't die. If it was somehow had like 3 of the 4, it won't die. Only when all 4 are on it, it should fall into the abyss. So let's see if that actually is what happens. Yeah, okay, I was worried it wouldn't work. And the partial, we see that the partial also is working. Booyah! Okay, cool. I wasn't sure if it would. So cool, that was the main important thing. So I'm gonna consider large enemy to be done, and then if we find more weird edge case scenarios where stuff breaks, we'll worry about that when we get to it. What time is it? 10:46? No. That did take a while, but it was cool. Yeah, and it worked. Huzzah. So we got a few more things. Today was supposed to be the level design day. We keep having to push stuff back further. When I first made this 9-day plan, this day only had build levels on it. We were hoping to have all the game mechanics done, and then today would just be design all the levels and then start blocking them out. We didn't get to that, and even then, I'm running out of time where I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to do this today. If I have to push this back to here, yeah, we're gonna see if we finish. But when I get to the weekend, in theory, I should have more time more time per day to do stuff. We'll see. But let's just keep going. Let's keep going. The more I'm talking about being behind, the more behind I get. Level transition. Okay, so I just want to set up that. Hold on. We have half this work done. Is that like when you touch this, it currently you win, level complete. Blah. So right down behind my head, I guess you can see it very tiny over here saying level complete. And we have the turn manager all stop. So we have part of the work there. We just don't have it actually load another level. So we could do this the easy way. If I wanted to, let's say, this is level testing. Just as a test, if I just duplicate the scene, 2, and then just like, to say that this is a different level, I like, I can't like it. Move these like over here, just make a few like changes that are going to be obvious that I'm in a different level, but I'm not going to be immediately killed by an enemy. Whatever, like it doesn't. I'll know, in theory. Put a green up here and move you further away. Whatever, it doesn't matter that much. I just need, like, this is a new level. Wow. Build settings, just add this. So we're just gonna test loading into this other level. I've done level loading before. That's not like a super hard thing to do. I wanted a fancy polished level transition. I don't know if we have time for that, which sucks. So currently I had that like oh, this is the restart manager. Restart manager just loads whatever level we were just in. Where was the you win stuff? Where did I start to do that? The turn manager I have like final stop turns. Okay, I might not actually have any of that. All I do is this. Fine. Game manager, I'm gonna make a new script that's called like level manager that's gonna handle the deciding what level to be loaded next. Okay, so we'll put in a string level next level or something like that, and then I'll fill that in, and then it'll just, where is the, already have using you, so just saving having to type that out, and then you have this bit. which, you know, give me an update. You'll have some kind of public void, load next level or something like that, and you'll just put that in there. So actually, not entirely. Actually, I knew we're gonna have some coroutine stuff. Generator, or like. No, wait for like 1. Start coroutine. So technically. So I think part of this is working. The player shouldn't be the player's job to be handling a lot of this restarting, or I guess specifically the tournament. This should have, it'll have a reference to the, I guess, level manager. Level manager, and then you're gonna get that, just a little bit of this. It's gonna be on the same component as the other thing, so just go .get component. And then the hold could expand after a couple turns. I like the idea of wait, I feel like every idea I have would take more time than the last one. Well, yeah, same here with on the first day when we were planning, like, here's all the different things you can interact with. Keys and doors and buttons and, like, bring a battery to a generator, then it powers something. Or, like, yeah, like ice, you, like, it'll slide you to the next block. And, like, slime, it'll slow you down for a couple turns. Yeah, I also went through this, but like, oh, you know, what crazy ideas could happen. Even like my initial idea for what this level transition could look like was super, potentially too much of where we actually do. But so in terms of the whole expanding, I don't know if we'll get to time to do this, but I did want that an actual level will not be a perfect square like this. It'll be very like cut whole, like, you know, stuff is like cut out. Actually, I mean, tiny example, a bit of like I was hoping. Okay, this is back from like the first day. This is just some leftover stuff when we were just conceptualizing what stuff could look like. Yeah, ideally, real levels will be more non-uniform. Oh, that was stuff from the walls. Where was this? Maybe over here. Pretend just the blue squares is the actual level. Ignore the grid. This could be actually this might be kind of what our second level looks like, where you're just like learning how to move, and there's just a bunch of holes everywhere. The idea, what we wanted, the polished version of this isn't just that, like, the holes wouldn't be here right away. We're getting, as you're moving through the levels, this will already like fall away, and then this will like fall away, and like holes would start to show up as you're going through it by just basically, I mean, as far as the game is concerned, they are always holes. It's just a graphical thing that, like, here is a line that, like, when you cross a trigger here, it just falls away. And especially stuff around the side are like breaking off. The idea would be like you're going through this area that's just completely falling apart. So just like all this stuff just keeps getting like stripped off left and right. Was what we wanted and would look very cool if we can do all that. I just don't know if we'll have time for it. And as much as I would like to do all that, I should be focusing on the you know, getting the game action, getting the functionality of it there. So and see over here is stuff we had, like the temporary, like what that stuff was going to eventually be. But I think if I want to actually finish this, I need to just focus on the gameplay, get the gameplay to be working, and then once that's working, then we can reassess all those other ideas. Okay, so what was I just here? So did I actually get the reference? I think I did right before I went over to the other thing. Yeah, level manager dot what did I call it? Load next level or something. I mean, also I'll keep the print u in for that. Actually, I mean, okay. So some of this functionality should move. The player will handle the fact that they're still going to move, and that, you know, they definitely are not going to be elevated after that. Put you in, and then it should tell the turn manager to stop, which means this is going to have its own reference. Private, this was the The turn manager is going to be on the same game object. Yeah, I think the main difference between holes and walls, that holes are usually more dynamic. Yeah. Actually, in this case, so even programming-wise, we do have some differing functionality between the walls and the holes a little bit. Like the walls, you'll bump into, but then if you touch a spring, so actually, yeah, we already do have decent amount of different functionality compared to holes and walls. If you, okay, right, I haven't finished the code. Hold on. Wait, actually, no. What did break? Because oh, you didn't get the level manager, I guess. Hold on. Let me get the game back functional. 1 second. Level manager that we just made. Next level was called level planning 2. This, I mean, we could make this just whatever level we're on, get like the number of it, and then just add 1 or something. But nope, that's not what I wanted. More stuff breaking. Interesting. The grid. Wait, the grid was supposed to be cleared out. Why did the grid? Did I delete the line that's supposed to clear out the grid? Hold on 1 second. I'll get back to answering your question in a second. There was a part in here somewhere about clearing the grid. Where did that go? If I could spell grid, Restart managers. What I'm thinking of is in the restart manager. Yeah, hold on. the when we die and restart, start respawn process does some things that we need to now do. All of this. So this should look the same. I'm just gonna start by I'm just gonna make this the same, even though and then cause some of this should be the same. I guess I wait a single turn before I do that. You win. Stop the turns, and then we. Oh no, this is to kill the player. We don't want to kill the player. And all that's fine. We did this not already handle that the player stops? No, you call it stop turn functions, but no, this needs to be separate. This stops the player from like having the eyes look around. Fine, okay. No. The player can do this itself. Because the player, I guess, right now is the only thing that's gonna call this. Set your own move to false, and then you call this blah, and then level, and then you win, and then you do that, and then you reset the grid. Was all that was basically missing. Load scene. I didn't actually even put in that part. Wait 2 times the amount of turns just to get some time to be like, yeah, you did the thing. Okay. Does that work? Is that just at least not breaking up? Did I double click it? Okay. Yeah. So some functionality of these, something that makes the walls different from the holes is the fact that you can be on walls, and when you're on the walls, they're a bit of a safe place. So like that's a thing that makes the walls different from the holes. Other thing, can I get there and live? Is that if you're on a wall and you, oh no, I still have, yeah, no, when you're on a wall and you still won't fall into holes. So the player basically never falls into holes. You can spring into holes. I don't have any, I guess I don't have that set up, but a spring that goes into a hole. Oh, I guess I do have one over there. Let's see if I can get there alive. You can spring into holes and that'll still kill you. But the main thing is that the holes are meant to be bait for enemies. If any of those enemies would move over there, it would kill them. So yeah, that's the thing. Although real levels won't have that many enemies, in theory. That's just, it's overkill for this test level. Okay, so let me test the goal. Yeah. So it's like, holes are more of an aesthetic thing of this place is falling apart, and then it's more of a hazard for to lead the enemies into, whereas walls are more for you to get blocked in, but then also a safe place to be elevated on. And then using the springs to like go over and stuff like that. You just don't have a reference somewhere. I put the code on here, right? Wait, what didn't do? Oh, this? Yeah, makes sense. This, equals get component. You're on the same game object. That's fine. Might make this a I might make some of these what's the, why am I forgetting the word? I make these all singletons. That's it. But how many levels are you planning to do? I don't know. I'm unsure. So initially, on like the first day, when I'm like, okay, this game needs to be super small, so it should only have like 3 levels or something. Definitely gonna be more than 3 levels now. I have roughly planned out sort of the beginning sequence and what that's gonna look like, and the ending sequence and what that's gonna look like. So those are gonna be 2 levels in and of themselves, and there's not gonna be 1 level in between. But one thing that comes into the levels argument is also how big the levels are going to be, right? Like 3 massive levels is different than 10 tiny levels, like, right? Like, there's the questions of number of levels and also level length. I'm thinking that so the shorter an individual level is, the more unfair it can be. The more a player can forgive dying because you don't get reset that bar. We're not going to have levels so long that there's checkpoints in the middle of a level. In theory, a level will be small enough that you die and you go back to just the beginning of that level, and like that's not setting you back too far. The longer a level is, the more dying hurts. But I, to a degree, I guess I want players to be able to experiment around with baiting enemies into stuff and like the strategies and like whatever. So the first levels were like, imagine the first couple levels where you're basically just moving around and then there's like one hazard or something. It's like learning how to use like the springs and stuff. Those can maybe be longer. Once I start like, I might fluctuate a bit where it's like some levels are longer where it's more about moving and stuff, and maybe like 1 or 2, like a couple hazards that aren't too bad. But then maybe towards the end, it's like, here's a tiny level that's super hard. Like that could be a thing. I don't know yet. I'm bad at level design. It kind of, and like, yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we'll get there. Sorry, my English is not great. All good, all good. Yeah. Okay. So did loading the level actually work? I think it did. When I move down, I should see it randomly become. Nope. Level planning 2 cannot be loaded because it is not added to the build settings. I mean, you know, it helps if I type the right thing. I'm gonna assume that the next level is just gonna be the next scene. I don't see reason why that wouldn't be the case. So let me just do it the easy way and say load scene based on, here's the thing you can do. Go get the active scene that we're currently in, dot build index plus plus. I didn't, build index is read only. Oh, plus, well, plus 1 because we're not actually wanting to change that variable. Fine. So when you go into the build settings, here's like the list of scenes. If we're in this one, this is build index of 1. It should load the next level. So technically the last level this doesn't work with, but the last level won't have a goal. It'll have its own special thing. But yay! It technically worked. Oh, that didn't. Well, okay, that didn't because. Actually, no, something else didn't work properly. So technically, I just said that the last level won't. Well, actually, let me double check. Let me double check that the problem was it being the last level and not just like the second time. If I make test level 3, that's then like move the player over on here on this side, and then make sure that level is added to the build settings. And now I'm on the first one. Let me just double check that. So I'm assuming that stuff didn't reset properly. So now I'm here. No, yeah, okay, something went wrong. So something is null when it shouldn't have been. Why? Turn manager, like, so I have to assume that it's level manager is not. Level manager is null, but like why? It had. Oh, you know why? You know why? Because I literally just I for some reason just assumed that these levels would be. Oh wait, this is just because apply the prefab. Apply the prefab where I added the thing. That's what's missing. The level manager didn't exist in the other scenes, so I gotta be careful with that once I start making levels. If I make a change to one, if it's gonna be catastrophic for others. Yeah. So okay, it failed because there's not a next level to load. I don't care about that because like like we're gonna have a different ending sequence that's not gonna abide by this level logic in theory. So this is the baby way of having level. No. This is the easiest way and what is like super commonly done in the world of like game jams and stuff like that. Where the easiest way to, when you have a nice level-based game, you just load the next level and it works. I really want to do something more. I mean, in terms of the actual level, I could do something where the screen like fades to black and then fades back in. Like that's additional stuff I could do for the actual polish of the level transition and stuff. And also do more fancy like camera work or whatever. The super ambitious idea that I had at the beginning of this was that this. So I wanted to treat this environment, even though it's just like stuff on a grid or whatever, I wanted to treat it like it was like a crumbling tower. That's all the debris and rocks and stuff were there. It's like you're in this crumbling tower and you're trying to like go down all the floors or something. And the idea would be that this would be like okay, it's a hole in the floor like these are, but these are bad and this is good because video game logic. The goal would be like you can see through it and you can actually see the beginning of the next level through the hole. Like in Unity, the next level is actually just below and you basically fall into it and then you just go through the use of like scene manager stuff. Through the use of, I guess, having like multiple scenes loaded. That's the super ambitious idea. That would mean, so I mean that's hard. I don't know how we would handle that in the context of like 2D camera stuff. If it's 3D, you just move the camera. Hold on. If it's 2D, you just would move. If it was a 3D is the word I'm going for. Oh yeah. Oh, we haven't. Wonder how this would look in 3D. You'd move the camera down and you'd like fall into the next thing. Well, that's or something. But then we also have to make sure that the grid manager actually works with. Like, we'd have to handle the Y height and figure out how that actually is doing anything. There's something a way we could like fake it somehow. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Although, first of all, before I go any further, I'm just curious to see what happens when this is in like 3D mode. There's no way it like. Oh god! Right, the heights. We cheat the heights. And also the walls. We're bumping into the walls and stuff. I should. I mean, to some degree, do more. Like, yeah, the white heights make like no sense for everything. They could and they should. Also, I mean, right now, okay, back to where everything makes sense. This is way harder to even tell what's like going on, but also partially because everything's just not. Yeah, this is not how this should be. Yeah, but it's interestingly weird to test with. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could potentially, like, if I currently, like, flattened everything against this 3D grid, I could make this work. But I think because the original intent of this game was to beat 3D, I think I do want to stick with the actual proper 2D because we're making a 2D game. That's what I set out to make. I don't make 2D games often. I will 99% of the time make 3D games. So I want to stick to making a 2D game for now. Even if, yeah, the 3D does look kind of interesting. So zoom. I mean, I could effectively zoom in. I can zoom in with the size, but then the problem with that is like, I mean, the scale. I can't infinitely zoom in, or whatever. So, I mean, I don't have to zoom in. What I can do to some degree is like, if I okay. If I wanted to have some kind of, I'm trying to just think of the best way that I could like just fake it. The camera doesn't necessarily have to move. Ideally, the next level grid should still be effectively on like all these. I could move the current level up. Once this level's done, I turn this like turn manager off, and I don't care about anything that this level's doing anymore and any wonky stuff that like, enemies are doing or whatever. I could just I could do something where I basically just take this level. I load the next level. This level moves all up, including the background. I have to actually, oh, that's a whole separate thing. But I assume that it would be. Whoa! Oh! That's the shadows of the things. This looks awesome. on its own. That's just that's a separate thing that just looks really cool. If I made a main menu, having this be like the main menu background would be cool. Just shadows and then. Maybe. So I was assuming I would be so I could move the ground up, and I was assuming I'd move the background too, because it's like you're falling through the background into the next level. The idea I said, I don't have to go with that level. If I can figure out an idea that's like, I mean, equally as cool, but like good enough as cool as being like decently cool, but you know, easier to get working in the time frame. If somehow actually what's interesting is by moving stuff up slowly, just with okay, kind of breaks for the. If I flatten the enemy's eyes like perfectly, there are some things that are gonna look weird because they're not flattened. If I do spend some time and like properly handle the actual Y height and like how some things should be squished, if I do that, then I could have that when you touch the goal, just have this be almost like the level's unloading, and then it sort of goes away, and the background's still there. I mean, this being almost like the shadow of the previous level shining on the current level. If you imagine then this is different. Ooh, then you have the shadow of the previous level being. But then you have the shadow of like every previous level, and I don't know if that becomes confusing. Because then like the faded arrows. I mean, they could go away. It could be like if I do this and then somehow move it away. But having almost. I could just like fake it, just have this go away, and then whatever the next level is just comes down, and then you go.
Like, I don't love that as much.
I mean, it'd be funny if I had it like, I can't exactly have it grow into existence, can I? Hold on. What would that look like? Like. Oh, okay. I mean, well, I mean, to a degree, growing into existence looks like falling into it. My only concern with this is that, does it like spoil the level if I for some reason wanted like you to not see it all? Does this like, or I mean, I guess I don't know how much. I would only care about that in the last level with the giant enemy. What I could do with that is just not have the giant enemy spawned in. The giant enemy could like be not there. If it's 3D, you could have the camera below the last level when you start moving it up to the top. Sorry, trying to understand what you mean there. Have the camera below the last level, below the previous level, and when you start, move it up to the top. Like below all the levels, but if it's below it, then you wouldn't see anything. I might not just be understanding what, I move it up through every level. So, in theory, or initially, it was with each level you're going like down, not up, but like you're falling into the next level. So I guess the reverse of that, when you mean above the level, like seeing. Oh, you mean at the very, very beginning of the game, like a Star Trek. You mean the very, very beginning of the game could be like it just quickly whooshes through every single level, and then it's at the top, and then you, the player, it's like that. You kind of have an idea of all the things that you're gonna have to go through to experience the game. Is that kind of what you're saying? Funny thing, so if that's what you're saying, I had that same kind of idea. I think I may have mentioned it on the first day. That was one idea I was thinking of, but then yeah, the problem with that is the 3D-ification of that I don't know if I have time for. And that I do have a current written down idea of what I was planning to have for the start of the game that I think will be like, to a degree, simpler and, yeah, not spoil all the levels, I guess, and then not have to worry about the camera mechanics of going through every level. So again, I think that's a cool idea. That is a cool idea. But the 3D-ness of it is what I'm not sure of. And then also the spoiling. Almost like spoiling what's going to be a thing. I'm not sure. So, okay, well, with this, though, I was going to say, yeah, if it scaled up from nothing. But wonder if this level could almost mask it. So if... Well, actually, so... I don't maybe have to mess with Y heights if you're seeing like not a mini version of the level. I don't want it to be like you're shrinking inside of it. I want to be like, hold on, what if I? Okay, I mean, okay, this is kind of neat. The fact that I'm seeing double, weird. I have an idea. I have an idea. I want to just make how wide is this? I need a fit. With my current idea, I was gonna need to do this at some point anyway. I need a physical, actual hole in the floor. That's actually why I set up the goal being at 0, 0, so that it easier to like. I was gonna make one just model with this 10 by. You're 10 by 10 and you're that massive. Let me just quickly whip something up. All I need is just a plane with a hole in it. Mesh plane. I think you're. Well, I mean, I just need to be. I mean, you're never to. Ideally, you're never to see the edges of this grid. So background. I just need it to be big enough to be the size of the largest level in theory. If it's too large, then that's not really that much. Also, for that hole, the hole should probably be in the middle. It's gonna be. Yeah. I just need to. Yeah, right now, just make said hole. I'm gonna assume that hole's the wrong size. I'm just gonna, oh, it's 100% with having the cameras. But I'm just gonna, like, I need to be able to kind of see in like, how big even this is in Unity. And then I'll go from there. So I can see how much smaller I actually have to make it. I need the, where I'm saving it. Hold on. Folder for models. Like this is something I was gonna have to do at some point with my current idea anyway. Show and explore, just so I can see the file path. It's easier to just copy it in here rather than having to dig around for it. Call it background. Blah. And then I don't need to worry about coloring it in Blender, right? Because I'm gonna be coloring it in Unity. The background surprisingly doesn't have any animations. These shouldn't matter that much, but I just have like things that I normally put it to. Don't import cameras, visibility. Wow. Deform %, that's new. Apply. Are you by a material description intro? Whatever, it's fine. Just get in there, you, and then and then you get the material that I want on you. Background. Wow. Surprise. Technically, I'll have you have a scale of 1 here. And then, so now you're that. And then I hide the other background. Boink. I deleted it. I won't delete it just yet, just in case you need it for any reason. Now I'm just gonna, is unpack. Just I don't want all of these. This is one thing I don't like that like Blender used to not do, and then now it does is it'll have just empty game objects for the camera and light that come. Well, okay, I mean actually no, I say I don't like it, but I can actually that's just because these are getting imported automatically, but because they're automatically part of Blender scenes, I can just not do that, and then I think it'll automatically have it recognize it only needs to be one model, but then it gets the 90 degrees thing that happens on Blender models, and then you lost the thing. Okay. So now I have this partially. The hole's the wrong size. It looks like it's how much too big is. Why don't you line up with the grid? Whatever. Okay. Now it's fixing. And you were actually. I mean, even the outside that was massive, but that's fine. That's okay. Heh. Heh. I'm just gonna. How's that for this? Just get it close, then I can make it more exact. You're almost there. Hold on. Also haven't used Blender in a fair bit. Why aren't you? Well, there you're perfectly lined up, and then you stop being lined up. Almost there. Should I look at this from the... Let me... The second level of the background, let me hide that, because that's just going to make this harder to, like, do. This should be lined up with... So, actually, to be able to tell what the goal is, I'm still going to have... I should have the goal having, like, a separate, like, gold border, which, actually, I don't think it should go outside of here, because if there's a wall here, then it's going on top of that. So, it actually should be, like, a gold border in here, to be like, this is special, and then in here is the hole. So it should be even smaller than the actual grid. But then I'm going to need that gold border, which, I mean, if it's going to be the center of the map, I guess it should just be a part of this model, technically. There's probably a better way of doing this, but, you know, whatever, it's fine. Oh, okay. Let me just, like... Is now, like, wait, are these lined up? Did they get not lined up? Ah, whatever. I have to, like... Select this. I'm, like, forgetting all of the hotkeys and shortcuts and stuff in Blender. What do you need to be? 0.5. We just tested just that edge, which I think was that one. What's that like? Oh, that's just from the, viewing of the camera. I guess I'll look at it from... And get rid of you guys. Are you off the head or whatever? It's probably fine. Why are you above the grid? How did that happen? When did that happen? Why? What? Did I have the original background moved down? You are at -0.5. Fair enough. Okay. Now that's easier to see. Okay. Okay. You need to be like 5 or something? Or wait, a separate thing is that, actually, if I want to line this up how the, this is at, like, negative... It's at 0.5 with a scale of 0.02, so there's math of how it is where it is. But, Blender models... Where are you? Models, here. I, should change the... They're like 2 times the size of in Unity, I believe, if I remember correctly. So I set that to 0.5 for it to be more proper Unity scaling, which then means that this needs to be bigger. I mean, I can just go off of these points. I don't need the ones on the around to be fine. It's fine. It bugs me, but it's whatever. And then let's go this just negative. Let's try -1. 1's all around to get you like being a square again. I'm totally not doing any of this optimally, but, you know, that's fine. What? How are you? Am I crazy? Does that look like it's off-center? Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe I'm just crazy. Okay. I guess I'll have to hide this just for a minute. Oh, you're perfectly... Oh, yeah, if you're slightly behind the grid, then the grid can also mask if it's slightly off. Interesting. I forgot about that part. So you're on the grid. So actually, the background will be like this, and then there'd be like a gold border or whatever going in. I did just say I might make that part of the actual. Or do I make? I'll make it another mesh. It probably should be another mesh because I might individually change it if I want it to look extra fancy. Because I don't think it'll be attached to the. But it might be. Whatever. I'll make it a new mesh in this. Because then I can perfectly line it up to here, and then whatever. So now I need a cube that's like well, wait, okay, no, it'll be easier if I start this from a plane. I think if I start this from another plane, and technically it's, I mean, I don't even need any 3D units to it because of the nature of what the game is. Technically, nothing in the game needs to be 3D as it currently is. Buttons, please. Want it? This one. This guy. Cut a hole out. No, just only the faces. That's the shape I wanted. Before I make any changes to the actual size of it, I go goal surrounding or something. I don't know. Bring you in. Went back to having the 90-degree thing when you go between like it being one object and not that way. Okay. Now you have that. The goal itself... Oh, wait. That border should maybe be part of the goal. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That'd be easier that way. Fine. I don't want to attach the goal code to the background itself. That'll look weird internally. Okay, fine. If you're gonna be the goal, I'll make you again real quick. Did I mention that I'm rusty with Blender? I'm struggling to make like a weirdly shaped cube, and yet I've made a human before. This is goal, and then I'll like 3Dify it in a second. Goal, and then go back to the other one. Where was the? I closed the other one. No. Now when I delete the other one, it's gonna rotate the 90 degrees again. Open multiple of you. I want to. Yep. Blender, does Blender not support having multiple? I didn't mean to go new, but whatever. That's fine. Okay. Wow. Just you, and that means that this side is done. I don't need to worry about it anymore. And then like back to the goal. I'll have to change the size of you in just a second. And now you rotated 90 degrees again. If you could stop doing that, that would be great. Background. Hey Chroma, can I have you look at a script of mine real quick? I'm having an issue where things in iNumerator are running after the is attacking bool is false. Yeah, I could take a look real quick. I mean, yeah, coroutines can be tricky sometimes. From what you're describing, this hopefully could just be a simple, like, yeah, things are running out of order issue. So yeah, I can take a quick look, like help out people. Are you okay if if code is shown on stream or whatever you're about to send? Yeah. Or if not, then I can wait the I was hoping to stop before midnight, so I can wait till after that and then quickly help you out afterwards. I don't mind. Oh, okay, cool. Then send away. Well, I'll quickly finish this up. Okay. Where is goal? Also easier for me to help by vocally saying things rather than typing in here because I can ask questions quicker. So this goal should be replaced with. It actually should just be this being replaced with the model I made. This thing. I mean, now you're gonna be rotated weirdly. I will. Okay, yours gonna have a thing underneath that says goal model. Okay, model. You're gonna have that. You don't have a double add to grid. That would be not good. I could rotate it in Blender, but whatever. It's fine. Now you have you, but you're not like the right sizes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So now sizes. Well, not you. Over to then link in Discord. Okay. I'll just finish this real quick, and then I'll have a look. Okay. You just scale you up until you're roughly the size of what I want you to be, and then I need to scale down the sides. Actually, you should have the thing, all of this. Blah, none, the 0.5, the don't import camera, the lights, all that stuff. You to calculate, and then blarg. Oh, okay. That's a good size. The interior is not. Basically like that. I just want to get this, size to be decent. Why are you doing that? Oh, because I just said that these aren't correct, and it's probably messing with the triangles of the model. As long as you're past here, you technically should be. Move, please. No, hold on. I was hitting F, so that's. Oh no! Don't do any of that. All of the wrong, every wrong button that could be hit. Actually, I should be doing if I just scale it from here, then I can do two at once. I just need to be planar. Something along those lines. Okay, that took too long to make a square. Even the size of that. I'm actually gonna try to see if it looks interesting. If the borders are slightly wider, to even go on top of this. Okay, actually, seeing it in practice, I actually don't think I like it. I go slightly even bigger. And you're like, you're on top of everything. If you were moved up. I was trying to think of like if it did slightly extend, does that like make the goal more obvious? Let me see in the game view. No, I think it should be. Yeah, it's better if it matches. Through here you're not seeing anything, but in theory, okay. Now quickly, my idea is all that. I mean, I wanted to do that regardless of now the potential ideas we're gonna be testing. Oh, that's interesting. That the center of that is the next level's goal. No, it shouldn't be. In theory, through the center of this, you'd see basically like where the player starts, which, let's say it was like, because you should. I mean, you would be in theory falling into wherever the start is. So let's say it was like. I'm also just noticing that there's no actual background through there. That means that the background itself is going to need to be sort of part of. It's going to be in. I mean. I guess I already should have known how to do this. The background itself is going to need to be part of the level stuff. I'm just going to put it at the top. And yeah, I'll look at the code stuff in just a minute. I just want to quickly see if I can get this quickly done. You, and then you compared to this is negative 0.5, and then you compared to this negative 0.5. Should be seeing it. Why am I not seeing it? You are. I don't know where that extra 10 scale from. Oh, there you are. Okay. Wait. The goal that I just made. Did I not? Hold on. This is the one that's tiny. This is the one that's not tiny. Oh wait, no. What is that? What is this? Oh, that's that the goal isn't. That's the background not being a part of the goal. So this should be the next thing's background, which should be like that. Should be not there. So. The potential idea of this is that I don't know how big it would be, but the idea that maybe just to some degree you're seeing the next level. I mean, yeah, it can be decently small. You're not gonna be able to make out what you're seeing, but just as part of like, oh hey, look, there's something there. That's the detail. Whatever. Oh god. All that right. That's the second part of this is that the turn manager all that stuff needs to be like turned off or whatever. Wait 20 minutes before helping these? Oh, I was actually just about to go over. Why? I'll have a quick glance at your question. Oh, it's like in a paste bin, sure. Oh, that's code. I mean, I could have a quick glance at it now, and then if I see the issue, then like I can wait till you're back. I'm being pulled away? Fair enough. Okay, well then I'll wait. Actually, by that time I might be stopping this so that we'll see. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll continue this for now. Anyways. So now this begs the question of, so in theory, the idea is, so I have these two things copied. In theory, that's not how it would be set up. I would have like, I actually would like additively spawn in the next level and then do this setup or whatever. Okay, well, so first let me just test with, assuming that this was actually set up, what would it look like to load that level? If we take the current level and like, if we raise it up a little bit, or if we do this animation where we start raising up the different components, except for the player would like, I don't know what the player would do. Raise it up to some height so that only that is there, and then like, actually, or. I mean, not raising away, but all we have to do is, oh yeah, falling into it. It's just scale. It's just scale. Not the Y. The Y needs to not be that way. Oops. Actually, what's funny is that I can do this to the scale of the level, and that's going to handle some of the scaling issues. Anyway, so yeah, so we can load it. We can do this. Actually, what if I now were to? I mean, they basically just need to be scaled together. If I just do this as a test real quick, if I scale these together, and we're in the next level, kind of, in a way. if this was actually... let's see. Oh, you need to be like point whatever, yeah. Right, so it's like that's the start of the level. Hold on. Okay, so this is, might be clunky to set up, but it's like doable. In theory, it's like woo, and then now you're controlling this new level. I mean, I probably wouldn't scale one object. I probably would scale the other object so big and then delete it and then it's fine. And then the smaller one becomes the size of one. So, okay, conceptually doable. I don't know what I'll do about the player. I guess the player itself could... I want it to look like you're falling. I don't know. This looks more like you're shrinking into something rather than falling, but oh well, I guess I'll just have to live with it. The player itself, I guess, would have to like... If the player didn't scale at all, what does that look like? Woo! I mean, okay, so I guess I have to keep in mind like the size of this, but because this was 0.1, then this has to be a size of 10, which to be the same scale. But if this just scaled faster, then eventually it goes. Oh, I mean, okay, that's kind of cool. The idea that then it's like, woo, huh. Actually, this could just be that you only see like the 3 blocks. It sort of jumps in, and then it goes away. That's kind of interesting. I have to deal with the players, right? But conceptually, that's pretty cool. The problem is actually doing it, because then I have to manage. Let me just quickly see also, what scale does this need to have to show basically 3 blocks? That, roughly. 0.2. So then, player moves on to goal, ignoring the other player that's like in there, and then this thing just goes... This would be 5, and then this could... If that's kind of like how much I wanted to show. Conceptually, it's cool. I'm just worried about how much effort it's going to be to actually physically get that all to happen. Go back to when they, back to when, yeah, I put the player, when I just took the player out, okay. Or there, it's fine, okay. And there's the graphically getting it to happen, and then there's just the fact that we would then kind of have 2 levels loaded at once at any given time, and then we need to like have the turn manager accompany it, like have the turn manager be able to handle that. Now, one idea. So this is why I purposely didn't make all of these singletons right away. I could have one, this being a singleton, and then everything gets added, but then it knows what stuff is what a part of what level. Like everything internally knows what level it's a part of, and it knows not to go early. Or I do have this game manager inside a given level, and then all of these know to hook up to the game manager that's part of the level that it's a part of. So then each of these things are hooked up to their own game managers, and then I have some overall, or I guess that I would call those level managers. And then the overall game manager that says, turn manager, it's your time to be active. Oh, we finished that level? Okay, you're stopped. Do the level transition. Now you go. Is how we could handle that. In theory. Okay, saying it like that, maybe it's more doable. But it's 11 o'clock, and I'm running out of time. I look at my the schedule here. We still have so much to do. It's so little time to do it. It's Wednesday. I'm not going to be done this by Sunday. How long would this take to make? Part of the question. I'm definitely. So I have to stop soon. So I have to understand. I'm definitely not finishing this tonight, which means that means that all of this, and I still haven't built all the levels. All of this would have to move over. Okay, so here's what we can do. Everything I'm proposing sounds awesome, but is just, it is a polish level of thing that I want. I mean, I do some programming for it, just in the fact that the game manager handling like test level there or whatever. But I already did some of that. So here's what I'll do. I'm gonna delete you, and then I'm gonna kind of undo this, get back to just one thing existing. You go back to 1 for now. Oh, that's, by scaling it down, everything's getting a little bit of a shadow. That's just weird Unity shadow stuff happening. I kind of like it, except for on here. Somehow this has gotten like extra fuzzy. Maybe I can get like a halfway kind of thing. If I go like, whoops. Oh, that's just a result of, oh. just the eyes is kind of funny. I do this, I see some shadows around some things and not others, and we're just gonna let that be a thing. Okay, so what we could do is, I'm gonna first and foremost say that I'm gonna leave, like, all of the components that are part of a level are gonna be underneath this one like thing. The player is gonna be outside of that, as if a player will potentially go from level to level. The player will have to be some kind of, like, handled singleton kind of deal. The camera will also have to go with the player. In theory, both of those would have to, like, persist. So then they can have their own functionality of, like, if there's another level that don't or whatever. Instead of game manager, I'm gonna rename this to, is everything applied on you? Yeah, rename the level manager. This isn't handling, this is, rename file, yeah. Well. Actually, I'm trying to think of the best way for all of these. If they say add self to grid, if there were 2 level managers, a previous level and the next level, how it could know which one it's supposed to be. And the easiest way with that is just like get component in parent those things, and they were on this. I mean, or if there was a game manager that said active level, no, they wouldn't know if it's part of the active level or whatever. Yeah, I think the best thing would be all the scripts being on here. So I have level manager, but then this is with the prefab of that being a prefab. Okay, maybe I won't worry about. Is there a way to, like, what's the easiest way to? I was going to propose that, yeah, the easiest way would be, well, okay, the easiest way would be having all those scripts on this parent game object, but then if I add more or change them, then I have to do that for, like, every level, which, okay, fine. Grid manager. Let me just add these in order. Turn manager. Point 4. You're on point 4 now, buddy. And then restart manager, and then the last thing was level manager. Technically level transition manager or whatever, but okay. And then if I delete you, and then you are there, and then I'm gonna rename this to like level manager or something, and then it's fine that all that's underneath. Okay, I do that, and then have everything that references those things just be get thing and parent. All right, I'm back. Cool. I'm just gonna finish the thing I was in the middle of. So now everything that references those just be instead of find object type, it's gonna be get component and parent, which technically is that slightly better? I think it's slightly better in terms of components. And then I get one of them, that I can get the rest with a get component. So you don't use turn manager anymore. Player doesn't. Because I removed it down there, which makes sense. Okay, so I mean that's just one thing I have to remove. It's just a separate thing. Quickly go through these other scripts and see where stuff is getting reference to other parts. Turn manager, I guess you don't need an update function. Restart manager, get component. Mainly it's all the things that add themselves to the grids where this is ever so slightly affected. This is get component parent. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Stop right there. Turn man. This will be, yeah. Restart manager dot get component. It's like on the same thing. You're gonna have the exact same deal. The group manager, I made a static thing. Oh wait, oh no, I might have to have it not be static anymore. Oh no. I'll come back to that one. Maybe I might be able to get away with. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that one. Get component parent. I can at least do some of this. If I go down this route with this fancy level transition, I could do some of it now, some of it later. Was it Oh, hello. Hey, whoa. Radio Party of 9. Hello. Alina likes cozy. Hello. Welcome everyone. Hello. Hi. Okay, I need to like be cool for a moment. So hello, welcome. We're making a thing. Is it gonna be partially broken? Hopefully not. Let's see if this actually works. I was in the middle of coding something, so it might be totally broken. Hello. I want half the NG, just half. Well, half you can get. Oh no, it's broken. No. This was working a second ago. Thanks for the follow. Hello everyone. Welcome. I'm Cyberchroma. I make games. Right now we're doing. So I wasn't streaming for 10 months. Just started streaming this week. I should be streaming consistently going forward. Hello. Thanks for the follows. Oh god, this is awesome. Okay. Let me. If you want to be here for 2 seconds, I just want to bring up something cool just to show a cool thing. Where is it? Why can I not find it now? No. It's this. So here's a thing I made. I'm just gonna go directly into Bois. This is just completely unrelated. Oh, I should stop the background music. You have to play it again. This is a thing I made. I'm gonna show it. Be like, wow, the content you expect from the Cyberchroma stream. So I make YouTube videos. I'm hoping to. I haven't been doing a lot of that lately. The main type of videos I want to be making are tutorials teaching people how to do programming stuff. I have a lab coat because I do. You remember, if you watch 10 streamers a day and you don't remember any of them, you might remember the one weird guy that wore a lab coat. I'll read all the messages in just a minute. Yeah, so I make content I want to be like, he's like tutorials teaching people stuff. This is like my just intro on my YouTube channel, but yeah, that's animated me right there. Yeah, so that's a random thing. Why does this have to be broken now? Restart manager, get component level manager. Why did you're just okay? That's just a player move not having. What do you not have a reference to? Get component restart manager and then the grid manager. You are on the same thing. Why? No. 33 specifically, that's this thing. You are on the same thing. No. Unless you're not. Oh, unless it's this. So, okay, I'll read that. What is editing? Haha, teach me about singletons, please. I can try. Actually, I use singletons quite a bit. And actually, we're specifically setting up something that's not a singleton right now. This is fun. You can teach me. My code always broken, so I can just show our website lol. Okay, technically I have a website that I made as like a portfolio thing. It's nothing fancy, and I needs a significant overhaul. Is it .com or .ca? I forget. I don't even remember. I haven't looked at it in a while. Is it even gonna load? But yeah. So okay, I'll update conceptually what we're working on here. Actually, can I just undo to have things be? No, don't undo that much. I'm gonna see if I can undo back to things being working. It should. Wait a minute. No. Oh no, it's okay. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, so we're making a game in 9 days. I can conceptually say what we're doing. We're making a game in 9 days, and okay, partially work. Okay, yeah, it's working good enough. Those large enemies aren't gonna move right, but that's okay. We can pretend that they do. Making game in 9 days just because we can. So we have this whole thing going on. You have a player moving in a grid, moving every 0.4 seconds. And then you're basically just having to like just turn and all that. We have all these interesting blocks you can interact with. We got enemies, we got springs that launch you, we got holes in the floor that you have to worry about. We have walls, we have hazards. You can there's our level transition thing that's still kind of in progress there. We have different types of enemies that do different things, and it's cool. We got arrows, we got boulders, we got falling boulders, we got a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, so we literally, everything was working, and we just started to do an overhaul on how we were gonna transition between levels, and that just broke some stuff. So, yeah. But yeah. Looks cool. I'll catch you. I must leave you, but take my people. I shall take. Thank you for the offering. But seriously, yeah. Thanks everyone who's here. That's awesome. Yeah, I just started streaming again on Saturday of this week, and so far that's been going really well. So Yeah, so I'm making this game, but then after this is done, after the 9 days, I have a lot more stuff I'm going to be working on. Normally, I make 3D games. I'm working on a game called The Handyman with a Unicycle, which is basically, it's like a 3D platformer, but without jumping, and I swear that makes sense. It's like, has a lot of the elements that you'd see in 3D platformers. It just, jumping isn't one of them. And kind of doing stuff where it's like, oh, you can't jump, but if you need to get height, like, get a lot of speed and go off ramps and like, or springs or stuff like that. That's still in very early stages, but eventually I'm going to be getting back to working on that full time. Yeah. And then I have like other just things in the middle that you'll hopefully be seeing. But we'll catch you later. Yeah, see ya. Scared square, angry squares. Yeah, this whole thing is like filled with enemies. Looks fun. Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised that it's turning out as good as it is. Because the plan was just for me to make something super small. Like I would have been fine just making a super polished like Pong game. But then yeah, we did some experimenting with ideas, and yeah, this is turning out pretty good so far. It's still like this is just a random test level with just all the different things you can interact with, just all around, just as we were making them. Right, that's not supposed to be a thing. Don't want me to go off into the distance. Hold on. Anyways. So yeah, this is still a work in progress, and we have where is it? I closed the Trello board, or did I? Is it? Here he is. I have the Trello board of just like our what our plans are for the next couple days, and these are all the things that we're doing. This grid manager, so complicated. Today was making those enemies. Wax with code. Yes, that is what we do. I'm just gonna. I would like to back up to when I was getting no errors. What broke? Oh no! Hold on. It was here. And then the large enemy back up to here. And then it was here. Yeah, I don't know why that broke, but yeah. Oh, I'm whacking you with my code. Oh, yeah, I was gonna get to that real quick. Just, got very, very, very caught off guard. Yeah, all right, 12 people here, at least, according to Infinite OBS. Woo! Go Infinity. Anyways, okay, everything. So enemies are back to working. I don't know what happened. So we have arrows also. You can that force you to go in a certain direction for another turn. Yeah. Okay. So this is cool and all. Unfortunately, we can go a little bit longer. But I was going to be stopping. So it's 11:53 my time. I was going to be stopping around midnight. I got one more people. I'll totally go a little bit longer. Although I'm definitely taking this off. I'm too. It's heat wave season, so yeah. Well, okay, hold on. When it gets to be like winter, then that goes back on full time or something. Anywho, yeah, okay, so I can continue to show off cool things, like, yeah, this is getting cool or whatever. We do have, the thing that I was in the middle of trying to do, which was just that, everything that's... I was trying to just... so we have, these different kind of singleton-like objects over here. Oh, it's kind of behind my head. You know what? I can do this for once. Ooh. So you can see over that direction. Grid manager, turn manager, restart manager, and level manager. We have these different, things that a lot of the different objects in the world use to move around. They're not singletons because... They were going to potentially be singletons and or whatever. The grid manager is, for reasons. We're looking into how we were going to do level transitions, and a part of that was that right before you guys got here, I went on this big tangent about how we were going to conceptually do level transitions in a cool way. We have it currently working in that you just touch this goal thing, and then it just loads the next level directly. But we have ideas for a more fancy, polished version where it effectively zooms into being the next level. But coding, that's going to be an issue. One part of that is that that means that we're going to kind of have two levels loaded at the same time for us to be able to sort of zoom into one and have it be seamless. So part of that means that I want to separate these grid manager, turn manager, restart manager, level manager. I guess the restart manager doesn't matter that much. Mainly the turn manager, there needs to be more than one of them. one for the current level and one for the next level that's like sort of waiting dormant, waiting to be activated by some overall game manager that when we go into that level, it's like, all right, start that one. So any, I guess it's more for the grid, but yeah, I might have to make the grid itself not, or have that stuff start later. So, okay, I'm jumping around between different like things of code's getting complicated. Like, even if you look at like, this is how the large enemies move around. Woo, math. And well, not so much math, it's just many different, going through all the if cases of all the different scenarios that happen, and so much that went into like conceptually how we are going about doing all the different stuff that happens. Like, this handles how the eyes look around. All of the, from here to here, all of this is how this large enemy decides what direction it wants to move. Like, I'm gonna move this way to move at the player, and then from here to here, should kill isn't. Really? It's not used? Okay. From here all the way down to here, this just says, now that we're going to try and move that direction, let's see what tile we're moving on to, and like, is it a wall? Is it an enemy? Is it fire? Is it a hole? Is it the player? Is it a boulder? And then does different stuff based on that. What happened to you? When did that happen? Don't mind me. Oh, how did I mean to do that? Here, if I just go to the bottom here and then do a little bit one of these, it should like auto format fix itself. Yeah. Game dev scatterbrain, that is where you are. Yeah, we're jumping between so many different things. This was such a pain to get all of this working, and like the enemy stuff is also just as complicated. We got like debris, we got arrows, we got this is the thing, the turn manager that governs how things move around. So I'm gonna, I guess, quickly get back to, and yeah, Lathe, I was gonna help him with like a coding problem he was having. I'm gonna get to that in just a moment. I would like to just quickly, also this got at the top that don't need to be there. I was changing all of the things that, I know why that's, right, because, okay, I know why one thing wasn't working. I was changing this to be get component and parent, but that is tricky. Wait, does the restart manager need, I don't think the restart manager needs, you don't even use the turn manager? Oh yeah, you don't. Yes, I got rid of that. Yes, I got rid of that just a second ago, and then I undid stuff, I brought it back. The restart manager, so in terms of what can be a singleton and what can't, what was I saying? In terms of, so the restart manager, I think, can be a singleton. You need access to the player in order to stop and then respawn them, and you go off just whatever scene right now. Restart manager that can only, there is allowed to be, I'm going to separate this into, I'm going to make game manager, and then like individual level manager, and then this can have the restart manager thingy. It's okay that like some of this code is like a little bit sloppy because this is almost like game jam rules in terms of making this game. How long have I been on that side of the screen? I meant to move myself back. Whoops, my bad. Since I started streaming on, like I said, like Saturday, that was the first time that I had moved myself to this side again to show something off. And then I was there for too long. Forgot about it. Whoops. Yeah. Okay, so restart manager can be there, which means it can be not there. The level manager in its current state just needs to get the current active turn manager and then stop it, and then outside of, and then it needs to reset the grid. Ugh. The grid manager I currently have being static. The problem is that if we have two levels loaded at once, we don't want them to like have any problems trying to sort of like mesh together, and like things from the next level trying to add to this wrong grid manager, unless like they just don't, unless they just wait. So I'm the only reason, okay, so the only reason that these can't, or I was saying that these can't just be singletons that there's only one of, is if we have the previous level, or the level that we're currently on, that we just went through the goal and we're transitioning into the new one, we have both of these loaded at the same time. I just don't want, like, you know, enemies from the new level and enemies from the old level, like, both adding themselves to the grid at the same time. So all that really needs to happen for that to work is, the level we're currently in, we go through all the enemies and we're like, yep, add yourself to the grid, add yourself to, like, the turn manager, and then all is good there. Maybe this one universal grid manager and turn manager. But then we somehow need to tell enemies of the next level, hold your horses, don't do anything yet, just stay on standby, do nothing, be inactive. You can cheat and have the next level load when you touch the screen, and have the current now past level dissolve as you go through. What do you mean dissolve? This level load when you touch the screen. Oh, you're saying, so, okay. I mean, I was hoping that you could physically see the next level, at least a little bit of it, through this hole. That was, like, one idea that would be conceptually cool. Which then if I'm physically moving this level, it's gonna throw off the grid manager. Unless I make the grid manager sort of, like, local relative to, like, the parent of that level. How do I handle this? I mean, we do currently have working. So, like, we're discussing stuff of... Oh, wait, hold on. I just moved one thing. It's not gonna function well. It's gonna error. So I go into it, I think. Let me just move you back for right now. Restart manager and you and back over there, back when it's working. I mean, see, it's one thing that's like unsure of it. Right now, everything's like working. The game is in a functional state in theory. Wait, did you just? No, you let me move. Okay. If I go to make these changes with the level changing thing, I'm gonna start just tearing everything apart, and I'm like almost half afraid to do that because then everything's just gonna stop working, and it might take a long time to get everything kind of back so that the game is working. But if I don't do this now and start building like 10 levels, and then I go to make these changes, it might just be a lot harder and more annoying to do them. I mean, I'm not gonna have like 100 levels. I have to make one tedious change on like 10 levels. Like, yeah, it wouldn't be great, but I can do it. And then there's the time constraint. I have a purposeful time constraint that, where is Trello? I want to finish this game in 9 days, but in theory I was going to finish it on the end of day 8, get all that last bit of polish, and then day 9 was going to be the bonus day just to like publish the game on like itch.io or something. And it's looking like this is probably going to have to be published day, or polish day part 2, and then like publish it at the end. We'll see when we get there. And then there's these extra bits of things. Ads now gone. Haha. Yeah. And we still have to build all levels. We have a special idea for like the start sequence and the end sequence for people who weren't here. The idea is that so we have these like normal enemies, these enemies that take up 2 squares. And then we were going to have an enemy that, so the final level was just going to have a 5x5 enemy. Have it be absolutely massive, basically be a boss. Ideally it was going to move 2 squares at a time, and then that was going to be a whole thing and to be difficult to get away from because it moves faster than you. So the only way you're getting away is with like clever use of walls and blocking it off and whatever. And then by the end you lead it into like a giant 5x5 hole that it falls through, and then you can get to the end of the game. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean that's the hope, but like we have to get there. That's stuff over there to decide with temporary stuff for how I'm gonna sort of prototype the levels. I'm a little stumped on the order that I want to go about doing this, and if, as much as I want to have this fancy level transition, it might be best. Why do I keep Trello's over here? It might be best to hold off on this because, like, I'd rather finish the game, have it be functional, and then I could look back at having this like work. But as I said, I could do some of the prep work for it right now, in that just figuring out of these different managers, which ones need to be like, there can only, which ones right now can I get away with only having one, and then which ones are definitely currently needing to be multiple of. So right now there might need to be multiple turn managers, one per level thing, that's like each level's objects are associated with that. Then the restart manager, as I said, I think this needs it needs the active turn manager. Ugh. Restarting, it just needs that because it needs to tell it to like stop the turns. I mean, it could be like, hey, get all the turn managers and tell them to stop. But well, yeah, it's definitely. But then the turn manager itself over here. This has like a list of all the enemies, all the boulders, the spinning arrows, and like the debris and stuff. If we have a level that's like loaded and none of those enemies and stuff are active, they shouldn't be added like in the turn manager. If the turn manager is just going, then when you go into that level, then somehow I'm able to be like, hey, all you enemies activate. Which, I mean, it could happen by just all the enemy scripts being disabled on start. And then when it's time to activate them, then I just go through and enable all of those scripts. I guess that's one way of doing it. So that's one way of... We could do it that way. It just seems like a big pain to set up. I think right now I'm doing a lot of rambling and not actually doing stuff, because we were, right before the raid happened, we were doing a bunch of stuff. We were making the game, we were getting these enemies to work, and we just hit this point where, like, now I'm not completely sure what I want to be going into, which is unfortunate timing, but... oh well. Actually, one thing, I meant to make this, like, I'd like it to be, it's a 2D game. I'd like to just have the little bit of depth just so it doesn't, like, break anything. Individually turning on will take, cause it to take time to load, especially if you have a lot of enemies. That's also true. The performance of that. Now, the game is, like, small enough that in theory that performance wouldn't be the biggest thing in the world. Oh, no, you didn't, that looks a lot deeper here than it was over in the other one, but... whatever. Yeah, so like also finding a method that's going to be, decent on performance also matters. So I'm also thinking of like, different options. Okay, that's good enough. I think right now, I guess I just... yeah, so so that it would be ideal. It would be ideal to have a turn manager for each level, and then I just got to tell the turn manager, this one, the one for this level, you go, and then the level stops. Okay, you stop now, and then start the other one, and then you go. That would be ideal. So the turn manager, there should be one of per level. So then other things got to work off of that. If then the respawn manager needs to tell the. Okay, I guess this one matters the least. This one, yeah, there can be multiple. That's fine. The grid manager is tricky because I currently have it set up as a singleton. So I mean, technically with the 2 levels, that kind of should be 2 grids. So this needs to know which one to set it to. So okay, I will do it one at a time of the other thing. Okay, so I'll go back to what I was doing right when the raid happened, which was converting these to being rather instead of being through, with the exception of the player, I'll figure out what I'm doing with the player. It'll be find object of types and then like get components and stuff. Starting on the large enemy move. So I don't know why this broke with the first time. Let's find that out now, shall we? If I change this to being like, get the one that's on the parent, get component in parent turn manager, and then same thing with this. I mean, these should be on the same game object, so I should be able to then go get the restart manager dot get component. You could do a camera project material, maybe? I don't know what that is. Camera project or project material. I'm not sure what that's referring to. Sorry. Okay, so if I go into blame it now, I want to see, is it going to be randomly spamming with a million errors again? No. Okay, so I think it was just the player. Okay, so I think it was just because I happened to have the player be outside the stuff. Which even then, that's gonna be a whole. The player is gonna be a separate thing. I'm gonna have to figure out. The player and the camera will be a singleton of some kind. Yeah. So large enemy, good, handled, dealt with. Get component in parent. Maybe I typed the wrong thing. I don't know. Whatever. This dot get component. Yeah, it works now. Fine. Boulder, same deal, same exact deal, because a lot of this code was copied when I and then get component, blah. And then falling debris, yeah. I'm typing the wrong thing. Get component parrot, blah. And then arrow spin. Just gotta do this a couple times. There's a few things. I should just copy this, and then I can just paste it where I need to, but whatever. Normal arrow, you don't even need it. The grid manager, I'll come back for you. Player, you're a special scenario. And then grid manager, yep. Add to grid, yep. Hide on start, I don't even remember what uses that. Oh, those are the temporary like debug blocks. And you do that. Okay, so it's just those. It wasn't that many things that use the turn manager, because yeah. Take a camera, have its render beyond. Oh, you're talking about just render textures. Then put it inside the level's goal. So, oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. So I had thought of that before, of the idea of just having, like, if I said that this was going to be a picture of the next, or this was going to be like going to the next level, just having this be a literal sprite, an image of the next level. But then, like, but I wanted to actually go into it or whatever. If I could do some kind of seamless switch where it basically does just zoom in on a sprite that's not moving, and then I load the scene for real, as long as the first frame of the scene matches the sprite. But then how does it get the sprite? The sprite would mean I'd have to take a manual picture, kind of the level when it's done. Which, I mean, I could do. That'd be some tedious work, I guess. Because I can't take a live camera render of another scene that's, like, not loaded. But I could write some code to be like on this camera right now, like, on start, save this frame or something. But then as soon as I move the level, interesting. Preload scene. But then it's the same. I wouldn't want to load the scene just to take a picture and then unload it, I don't think. That sounds like way more on performance, I would think. The current plan that I'm going with is to preload the scene, have it be there, and then it grows into existence, essentially. So to preload it, and then take a picture, and then deload it, have the picture there, grow the picture, and then load the scene for real. Like, that's potentially doable, but I don't know for sure if it would match up. I could do all that work, and then I could find out that the sprite itself does not, like, match over very good. And then also the performance of that, I don't know how bad that would be too. Load a scene, deload it, and then load it again. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's a potential idea. But, I mean, or I don't have to, I could just take the pictures ahead of time, have them just be, like, sprites here, and then just put them in manually. That's also a thing. Oh, hello, D8E8. That's like a chess. they're not. It's like coordinates and the yeah. I just tuned in. Why does the preview need to be live? Why not a screenshot? I'm 1 second too late. So nothing needs to be anything. We're discussing. So hello, I'm going to show off just really quick what this game is doing and all that. But what we're just discussing is that when you go from one level to another, yeah. So basically, grid. You move around. There's stuff happening. Different blocks that do different things. It's cool. You got enemies and all that. Why did you EAB? Is that just more chess talk? Yeah. So. What words? But I just lost my train of thought. No. Why am I forgetting words? We're discussing. Let's do. Don't worry. So we're discussing different ways of how we're gonna transition levels. We have the simple way. Oh, okay. There's errors happening at the top. Of like, ignore those. Why is there errors happening in this case? You touch the thing and then it just loads into the next level, and like that's fine. It works. But ideally, actually, why did that break? Oh, because the other scenes aren't set up properly. Yeah, see, that's the part of the worry. Is that my other test scenes, they don't have the changes I just made to not break, which is fine. Actually, I'm just gonna delete them and then remake them because they were just the same scene, but I just moved a couple stuff around just to show that it. Actually, I don't even care about renaming them. To show that stuff actually to test like going into a new level. And then blah, and then wait, no, so you're still gotta go. Okay, the level's gonna look the exact same, but I can see in the top left it's a new level. Whoa, crazy.
I'm also working on scene transitioning, but for multiplayer. Ooh. But first I'm doing scene transitions period.
Oh. So okay, I'm gonna for the sake of the funsies, I'm gonna show a thing. Your Honor, in my defense, I am late because I was not notified where this in the stream was on. Oh no, I didn't do that. Right, I meant to. So that's the whole thing. So I have a Discord for people who are interested. I should have totally did that earlier. I mean, on one, I don't necessarily want to be like, oh, people are here, let me plug all my things. But I don't know if people care to like, yeah, be notified when I go live, then that do be a thing. When I get a raid, the first thing I want to do is, oh no, I was doing something boring. Let me do something that's actually interesting. Let me show all the explosions so that like game looks cool. Wow, like this completely other thing that I'm working on. That's like where my first instinct goes. But so in my Discord, there's supposed to be a thing, a stream notification thing. This thing is. There used to be a one that, back when I streamed before, a thing that was happening automatically. I think it's currently broken right now, and I just haven't had the time to fix it. So for the last couple streams, I was just manually copy-pasting and putting it. I totally forgot to for this stream. My bad. But I had to fix the other one that was supposed to be working. I gotta fix that as well. I'll do it eventually. It'd be interesting potentially adding like more, a Discord bot stuff or even Twitch bot stuff to do more fancy commands. But it all takes time that I gotta find the time to do things with. I still await assistance, Mr. Scatterbrain. Yes, Lath. How do I pronounce your name? Lath? Is that anywhere in the ballpark of correct? Apologies if it's not. Yeah, you. Also, because I had a raid of a bunch of people, I wanted to be like, ooh, the stuff that I'm working on. But I did say like an hour ago that I was gonna help you with That is, we got two boys. Skilly, yeah. I'll give you the quick update of just that. So I was gonna show off for like things that different people are saying. There's different things that I want to be showing off. So real quick, the game, the main thing that's supposed to be the focus of the stream, currently is looking like this. It's cool. Ignore that. We got our large enemies. That was the main focus of the stream, was making the large enemies work. And they currently are working. It was a big pain to get them working there, but it's awesome how that actually turned out. And yeah, they move and stuff. And they had slightly different functionality they have slightly different functionality from the large enemies and stuff, and different like things that make them interesting. Can I get around them? No, you're just gonna kill me there. Our test level is a very weird state right now. So one thing that's interesting is the fact that like, oh well, he died, but like, yeah, I can hide away from these. That's a thing. About words. So yeah, that's cool. So now what we were working on is level transitions, and like when you hit the goal, how you go into the next level. We have the simple, boring way of just we load the level, but it'd be cool to have something more fancy. That's what we're talking about. Why are there so many enemies? What promoted to get so many enemies? So a real level, in theory, is not going to have this many enemies, right? A real level will have significantly less. Probably. So, like, there's going to be a lot of levels at the very beginning that are going to have no enemies at all. It's going to be the other hazards, the other interesting things to interact with. Then there'll be, like, one enemy. And then there'll be, like, two, and that'll be like, oh. And then two, like, with the other hazards, like, that you got to deal with. You got to, there's, like, a one gap, like, a one space, like, of empty, grid between you, it's a you, enemy, goal, and you got to lead it towards you, lead it in a big circle in order to get to the end, or lead it into a hazard, or jump over it with a spring, and like that kind of stuff. And then eventually there'll be the large enemies, and there'll just be one, and then I'll be like, whoa. And then level 100 enemies and 2k hazards. One idea for a level would be that you're basically being chased the whole level. You're moving up, and there's like some amount of enemies below you, and you're just running. And if any left and rights is making them get closer to you, and you just got to get to the end. Like that's a thing. The final level was then going to have a bit of a boss with one giant 5x5 enemy that chases you. That's supposed to like essentially come out of nowhere and be like, oh my god, that thing is gigantic, and you run away from that. And then the only way to kill that is to have it So you can lead enemies into like holes and they fall off and die. But lead the giant enemy into a 5x5 hole, and then it falls and goes away, and then yeah, that being a thing. So that was gonna be a thing. And hopefully we'll get there. We laid the groundwork for that with the 2x2 enemies. That building the 5x5 shouldn't be that bad in comparison. Maybe, possibly, but yeah. So this test level is way more crowded than a so-called real level will be. So yeah, this is not an accurate representation of the game. I need to go. 5x5, we should be able to destroy small hazards. I consider that. Well, I don't think we have time to add. So I don't think we have a lot of time to be adding a lot more additional functionality. It's already going to be like hard enough as it is. I was thinking that that 5x5, it'll basically just be you, it, and like springs and walls, and like that'll be it. I purposely want that the 5x5 enemy will be stopped by a single wall. So you, because the additional thing, the additional thing is that the 5x5 is going to move 2 blocks at a time, so it's extra hard to get away from. Which even that, that's going to be a pain. I'll go to do it and it'll be super hard. I'll run out of time and I won't even do that. We'll see. But that'll be an additional thing that'll be hard to get away from. But yeah, it'll be stopped by walls so that you can get away. In theory, we still have to design that level. Anyways, I'm missing Cat Mario. Yeah, it could be super difficult. We'll see. I will say, in practice, I thought that the enemies, like in my head when I was planning this, that the enemies wouldn't be that hard to like get away from or whatever. It's like, oh, they're just chasing you and you can lead them into stuff. In practice, they're way harder to get away from than I realized. So there is that. That did be a thing. Do you pretend to update this game even after you're done with it? I don't know. I'm on the fence with like, initially the plan was design a game in 9 days and then it's done. It's a nice complete package and then it's done. And this was meant to be like a test of me. I overscope a lot with the games that I plan, the games that I make. This was meant to be like a test to not do that, of plan something super small and then actually finish it. But then even this, I feel like I've overscoped with this. So like, oops. Even though it's supposed to be like, it's a grid, you're moving on a grid. I thought they would be small and simple and whatever. But then also I think I expected to have more time to actually devote to this game. I still got I have a full-time job and I got stuff with that's making me busy that like I thought I'd be doing a lot of work on the game between streams, and that hasn't happened too much just because I've been busy. So technically there's that too. I plan a game a bit bigger than I guess I initially thought it would. We did when we were making the player, we ran into some problems that require took a lot longer to solve than I thought they would. And then we also had I just had less time overall to work on the game than I thought it would. So there's a couple factors with that. So I guess if I don't finish another time, it's not the worst thing in the world. I have excuses. No. And maybe at some point I'll almost try the challenge again and plan something even smaller. Who knows? Do they movement prediction or do they do response movement? There's other messages I still have to respond to. I'll get to that in a second. But do they do no on prediction almost. They move towards the player. They do that, but they don't if the player is here, they don't pathfind around, and that's on purpose. I could have done that. I've done pathfinding stuff before. I purposely decided not to because one, the enemies are already hard enough to get away from. They would be extra hard to get away from if they actually pathfind to you. I want it to be intentional, the design, that the enemies are dumb, and if you're here, the enemies are going to be bashing their head against this wall, trying to get at you, and it can't. And that's part of being able to trap enemies in places so that you can get around them. That's, on purpose. So on purpose, they basically just run straight at you, and if there's a wall in the way, they'll hit it. But it's not completely like that. If an enemy is here, when there's the diagonals, they will avoid the walls, kind of. If this wall was right, with the way the algorithm is set up, if the enemy is here and the player's here, the enemy will decide to move down. If the enemy is here, it'll also decide to move down, which is the way that its thing is set up. Actually, it will specifically go ba. Actually, I believe this enemy will if the player didn't move at all, would actually move perfectly to the player. So that's interesting. If the enemy's going to move down and then there's a wall here, it will move left instead. It does have that little bit of being a little bit smarter. But only when it's moving straight at it, it'll just go straight into the wall. So there's that. If there's 2 walls in the way and it wants to move down and then left and it can't then it'll just bash its head into a wall anyway. Just be stuck in a corner. That's okay. But and then the large enemies have similar functionality, except this wall will stop him from moving left as a thing on purpose. Okay, so let me scroll up a little bit in chat here. So someone said something that about scene transitioning. That was it. And making multiplayer and all that. I have this other project that I was working on a while ago that I'm hoping eventually I'll be getting back to working on this full time. So if you continue watching the Cyberchroma stream, this is what you have to look forward to eventually. Hopefully this thing being better. This is the handyman with a unicycle. Everything here is like still in very early placeholder-y states. Even like this guy is ideally going to be a proper full human later. Okay. Bleh. This launches me into a test level. Whee! Yeah, you're a guy on a unicycle in a circus. That thing on the top left, that text will cover less like screen real estate eventually. But look at how things like check off. Wah. I have a button, like I have a debug button that auto beats my level. If I do that, all the things are complete, and I go over here. There's stuff over there I can interact with. We'll get back to that. Woo, cool UI. Anyways, that wasn't actually the focus of why I bothered bringing this up. You mentioned scene transitioning. This level does that. This game does that. In the top left, this is the hub world. It's loaded, and then this level down there is loaded as well as a separate scene. If I fall off, it should respawn. Yeah, that also is a thing that happens. Which fancy transition there of how that happens. So these things are how you go to different levels. So if I go to this is meant to represent like a level. The screenshot's also like a temporary thing. Ignore that it's like too dark to actually see. I press confirm, we fly away. A load that needs to be smoothed out happens. And then now there's new level down there that we can go into. And it was all seamless, not even a loading screen. I mean, okay, it stuttered, but like ideally it won't do that. I have more plans for how it won't do that eventually. And okay, this is like too dark to see probably, so apologies, but like, yeah. Here's another level, and then I can whee all the way back. Yeah, and then I can, I think that's like a copy of test level A. Yeah, there's just the temporary, like have the level names. Woo! And then we fly back over to pretend that that's level, 3, and that's its own all thing. Walking these things. Yeah, you can move forward and backwards. Wow. And ideally, there'll be more like momentum. I'm hoping to, when I work on this, one of the changes I want to make to the actual player movement is have it be more momentum based, where like you can go down a hill, build up a lot of speed, and like launch yourself off of a ramp. That kind of stuff is stuff I want in this. In theory, not to go too Sonic with it, but like if you have a lot of speed and there's like a loop-to-loop, it'd be cool if the physics work to actually. But we'll see. Anyways, yeah. So this I do have dynamic level loading here with how the levels load, and we have this sky hub world, and the fact that it actually like kind of flies away and then the next level like comes in, it's cool. It's still obviously in a very much like a placeholder state, but the idea is that it will be a lot better later. And I have a few other scenes of like more stuff actually existing, but there is. I don't think this level's functional anymore. Oh yeah, this was when I was testing some other stuff. There was this when I was testing something. I don't think, if I go into play mode in this, I don't think it'll work. Actually, let's find out. Let's find out together. I'm pretty sure this is all gonna break completely. I mean, it almost worked. Why did, I don't even know. Okay, I'm surprised that it at least went into play mode, frankly. So, that's that. I mean, okay. I mean, we do, yeah, like slopes are a thing. Kind of. There was this whole thing. This game started as a school project, by the way. None of this is gonna be in the final game. There's this, which all these lines are a nightmare. This was part of me planning the first like real test level kind of thing. But yeah, eventually we'll be getting back to all this. Megazord uses the Unicycle wheel to spin and attack enemies. So yeah, we'll see. We'll figure that out. I have to like still remember all of my plans that I kind of had in place when I was making this a while back. I do have a lot of stuff written down, just certain plans. But yeah, we'll see. Ideally, I wanted like the controls of the game, so the actual buttons to not be super complicated. But then it's like what you do in the levels being more lots of things to interact with. Oh, also, so the actual gameplay of that of the game was like you're in a kind of a bit of a sandboxy level where there's a bunch of circus rides around, and you got to repair them before they break completely. You get strikes, 3 strikes you lose, kind of a deal. Some levels will have variations of that. Like this was going to be a submarine level where there's like cracks in the submarine, like it's like leaks, and you got to repair the leaks instead of cargo rides, like that being like a difference. So yeah, different ideas there. And there'll be the occasional level let's just get from the beginning just to the end, like a linear kind of thing. And I do have some ideas that some levels will shake up the gameplay a little bit. hard to explain in like a condensed version right now. But I have ideas with this game. But you know, I totally over planning stuff. We'll get to it eventually, in theory. Yeah, pretty neat. I didn't need additive loading, so it's just a load of screen that fades in and out, so it's nice and smooth. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's more smooth than, like, you saw the thing here, that totally wasn't smooth, and that's like a work in progress, but yeah. Surprisingly, trying to do something more complicated takes more work, and is more complicated to make. Who knew? Who knew? Then Titanic submarine? I mean, no. Actually, this is going to be a submarine in a volcano, so, yeah. Okay, that was the other thing. I say it's like a carnival repairing... You're repairing carnival rides, but, like, the environments were going to be crazy and, like, not necessarily carnival themed. Like, they're hosting a carnival in a submarine on, like, in the frozen tundra in the middle of a forest. Like, it's gonna be, you know, crazy environments to be able to be filled with lots of different hazards and, like, variety. That's why the hub world is like an airship, because it's like you're flying to the different locations of, like, this is where they're hosting the Carnival this day. It's like a, you know, traveling carnival that, like, they set up in different places, was the idea. But it's very early stages compared to, like, what I have in my head of what I want to make. But eventually, like, I'm working on getting back to working on this, but I just have some other things on my to-do list now that I'm back streaming that I want to do first, with the first thing being this game and finishing it and all that. And yeah, I plan to have the main menu to be basically the words. I plan to have the main menu to be basically the safe area for my game where you buy upgrades and stuff before entering level through a door. So I read that, but everything went in one ear and out the other. Let me try that again. The main menu, basically the safe area for my game where you buy upgrades and stuff for entering level through a door. That's also cool. That's cool to have in the hub world that you can do stuff. I like that in hub. I have an inherent more liking, 10 times more liking to a game that has like a hub world that's actually like you get to do stuff in it. It's not just a glorified level. Yeah, levels that you can actually, like, levels that you can do stuff in are cool. I mean, there can be downsides where it's like the hub world is so confusing that I can't find the level entrances or whatever. Yeah, that can be a problem, I suppose. I don't plan for this the hub area here. I don't plan for this to be super. You shouldn't get lost in this hub world, ideally. And the levels themselves will be kind of scattered a little bit, but they'll be condensed by world in theory. Like, these are like the World 1 levels, these are like the World 2 levels. But you actually, there's a little bit of having to not die. Like, you can die in the hub world. There might be the occasional hazard here and there, but ideally, like, and in theory, there could be like NPCs to talk to or like whatever. But yeah, and so second thing is the idea for what this would look like when it's fully 3D modeled is like, it's an airship fleet, but like of different airships. Like the idea would be that each chunk, it's like a bunch of different types of ship, not just a whole bunch of the same ship, different kind of ships, all kind of flying together. And ideally I pick like every type, like, you know, you got like jets and like normal like biplanes and like the passenger planes and like hot air balloon. Just, if there's just all these things that are just going together, that'd be kind of cool. And yeah, anyway, having it look like it's very messily put together. Oh, and then there'd also be the idea that as you're going through the game, it's like as more chunks get added, yeah, like you like the hub world starts small and then slowly becomes bigger would also ideally help with the navigation of it or whatever. Well, and not a normal UI main menu. Yeah, normal or going beyond normal UI main menus is very, very cool. And can you help? Yeah, can you help us here? We're in the submarine inside a volcano. Yep, that's the idea. That's the idea. The hub main menu will be simple. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Like, you don't have to go super complicated with that thing. Like, as I said, there can potentially be downsides with that, but there'll be a practice / tutorial area for shop, forge, level door, skill tree shop, equipment menu. Very, very cool. Very, very neat. So yeah, I said like level in the submarine. Do I have over? Where was that? That submarine thing. I was just over here. Here. Do I have? That stuff. I have my planning stuff written in documents somewhere. So I have like the full version of this game that I want to make, but then I have like a test, like a smaller, more condensed version of it. Or like a demo. The demo was the word I was looking for there. I want to make a demo sort of this game. That's gonna be 3 levels, and I'm thinking the environments are gonna be like a forest, but I want to make that idea more interesting. I'm not like that. That's ideas like a forest junkyard kind of a thing. This submarine in a volcano, and then a heist. with skyscrapers and stuff in the middle of a city. So yeah, I'm gonna have the finale of like my demo is gonna be somehow a heist in like a more like sci-fi kind of city. So that's gonna be a thing, and we'll get there. I have ideas for that, and yeah, that's gonna be a thing eventually at some point. I think I missed more messages, possibly. Sorry for people who I may have not responded to things. What time is it? Oh, it's 12:35. No, it's like there's a lot of people here, which is very cool. But I do gotta go. I have work in the morning, and I do have to do a thing that's called sleeping. And Laith, I did say I was gonna help you with the programming problem you were having. So okay, I think I do have to say that for now, yeah, we're gonna stop working on this for now. Be back at it tomorrow, hopefully finishing this level. I don't know if I should do the level transition stuff now, or if I should just wait and the next thing we would be doing is designing levels, which I gotta do that. I don't know how I'm gonna make levels for this. I want to get better at level design. I'm not great at level design. I'm very indecisive with a lot of stuff with that, and making levels is hard. But it's something I skill that you get better at with practice, in theory. So hopefully, when if I can hammer together some levels with this, I can get ever so slightly better at it. But you have yet to help me transitions later. Yeah. That's what I am. That's what we're gonna do right now. Let me open a disk. So you said, could you restate your initial problem you were having? You something with a coroutine that was running like out of order compared to a coroutine that was running out of order compared to like some other code, if I remember correctly. So I have to first understand what I was. So here's the funny thing. The funny thing. This is stupid complicated. This is all like very confusing, probably to everyone looking at this. What is all this doing? All of this is. I understand this. Me looking at this because it's code that I didn't write is gonna be tricky. Like I have to figure out how to mentally comprehend what I'm even looking at. That's just how I is. The IEnumerator has parts running without the IEnumerator going. Okay, so first I'm gonna control it for IEnumerator. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do as a thing that's gonna make this slightly easier for me potentially. Will this work? Let's see if this works. I'm just gonna go temp to get the coloring of being able to see stuff. I'm gonna delete this is just literally just so I can see colors that aren't black and white, because it's gonna make it way easier for me to just see stuff. Will this work? Kind of. It works just well enough for me to now I can partially see this. Descriptive names, so at least that helps with deciphering. Yeah, that is. I used to not do that much, and then I've slowly leaned into doing that a lot more. I'd rather have restart Magnator than just RM as a variable name. It does make it a bit easier. I mean, yeah, the lines get longer, but slightly easier to potentially look at. And yeah, I know I should comment my code more. That is something I don't do enough, but I'll get to that at some point. Such as the velocity slowdown is always going and that new location is always randomizing. Oh no. Yeah, okay, so I'll get that. Love the energy of the stream. Woohoo! That's means I'm doing good. Dave H. I mean, it's very cool. I'm very cool that there's a lot of people here. That it makes me want to just go all night till 6 a.m. But I for the sake of my not being completely tired tomorrow, so that I can stream tomorrow and also do my job, I do need to go at some point. I say writing out comments, and I'll usually I'll just self-explanatory anyway with most things. Yeah, that is good. Well, I'm going to bed. Last lurk. A-okay with me. Actually, so one thing I didn't do, a bunch of people followed when that raid happened. I never actually individually thanked people. Where do I see that? How do I see the list of people who have followed? I'm seeing. I'm scrolling up. Hey, thanks for the follow. Thank you. I greatly appreciate you. Other people followed though, and I don't know how to actually see that list. I know it was some people that came from the raid, Alina Likes Cozy. Am I pronouncing that right? Yeah. So yeah, very appreciative of that. And actually, wait, I didn't. I know I've been. So apologies for me being rusty with the streaming thing. How do I see just a list of like the last few people that followed me. Oh wait, no. If I just go into my stream manager, it'll be there. Don't mind me. Over here. Over here is something like this. I found it. So thank you, D8E8, Cozy Coder, No _ Mercy _ Mike, Sean Peoples, and Alina Likes Cozy. Thank you for the follows. I do greatly appreciate all of you, and like genuinely, like, yeah, that's very, very awesome people liking my stuff and what I do enough to yeah, I'm just random guy just rambling as I code on working on stuff that I'm doing. Yeah, I have been doing programming for I keep forgetting the year amount. It's somewhere in the ballpark of 8, I think. It might be more. I have to like figure out the year that I actually started programming and then math all the way up to now, but something like that. And but where was I going with that sentence? I had a point I was making with that sentence, and I forgot it halfway through. Oh well. But yeah, bottom line, thank you, and hopefully I can, yeah, do entertaining stuff and make cool things that people will think is cool. And also, me being coder person, anyone out there who has any sort of coding questions, I'd be happy to answer them. No guarantee that I have the expertise and know how to answer stuff, but I can give it my best shot. Math as a game dev, what is that? Hoo-ah! So I did do math stuff in school. Actually, I got a degree. No, I did graduate slightly over a year ago. Bachelor of Science, honor specialization in computer science. So I'm gonna get this framed soon. Haven't done it yet. Even though I graduated over a year ago now, but I'll get to it. I might be moving soon, not soon. In many months, I might be moving, and it's easier to transport in that state. So, anyways, but yeah, anyway, questions, game dev stuff, I can answer that stuff, or even in Discord, I can also try. But yeah, I am a slow typer when it comes to stuff, and also I may be busy and take a while to actually like be able to have the time to respond to people's messages. So apologies. But okay, so let me continue to help out Lythe with Lathy. Again, sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name right. They could help with how. Okay, what was I doing? Yeah. Also, apologies to you that I've taken so long to be able to get to this, to actually helping with finding a solution to what you is trying to do. So you this was this so you said the ID emulator. There was just one of these, correct? Yeah. So this, I guess, the first thing I look at is what it's calling it. Start coroutine. Okay. So first, I as I said, I have to like mentally comprehend what I'm actually looking at, which is, you know, harder when you're not the one who wrote the code. So you got the rigid body, you got an animator, you have update, and that's like handle drill attack, which is going in here. If we aren't attacking, start this drill attack thing, and then that's going down here, and you're doing random numbers, and this is doing a bunch of stuff to attack. You wait for new fixed update. Okay, so first thing I would recommend, okay, here might be a part of your, oh, you're saying that stuff is running out of order. This might be why. Only that, so this runs at a different cycle of time. Oh, it wasn't explanation is attacking. Isn't it? If it's not attacking? Unless I'm looking at the wrong bit of code. Unless it's I copied it all. I thought I copied it directly, unless I just something was slightly off. So wait, let me just like close you and put you over there. Okay. What I was saying, the point I was about to make though. So wait for fixed update is a thing. Might have mistyped there. Sure. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. I mean, is this meant to be like? Oh, right. Let's go. Wait. Thank you. Wait. Didn't you? Hello. First of all, hello. And didn't you just subscribe like a couple days ago? How does that work? I don't know how would that do on Twitch? And it said 18 months, and that was 18 months. Thank you. I greatly, extremely appreciate that. But how does that? I don't understand the Twitch mathematics of how that do. But hello. We are doing stuff, which is cool. I'm gonna quickly show you, because I greatly appreciate I'm getting more messages. Cool. So this is where the game currently is. A lot of cool stuff is happening, where we have basically all the central game mechanics that we want to have. We have all we have our large enemies is the main thing.
easy debug. Hold it. D8E8 Chroma. Yeah, Francesco is has been around for a long time. I know he's interested in how this is coming along. So I just want to do a quick. Here's how this is coming along. Mainly enemy over here. When did I move the player to start over there? When did that happen? Just real quick, slightly derailing. But the first thing, Lath, I would like you to try while I'm doing this. The part that you had that said wait for fixed update, have it be, you want to wait 1 frame. Change that to yield return null. Because I'll explain why in a second. It might not do anything, but or maybe you know why it's like that and it actually should be like that, and I could totally be wrong. But anyways, what I was about to say is that we have big enemies. The big enemies work, and man, they were a pain to get working. And also, okay, we have too many enemies around. Let me go. Let me start in the hidey hole. Yeah, but yeah, this is cool. How this is Oh no, I'm not. This is gonna. Oh no. Hey, it fixed itself. It's fine. Yeah. Enemies exist. Oh no, I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I can't get anywhere. No. Any chance you could let me out, mister? No. Ah. That was fine. Okay, I'm not worried about that situation. I shouldn't start a level on a wall. The system, the code is not meant to handle that. Anyways, yeah. So there's all this stuff. Everything's working very cool. The is attacking should be it is attacking too. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I can temporarily make that change on my end, but I'm not running this code, so okay. So back to this. So Francesco, yeah, next thing that we're going to be working on in theory is either the transition between levels being better or actually starting to build real levels. So that's where we're going next with that. But first, I'm helping out Lath here with the programming stuff, which I'm happy to do. Just I'm being a bit slow at doing that. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, Francesco, okay, sorry. One more thing while you're here. I wanted to ask. You helped me set up stuff in the Discord before with the stream notifications, right? How they would automatically do. And then I stopped streaming for 10 months. And when I came back, they I expect that, yeah, they're not working probably. So you helped me set that up at one point. I forget how exactly we did that. But yeah, maybe I'll talk to you at some point, like how we can get that back up and running. And if you're okay to help me with doing that. Otherwise, I'm fine to try to figure out stuff myself. But yeah. Oh, okay, I have to rewrite the rewrite because Twitch changed their API. Oh yeah, funky stuff. Yeah, no, cool. Okay, so minor thing though. Yeah. Anyway, drill attack. So what I was about to say. So like, do you know what you intended with wait for fixed update? Is this meant to be wait a frame and then do stuff? If that's the case, this should be wait to return null, because that does effectively the same thing. But fixed update and regular update are two different functions. Fixed update is a thing that Unity recognizes as being a special thing. This runs roughly at how often does physics run? It's 0.02 seconds, which is hold on. What frame rate does that become in? Why can't I got a computer science degree and yet I can't that's like, hold on, time. What frame rate is 0.02? It's like times, is that actually what fixed update is? 50, it's 50, that was it. Yeah, it's 50. Okay, I should have known that. Of course it's 50. Don't mind me being tired. I can't even use tired as being an excuse. I'm just dumb. No. Yeah, so this is running 50 times per second. This is running ideally 60 times per second. So you can see how there might be some weird mismatch there. So there's a chance that the wait for fixed update was making this run 50 times a second, whereas this is running could be 60 times a second, could be 30 times a second, depending on, like, this fluctuates. This is meant to be consistent, but usually what you want to do is normal update should deal with basically everything to do with game, like input and like logic-y stuff. Fixed updates for the most part deal with physics, because physics stuff runs at 50 frames a second in Unity. Technically you can change that, but it's the default and should probably be left as is for the most part. So that means that you're making, I see some rigid body stuff in here. Oh, that's why you did that. Okay. So that I guess makes sense. But so that means that this is running at 50 frames per second, and this is running at 60 frames per second. So that could be why you're seeing stuff running out of order, but I have to look at the specifics of what's going on here to see sort of what's running out of order. This is so while attacking. I'm just gonna put that part back just for right now. Wah! I need to reread. So what? Wait a frame to restart. Oh, that's what null does. Yeah, I asked. That was a question I asked you. Yeah. So yield return null also just waits a turn before it. In this case, it would go back to the top of the while loop, so that'd be a thing. So okay, I didn't actually read in between here. Reading the stuff between here, you might want to fix that. Have I never done that? Have I really never done that? In my head, however many years of Unity, I have not once put a rigid body stuff inside of a coroutine? Weird for me to have not done that. Yeah, it's weird. Like, yeah, you do a lot of different things with programming. I've coded a whole lot of different things, but there's just certain little niche things that you've just never done before. Like today was my first time having to do, I've done multi-dimensional arrays a lot of times, but my first time specifically having a list of a list. So you had to do that for stuff here. And even this could maybe have been structured a bit differently, but you know, it works, it's functional, so it's fine. Wait, what he's trying to do? Basically, I have to scroll to see the exact what the issue is, but it's something to do with basically code running out of order, where this thing seems to be running out of order compared to other stuff, and I forget what that other stuff was off the top of my head. I'm scrolling up through messages trying to find stuff. Where is it? I don't know. Okay, what? So the coroutine stuff was running out of order compared to other things. Could you remind me what the other things were? Turning on I just can't find it. Where? I mean, I'm just scrolling up in OBS in the chat, but I am not seeing where. The IEnumerator has parts running without the IEnumerator going. So, oh, wait. So, you're saying that when you haven't started it... Oh. New position, constantly randomizing, and the speed drop-off constantly going. Okay. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, I have an idea. Try me this. You shouldn't have two attacks going at the same. Do this line here. Before the start of this, do this thing. Which, it's possible that you're sort of, if this handle drill attack, no. Wait, what? So stop all coroutines will be anything that's any coroutines, which this is a coroutine. Any coroutines running on this game object, stop them immediately. And if you call a coroutine and then you call it again, you call it again, you call it again, there can be multiple of the same coroutine running at once, which would be doing funky behaviors here potentially. If that is what's going on. I mean, that's not guaranteed that this is the issue, but it's something to try, I suppose. And stop all coroutines is the handy one-way line to just be like, make sure you're not already running this, stop it, and then go. It's not like a will work every time kind of solution, but it's, yeah. And sometimes, so this only works right here because you only have the one coroutine. If you had multiple, then it would stop all of them, and that could be its own issue. There are ways to be like, this returns something that you can grab, and then you can say, stop that coroutine specifically, but then that's like extra lines of code. This is the fancy, just quick one-liner that can work in some simple situations. Coroutine, but so let me actually double check though. Wow, that's not at all where I want it to go. This is attacking bool. I want to see stuff with how it's changing. So, X and Y. If you hit Y, you are attacking. If you are attacking, start this. So you said that this should be actually, if is attacking is true, do drill attack. Okay, so I see. Then because you are still that is, I think, part of the problem. Because you are, yeah, so it was the case. So actually, this is not going to solve your problem. Yeah. So I said this could be a solution. This is not going to be the only solution. I believe this will not solve all your problem because this means that every turn, this is true, this is running, and then you get up to here, this is gonna run. I'm gonna assume that this isn't true yet, it's gonna wait, and then next frame it's gonna get to here, get to here, this is still gonna be true, it's gonna stop and start again. So that's gonna be an infinite loop of doing the first frame of the attack over and over and never getting further than that. So what you wanna do, so this attacking is meant to be that you're still in the middle of, I'm gonna like second half, swinging the axe. What you wanna do, so, okay, I mean, there's two things that you could do. Is there a reason why you have handle input after drill attack? Do you want, when you press the button, the drill attack to start on the next frame? Is that important for your game? If it's not, as soon as you press this input, I mean, one is you could bypass this altogether and just say, put this, Francesco, hey, Francesco, what you doing? What are you doing? What you doing? Twitch was challenging. Congratulations, Bone Leg. Woo! I can see, check the Discord. That I can do. Blah. Oh, it's tempting me. Give one sub to take the first. To take. If I had the money right now, I would. It's Skilly is. Oh, quite the silly fan art if you ask me. I got bored. Oh, Skilly, I'm just seeing. Sorry, I'm not seeing stuff during the stream. I love this. Like, I love this. This is great. Technically, I can say, Skilly, you get the honor of, this is technically, is it? Wait, let me make sure. Does this count? Yeah, I think so. This is the first bit of fan art anyone has ever made for me. So I think that's awesome. Thank you so much. That's awesome. No, I appreciate people caring enough about the random silly stuff that I'm doing to even do stuff like that. So thank you. Like, yeah, that's, yeah. But also, I was still reading stuff. Yeah, it was, I was paying porn last few months, but what's $7 gonna do? Fran, if you're like, so being real, I am doing totally comfortably financially. I'm good. I don't want people to like, yeah, spend money on me if they can't. I greatly appreciate it and all that. But don't feel any sense of obligation or whatever. Like I'm not starving or anything. Yeah. But I do. Thank you so much. And I'll thank you. Yeah, Skilly. The drill handle attack will later become handles attack, and handle inputs will be removed after debugging of the boss. Fair enough. And I should say that my site got a page in the Gigglypedia. Pretty Joe is very cool. It's actually being part of like a Wikipedia thing. That's awesome. That's also very cool. Very, very, very neat. Okay, so what I was gonna say, if if the mandatory if the order of this is mandatory, here's what I'm gonna say. There might be a more elegant way of doing this, but you're basically going to want to say a bool of like start attacking or whatever. And let's say that's false. And that's what should be, where did I put this? Yeah, there. Right. And then at the very, very beginning of the coroutine, or maybe even here, it could be here, just be start coroutine equals false. The goal for this to work properly is that, this chunk of code should only run a single time. So you need to do stuff so that when you want to attack, this runs once. It's not running every frame, but then it goes into coroutine, then it does all this, and then your is attacking, does what it needs to do. So that I guess this part would then need to be like, I guess, equals true. Yeah, and even this maybe this should be like over here or something. That's more of like a code formatting thing. Like you could do what you want to do. Like the key, like put in that, like, and even the variable names, you can make them whatever you want. It's just variable names as well, right? I'm not moving out anytime soon. I don't know a lot of money, but it's just $7. I appreciate you again. Thank you. Technically, I'm Canada. That's $7 American, I believe. Or actually, I don't. Isn't it $5 American or something? Or maybe it's $5 American, which is like roughly 7, sort of in Canadian or something. But yeah, whatever the money is, it becomes Canada to me. Crow on Canadian. Oh, fair enough. Then okay, well yeah, that be how that do. Whoa. In the same prosy. Okay, my memory is not great. I do apologize for things I forget from the 10 months ago. I'm sorry. I was missing code. The movement should happen until they move to the point calculated. So yeah, that's why I guess you're gonna the is attacking part. It's basically gonna be the same. It's gonna keep going to false, and then the being true, and then it's gonna become false once they're there. And this can then stay at the so this wasn't the problem. I think the problem was the coroutine happening over and over. And then technically you don't even need this bit, sort of. I guess you wouldn't want them to attack while they're attacking. So I don't know if your attack's going to have like a cooldown, but then you might need to implement that as well of like, if you're waiting for this cooldown before they can attack again, then that might affect here. But yeah. It isn't a swing, it is a burrow type attack. Oh, drilling into ground, not like it. Yeah, axe. I don't know why I thought axe from anything. It never said axe. Where they go underground, then move closer to the player. The words. It isn't a swing. It is a burrow type attack where they go underground, then move closer to the player to come back out, trying to do slight damage and to close the gap. I'm reading it, but I'm not reading it. Hold on. Yeah, they go underground, then underground, move to close to the player, then come back out, trying to do slight damage. Then to close. And to close the chapter 2. I see. Okay, I get what you're saying. That is a very cool attack for a boss to have. That is neat. I follow Brazilian. I know what $7 could do in my life. Oh, it's good. Yeah. I mean, that is I'm fortunate myself that I'm doing all. I mean, I back in was this a year? It's almost been a year since I paid off my student debts. That when you work in a factory, then you do make. I've worked in factories many summers in the past. That job, those jobs, not great. So I worked in 2 different factories. One of them that I worked in for a summer, worst thing ever. Never want to do that again. But it paid well enough for me to go to school. So I've been there doing the grind, and then even the grind that is university. So there be that. Remember the handyman with a unicycle. This game also. Oh, so okay, to be fair, this was like what I consider the easier side of my school, is that like, I got to make a game as a school project, and I just happened to like, here's a class where you're learning Unity as if you've never touched Unity before. Oh wait, I have like 7 years of experience in Unity. Haha. So that class was like on the easier side just because of my previous knowledge and stuff, and I was able to do well in it, blah, blah, blah. But I had a whole bunch of actually like really hard classes as well, so like there's that. Like, of the Englishes and the writing essays and why am I forgetting every other class I've taken? I did a bunch of computer science classes that weren't games, like actually doing lots of math and proofs and like, in this complicated scenario, like what exact algorithm would you use? And like, I'll take this guy's algorithm and modify it slightly and having all this stuff memorized and like, ugh. And understanding how CPUs work and like, all that networking. I had a networking class. That was super complicated, super confusing, but yeah. That $7 can't do anything in the US anymore. Inflation, yeah. What was the wage? So okay. So this was between. Do I even remember what it was? This was between. So I'm 1 year after university. This was back in these. It was the summer between grade 12 and me going to my first year of university. I was working in a factory, Western Waffles, a waffle factory. I think now they renamed to like Treehouse Foods or whatever. I can talk about previous employments. I don't want to talk about my current job too much because I don't want to leak information or whatever. But previous stuff, like a factory from a bunch of years ago, that's fine. How much did I make? I genuinely don't remember the exact number, like any number. I remember I used to work at McDonald's, and there I made, I think, $14 an hour, and then like 15 or something. No, I think I worked 15 or 14 something up until when I left there to work at the waffle factory. Because I was just working part-time at McDonald's, and then I was full-time in the waffle factory, where it was 12-hour shifts. So that also wasn't fun. 12 hours, like 2 days in a row, and then like 2 days off, and then 2 days. Sometimes it'd be 3 days, just the way that the shifts were. That also wasn't that was. Yeah. Although when you're doing something super tedious, you come up with some good game ideas. There are genuinely, while doing that job, I came up with some game ideas. I'm like, oh, that would be cool. I hope I can actually make that game someday. Even though that was like 5 years ago and I still haven't made any of those ideas, but on the list. The ads, yeah, back to helping me. Yes. So wait, where were we with this? Did you try those changes? Did they actually work? Perhaps, perchance. So I suggested, so to recap, I guess the changes I suggested were having a new boolean called like is attacking. I make 16.5 an hour at my job, but I haven't been given good hours lately. Ooh, yeah, that is not fun to be. I mean, actually, the McDonald's thing was I wanted to go from part-time to full-time, and then they couldn't do that, so then I went to the Whopper. But I guess that wasn't the only reason, but also it was just going from being in school to it became the summer, so then needed money for university and all that. I am very fortunate that I was able to do university while not having to work at the same time, because I know that's like a whole extra like work. I don't know how I would have like done that, because like doing university for, like me like it was hard enough doing all that, especially a lot of my tougher classes. Like I don't like it was really hard. I mean, some people can like do school and have it be like super easy. Like I barely have to try it. I got like a 90. No, I mean, with some stuff with the Unity stuff, it was like a lot of work, but I still like enjoyed some of the Unity stuff. But some stuff was a lot of work that I had to put into it. But I did it and did good enough to to survive. Laith. Did you try the stuff and did it work? So where are we? So I will continue helping with this. I need to know where we are at. If any of the thing putting in an is attacking. So no, we have it. You had is attacking. I suggested putting in a start attacking that you put here instead. If we want to start attacking, you do the coroutine as normal, and then you set start attacking to false. That means that this won't happen every frame. But then you might need some cooldown, but that's a separate thing. We can if you spam the Y button, it might do some funky things. But just as a starting point for to not by default have the problems that you have, because that's if you in Unity like all the code's not working, whatever. Good like tactic is to cut down the problem into smaller chunks and like just solve it like one problem at a time. That's like my biggest tip for game dev and programming in general is you have massive problem, not even like either problem with things like code not working, or even just game you're trying to make, thing you're trying to do, is to cut it down into smaller chunks and work on those things one at a time. But to some degree, I guess being conscious of where those chunks are going to go. But like, cutting things down into like, oh, I need to get a player to do all these things. Well, okay, let me start with just getting the player to move, and then like the player to like attack, and then like to be able to go from there. The player that have health. Anyway, catch up with messages. Have you been to Wonderland? I have. I haven't in a while, in a couple years. It's been like on my to-do list, but haven't gotten around to it. Been too busy. Haven't done like that much this summer other than just work, and then now I'm starting to stream again. But yes, I have been. There was a point where I did go to, like in the past, where I went to Wonderland pretty much every year-ish. Low-key want to try to, not every year, but like, I low-key want to try to draw the red cube with my thin line pen. Shouldn't be that hard. You can draw. That is a cool skill to have. I cannot draw. I cannot do that. Like even the what you posted in the thing. I could not draw that. I work in cubes and cubes alone. Oh, I no. Okay, let me actually correct this before I whoop. I can get you free tickets. wait, did you say that where you work at Wonderland? That's cool. I mean, so I say from the outside looking in, it seems like a neat job to have to work at a theme park, I guess is the word or whatever. Yep. Ride operator, that's cool. Well, again, I say that is cool. In practice, you might be like, I hate this job and everything about it. But like, I mean, like my job that I have working with Fingerworks, it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but I do enjoy. I enjoy it compared to other types of work that I could be doing. So there, that, and it's funny. It's actually okay. I'm also getting some messages. It is really funny how much of where my expertise comes from to work on in the job or whatever. It is funny how much of, what am I trying to say?
with the job that I do, the skills I acquired to do that job, it's funny how much of that came from my own personal stuff of doing the game making stuff on my own and on stream. Those skills have helped me more on my job than most of what I did in school. Not that nothing in my school helped, but like it feels like most of what I did on my own than the stuff I did on stream, and like even before that, the game making stuff. Feels like I'm more using those skills in my job. So I think that's funny. Anyways, okay, let me catch up with tickets. or catch up with messages. So in return, no movement. In return, no movement. In return, in here, no movement is happening. One thing you can do is another common debug tactic is just to test that code is even running, which you can do just simple print statement. Just type random stuff and then run the game, see if this is getting spammed in the console. I mean, okay, then to a degree it can be helpful to like maybe, you know, print actual, like, you can see I have to put this after, print actual things to see what their value is. But sometimes even just, I've had some cases where I have been like, oh, why isn't this code working for like hours? And then I put like a print statement and I'm like, wait a minute, this code wasn't even running in the first place. Oh, my entire comprehension of how anything with coding works was like breaking apart. And then no, I was just being dumb. Yeah, I've had that plenty of times. That's when you have lots of years of being a programmer. Yeah, you've seen all of the bugs. Not all. I've had a lot of just like simple things like I know there was one day where I lost like 8 hours or something. And it was like a plus needed to be a minus. And it's like, are you kidding me? No. That was for a school project when I was doing something in Java. And there was a part of it that was supposed to be drawing like red circles on like a screen. And it wasn't drawing any circles. Like, why isn't it drawing the circles? It should be drawing the circles. And it was just like, I was drawing them with a negative radius because of a minus instead of a plus. And it's like, okay. But stuff like Java, like I'm less experienced in Java. So like debugging, that's a lot harder. Better and kind of know a little bit more of like what to look out for in like a Unity C# context. I love Unity and C#. This is my favorite programming language. I'd rather program in this than like any other, programming language and such. Okay. Yep, operator. I hate the guests and my supervision. The guests are very, very ignorant to me. That is, I think any job where you're having to deal with customers, can be unfortunate. I'm fortunate that I haven't had to deal with that too much. I did work at McDonald's, and like there's like two varieties of working at McDonald's. There's being a cashier and, you know, dealing with customers. I worked in the kitchen. I worked in the kitchen basically the entire time I was there. So I didn't have to deal with customers. I just made the food and I was good at it. Actually, really enough, like I didn't hate working at McDonald's. Like I imagine I would have if I was, you know, doing cashier or like drive-throughs through stuff, having to deal with people. I personally have a problem with like hearing people. My ears are fine, but like if I had to like be doing a drive-through, like listening to people with like a headset, I would be having, what? Pardon? What did you say? I'd have to do that like 10 million more times more often than the average person. I could not do that. That would suck. That'd be so embarrassing for me and like awkward, and definitely people would be getting mad at me more. In return to the changes, I get no movement. Return. This is the only return. I have to assume. I've had a guest swear at me because their kid wasn't tall enough to ride a ride. I'm like, sir, do you want your child to fall to ride? Yeah, that's the other thing. People think like, oh, these rules are stupid. Why would you have these rules? When it's like, also, one, you didn't make the rules. You're just enforcing them, so people should be getting mad at you. But also, the real rules are there for a reason. Which I know to some people that's not great, but like, yeah. With something that you like ride, like the ride, you know, length of with a roller coaster, it's like, yeah, they put that there for a reason. I'm gonna trust them so I don't, you know, die and stuff. With your changes, the item is not running. Okay, that is, not good. So, did you add this part? So let's do this thing. So when you press Y, have people don't like to think, yeah. So, this is true. If is just true, start the coroutine. Oh, I put this too early. You have that? Did you put that change when? I realized that I preemptively I put that too soon.
No, sorry. No, this is meant to be. It's because this is meant to be true. So that's the change. This is supposed to say true. Otherwise, it's getting right here and then failing immediately. Whoopsies. Yeah. So try that out. Yeah. Whoops. But yeah. So like at McDonald's, I didn't have to deal with angry customers. I heard like some stories that I forget like all of now, but like I know I heard of like coworkers dealing with angry customers and all that. It's yeah, that's why I hear people say as like a general thing, like everybody should work a retail job at some point so that they know what it's like to deal with bad customers, so that they themselves don't become, they learn empathy and don't become the bad customers. But yeah. So how about now? Life. How about, so if this is true, and if it still doesn't run, then put an if state, put a print like around here, because then we gotta test the stuff in the middle. Like, is starting it good, or is it just not getting to the while loop? There's no way I can work actual retail. I cannot handle the customer service part because I've had a few times where I lost my cool with certain people. Yeah. I myself wouldn't want to work. That's the thing. So, don't mind me interrupting my own sentences. I would not want to work in a customer like retail kind of position again, I guess. I mean, I say again. I said I kind of cheated that myself of working as just a making the food, but there's different kinds of customer service type things, right? Yeah, like the being a phone support and being typing emails to customers and dealing with people in person and. Yeah, you mean the ride operator and all that. Yeah, there's it's different. Jobs are different and all that, but as a general thing, yeah. I find a job that I'm happy with, and then I do the streaming on the side. I'm also enjoying that. And I'm looking forward to the cool stuff that I'm hoping that we can make. I have ideas. That's one thing I got to figure out is like, so I have potential ideas of what we're going to be doing after this game thing is done. I don't know exactly what we're doing next. I got to figure out that. But it's hard to squeeze in the time. It's even right now, I'm streaming a lot more hours than I initially planned. This week, I was planning to stream 2 hours. Every day I would stream only 2 hours. I blocked out a 2-hour window, but then didn't happen at all. Unfortunately, I think next week I'm gonna be more busy, and I will have to cut down a little bit. Although I might change. If I cut down, I might change the hours. That's something I also got to figure out. Is like I don't know that the optimal hours for streaming are. I do notice that like at the beginning of my stream, I barely have any viewers, which is totally fine. That's just how that is. I was expecting that with me just coming back into streaming and being a very, 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 very extremely small streamer in the relative grand scheme of stuff. The velocity drop off still always running. So. Does that mean... Okay, where's the velocity drop-off? I just assumed it was in here. Clamp magnitude, different things. If it's, I'm assuming that that's still in there. Yeah. Slow down factor, var. Slow down factor. Slow down factor. Slow down factor, got it. So just to confirm, I understand. That means that did we go from the coroutine is running now? Before it wasn't running, now it's running, but it's still being bad. Is that correct? So we're getting here. The code's getting here, but it is now doing this drop off. Is that correct? So let me actually read more what this is doing. So current distance between new position, this is where we want to go, and our current spot. Slowdown factor is 1, max slowdown distance. If our current distance is less than the max slowdown distance, it was running before just constantly without movement. Now is only constantly doing velocity drop off. Gotcha. Okay. But so the code is, it's not that it's not even running this line of code. So I guess that's good. I mean, it'd be good if it was working completely, but it's progress. One step at a time, I guess. So 5, I'm going to assume, I guess, that this should be So this is 5. So it's when if you get within 5 units of the thing, of the person, then it's gonna start doing this. Oh, wait, so if the distance is less than the max slow distance, then it's gonna be like slow factor equals stuff. And then redivided add force. New position minus. Oh. Is this meant to be new position minus new position? Because that's just 0. Right? Is this perhaps meant to be no? Yeah. So I assume that that's a thing that it should be like transformed opposition. I don't know which one is subtracted by what. Dot normalize times movement times slowdown factor. Yeah. And then do the velocity, and then or the velocity equals. Oh, that was new position motion. Transform dot transform. Do you mean transformed up? I'm going to assume you mean transformed opposition. Yeah. So boink. So with that in there, is it suddenly working? Dot normalized times that, and then velocity equals clamp the magnitude between the velocity and 5. I forget if this causes problems to set velocity to itself. I forget if that causes problems where it makes the velocity not change. Yeah, research visited on mine. Pastebin messed the code slightly. Weird. I've never used Pastebin before, so. So the problem was the velocity drop off is always running. Yeah. If the distance is less than distance buffer is where is that? That's a thing you define. Okay, then is attacking becomes false. That means we're close enough that like done the attacking. So leave basically. Yeah. Okay. So this is the thing to end things off. So the slowdown is this bit, right? So it's just this. So now that I've read through that bit of code, I can like understand more of how it works. So another common test thing I'll do is like if a certain bit of code isn't working, confirming that that's the problem part can sometimes be a good strategy. So if you comment this out, then this should mean that the thing never slows down. It'll go full speed at the player, right? So could you confirm that is the behavior that you see, so that we know for sure that the problem is that this always already done that? Fair ugh, you're ahead of me. Cool. So that means that this is always running. So that would in theory mean that this if statement is always being true. So have you tried printing out cur distance and double checking that it's what you expect it to be and that it's greater than 5 unity units, which is like, I mean, pretty far. 5 in unity is the distance between here and here, so it's like from there to there. It's a decent amount. This should be whatever this distance that it calculates between the new position. Oh, that's then another thing to check is maybe new position isn't being calculated right. So if current distance is less than max slow distance, so that means if this is always being true, that would mean that this is always being less than 5. So if that's not supposed to happen, because the enemy's supposed to be further than 5 units away, then that means that. The first thing I would do is let's see what it actually is. So I would recommend, I guess, printing out cur distance, let it do that, and see what values you're seeing. Is it like slightly less than 5, or is it being 0 for some reason, or is it being like it's like 1 or something, or is it like 4, or is it being 10? In which case, something else is the problem. So I guess that information of what is this current distance, usually printing out here. While you're getting that, I'm going to look at new position. What that's so new is Z. So this is like a top down, or like you're not caring about the Y of this, or Z. Wait, Z is the this axis. So hopefully that's what you mean to Rav. Maybe you're doing a side thing where this is the axis you're dealing with. So maybe that's okay in your context. But just I guess looking at that, yeah. And you're randomizing stuff if it's greater than the. So hold on, where was new position is here.
New. So if it's greater than or equal to 4, new position is equal to point of interest. I think that's a thing you pass in. So I guess making sure that these variables are assigned in the inspector, make sure that's all good. The new location, or that's just that point. That's which point of interest to grab. Yeah, I get that. So that is equal to that. So that's an option that can happen. The other option is 1, 2. So random here, random there, and then like distance between these two things if it's greater than 25. If this plus this is 0, it's printing 20 for the current distance. So it is printing a number that is greater than this. So can you... And yet that's running. That's interesting. If you print this then, just to like... Because that seems weird. That seems like... then this should be false, you would think. If you print out this, it should print out true or false, in theory. This doesn't change, right? You don't have a blah equals blah? Weird. Oh, Dad, what's that? Hello! Hey, kid. Hello. Welcome to the stream. So what we're doing on this stream was making a game in 9 days, a bit of a challenge. Goss the light theme. Yes, I use light theme. That is what I do. yeah, that is what I prefer. So we are making a game over here. In the middle of helping out a viewer with a code thing. We're trying to debug why it's not working. But so this is just a thing. This is a game we're making where basically, not if I can. Okay. In here is not. This is like a test level. We just sprinkled our different game mechanics around, so it doesn't like all actually function too good, but we can pretend that it does. Game where you move in a grid every like at like a fixed time step, sort of a turn happens, and then you're basically moving around, and there's all these different game mechanics that we have that you can interact with. We have arrows, we have enemies, we have springs that like launch you around. Yep, reading false but no movement. So okay, wait. So if it's false though, then that means that if you put a print statement in here, that this wouldn't run. That means the if statement isn't being true, right? I thought that we I thought that when you commented this out, that you had tested that or something, or maybe I misunderstood. That is entirely probably my fault. The slow factor is 1, so that should mean that slow factor is never changing. So that means that if you were to print out slow factor before you use it, that it's always being 1. And yet, so the player is slowing down even though slow factor isn't changing. Is that correct? So that means if you were to comment this out, then that would mean nothing would change. Like even with commenting this out, the player isn't moving. Is that correct? I misunderstood. I thought that if you comment this out, the player was moving, but with this code that the player was not moving. Like that is my mistake. So if that is the case, then it means that there's something else of why the player isn't moving. Yeah, cool, indeed. This is handing out the unicycle thing I had open from earlier. I need like hotkeys, so when I get like a raid or when people come in, I just like press a hotkey, or I get one of those. Well, I'm those things that people have. There's like extra like buttons that I press one of those and it loads up like the handing out the unicycle, or like one of my animations. It just does that automatically. That'd be actually really funny to do. Okay, wait. No, if I comment that out, it doesn't move for whatever reason. Black magic is going on. Oh, so, okay, wait. So just to confirm, with this commented out, nothing changes. Whether this code is here or not, the functionality right now is the same. Is that what's happening? It does. Oh, it does move? Wait. What? So, okay, do me a favor. So I mean, it could be possible. I mean, you looked at it being 20. I don't know if you checked all the frames, because in theory it might be printing out a bunch of numbers. It could have been 21 frame and then like 0 the next. That's worth checking out. Print
going back to just printing stuff. When code is being weird and being weird black magic, that's when we just start like putting print statements in like places where it's like, yeah, this should be how this is, but confirm anyway. Sometimes you just gotta like, yeah, make sure that like that things are doing. So I would recommend just, yeah, does this print statement ever spit out stuff? Test that out. Oh no, I'm realizing something. How long ago? I have background music playing in my streams normally. I paused it when I was showing my intro back when the raid happened. And there has been music playing since. Whoops. No. I guess I don't know how much people care about like background music. I think it makes the stream ever so slightly more interesting. I try to have it very quiet so that like it's not drowning out my voice. I would rather it be slightly too quiet than slightly too loud. There's just playlist of 1,126 random bits of video game music. So currently got the Crash 3 main music, the Time Twister. Yeah. So yeah. So Laith, do you see this being printed? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna real quick. It was so hot for some reason. I'm gonna get more water. My water ran out like hours ago. I'm gonna be gone for 5 seconds as I quickly just go get more water. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Back. Wow. It was a little bit more than 5 seconds, but that's okay. Yeah. It's not sweat, it's just water. No. Yeah, looking forward to it being more wintry just to be less a sauna in here. But, you know, whatever. I have a fan. I just don't want fan noises as background noise of stream, but whatever. It's fine. So Laith, yeah, the print never happens. What? That's not possible in theory. So you're telling me, on the same t-shirt, if you have that line of code, the thing stops. Print doesn't happen, but drop-off happens. Black magic. So to confirm stuff. I mean, two things. One, just to confirm every little thing that could be a thing. I mean, you see other print statements, right? Like just as a general, if you totally said you printed out the slowdown factor. And you saw that like when we had print stuff earlier, so you did see that. If you print out multiple things, if you're just looking at like the down here in the console, you'll only see the last thing that was printed. You need the full console to actually see all the things. If you have collapse on, it won't show the stuff. You can toggle on and off whether stuff's in error, like whether it's showing the errors or like the that kind of stuff. Yeah, this is weird. This would be easier for and like faster for me to debug if I could see like the whole Unity product, but like I'm not gonna like that's a not something that can feasibly happen. So yeah, this is weird. I'm getting a bit stumped because that does seem like just weird Unity things happening. So this is never printing ever, but if you comment this out, your thing moves, and if you put it in there, it stops moving. Like, yeah, like what could be making what black magicness could be making that
happen? And like, yeah, how do we debug that further? I mean, like, yes, what parse is like making sure that like it's not just something weird happening with like that you have some weird setting happening in Unity or Visual Studio somewhere that like print statements just aren't something's happening with that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, well, with like this being in an IE numerator and all. You are just making this one change, right? You're not like changing this and something else. The only change you're making is this being commented out or not, and then. Like that's the only change you're making, and then it's either moving or not moving. Or like you're sure it's not like if you're pressing the Y button twice or like Y and then X or something, anything that could be causing other code to be running. Or like, I don't know if you have multiple, this script in the scene, I don't know if you have multiple characters with that same script, or if this is only on one guy. Like just trying to see like what possible things could be making that happen. I'm only changing small things, and this is for one boss. Never double instantiated. Okay, yeah. Oh, so okay, that's another. I guess just a question. Oh, okay. Two maybe things. One, are you instantiating this person? Like actually having other codes spawn him in, or is he there by default at the start of the scene? Question one. Two, a thing with coroutines can have weird behaviors when they're running on an object and then you turn that object off. You disable that object. So making sure that this guy, you're not like disabling him and activating him and like, or even look, just to have less likely for weird things to happen. Have this guy be there on start, not being instantiated, if he can be. I don't know how your other code's working with that. And then never have the script be like enabled equals false. Never have the script be disabled. Have it be active from the beginning and going. And then never turn off the game object. The game object itself having it always be 1. So do those 3 things to see if that we can fine tune the weirdness that's happening with in IE numerator. I mean, there's also, I mean, you could try to like. There might be ways you could try to convert this out of a coroutine and put it in a normal, like, update loop. But, the object starts active because boss fight levels start with cutscene that instantly transition to the fight afterwards. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, strange. Very strange. I personally have never really done like, as I said, I've never really done like rigid body stuff inside of a coroutine. And I don't know if there's extra funky stuff with that. But like, I mean, it shouldn't be, it like in theory shouldn't be the case that this, I mean, yeah, it shouldn't be possible that this is running, but this is, which is very, very strange. I'm sure. Yeah, no, I don't know what else could be. What else could be making that happen? Here's another question. Here's a question I do have. This is in a while loop that does have all this that is attacking, right? So this is happening multiple times, right? Like the numbers thing isn't just happening once. It should be putting out like a whole bunch of numbers, right? That's Also, this script's original is still separate. That still has movement working on. I can send you whole on. Oh, so script's original is still separate. Still has movement working on. Oh, you're saying you've been adding more you've been adding more to this for movement, but you just sent me just the part that was the problem. Yeah, I don't know if I were to see the rest of it, if I noticed something else that could be weird. But that's one other thing I guess I want to ask with this. This is in a while loop, right? So this code is happening. Like this, if this is to be printed out, it would be being printed out. Oh, not what I'm saying. Oh, never mind. Misunderstood. But so what I would say, so this while loop, repeating code, repeating stuff, so like if this is here, this is getting spammed in the console, correct? And this slow factor is being, like, it's not just happening once, it's spamming multiple times, correct? And then in theory, well, where do you, yeah, I mean, you position, I mean, shouldn't this be, oh. I sent you, oh, let me check the Discord. Send you a version that's currently attached to the boss model, but I have a prior iteration with less methods sitting on the side. Uh-huh. Like, just take a second. I don't see anything yet on my end. I'll hold on a second and then hopefully see stuff. Oh, yeah, there we go. See. Okay. So this is. I'm just gonna go straight to the random like temp tool. Just, it's easier for me to look at the code if I can see it in like in kind of Visual Studio colors. Way easier to comprehend. Do you want to you yourself do a quick scan through the code that you sent me just to make sure that, because there was a few things that it seemed that like Postman didn't get quite right. Just double check that like this matches what you or that one's a mess. My code is a mess. This is a mess. I can't complain. All good. So this is travel to. So this is okay. So this is this the code that you're currently actively running on the guy? Not this, but this. This is what's actively currently in use. And then yeah, those are the buzz. Yeah, I see something's being a little bit different, I guess. Where was is attacking? Sorry. It is the past iteration before I changed its name and cleaned it too early. Cleaned it too early? Okay, so wait, which one's more recent then? So is this the more recent one then? Which one is what you are actively currently testing? Because seeing the most recent thing probably will be like the thing that's actively not working, would be the thing to look at, I guess. Because I do notice that like this one has the same. We changed not attacking to being this being true, for example. Romar is the latest edited, but that one is still. Oh, this one's still allowing movement. Oh, there's the additional stuff for moving. Okay, yeah. Well, if this one like, so I don't know how helpful it is for me to look at this because this. I mean, this has some of this stuff going on, but like, wait for second zero, yeah. That testing. I mean, a lot of the part that actually is not working looks the same to me. So one thing, I guess one thing you could try real quick. I don't remember off the top of my head how rigid bodies get treated. If you like say it like you'll change it to itself. I don't know if that somehow like overrides, if that messes with adding force. So as a temporary test, I would suggest maybe try commenting out just that line. I know you want this part of it, but we can quickly like just test if that does anything. And if it works, that's the problem. Then we can try to re-implement this in a different way or something. Like one thing you could do is say like, if rb.velocity.magnitude is greater than 5, then you change the velocity. That way it's not being changed every frame or something. Only changed like when but I don't even know if this is the actual problem. I don't know. as I have no idea why this is happening, I'm looking for others little things that like of things that I don't 100% know that I understand. But things that could potentially be an issue. So yeah, but yeah, still weird that just this is being weird on but so can you answer that so when you were saying what the values were equaling, right? It was the case that this runs more than once, correct? And therefore something like this does print out more than once. Correct? Yes? Okay. Like that's what I thought, just confirming. Like, just to make sure that I'm understanding things directly so I can offer correct advice. So you're seeing this, but you are never not once seeing this. Even after like several seconds, this doesn't show up a single time. I mean, in theory, the way that I guess you want this to work. Yep. This would run as this gets smaller. Oh, right, because it's stopping immediately, right? Sorry. So right now, your character is stopping immediately. Therefore, this never runs. Oh, yeah. Wait, so it never would have a chance to get in the max slowdown distance. So I'm seeing. So if it's like 25 away, so why is this affecting anything? So try again real quick. That if you comment this out, suddenly your character moves. Your character, and then yeah, I don't know. Comment this out. Your character is suddenly moving, and then does this print a bunch of times, and then eventually this prints once? Do that be a thing? Water. Because the whole script is broke as they did to me. Yeah, I don't know what's. Yeah, being very weird. Is there anything I'm noticing that's weird at the top, like with this stuff? Normal model behavior. I guess, like I don't know. I use enumerator sometimes and don't usually have this much. I have had issues with stuff, like things not working, but like usually this is a big. So a last ditch effort could be to try to convert this to at least have this bit not use a coroutine. I'm gonna go back to the one named go-to and work with from that iteration. Oh, so you haven't even previouser iteration that was actually working. At this rate, that might be all you could do if this is just being that funky. Yeah, sorry I wasn't able to give the magic solution that actually did the do, but I don't know if, like, as I said, I don't usually do rigid body stuff combined with enumerators, so maybe something you could try. You could maybe still have this bit in enumerator, but not have this part. And how you could do that, I could give that bit of advice, is first you'd have your fixed update function, and then just copy, actually, I mean, to some degree can then just copy this right in here, without the while would become an if. Yeah, the while would become an if, and then this part would go away. All the variables, none of these variables were, what's your problem? Oh, and then you'd have to, I guess even this, the coroutine was just that part, so even this part doesn't need to be a coroutine, it could just be a normal void, and then just, that's just a function. Again, this might not help, but it could be something, because maybe it will. Rigid body worked in IE_num because it was the first, when it was first made, it would move and zoom off screen. And so yeah, let's see, Skilly, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, no, I'm not saying, I guess I'm not saying that rigid bodies don't work. It's having some funky behavior, I guess. That I don't know the cause of, and it's just some small change that I see to at least remove something out of the equation. Remove coroutines from being what's causing the problem. It's, you know, it could be that that's not even what's causing the problem at all, but if we do this and then it's still happening, then we know that that wasn't the issue, I guess. And I'm saying that because I don't know to the fullest extent how rigid bodies stuff works with coroutines. I don't know that, like, I don't know if that is documented somewhere to have funky behavior. Because of my lack of knowledge, I'm saying this is a thing to maybe try, because it could just remove the possibility that that is being a problem, I guess. So, drill attack being void, and then this, just you call it, you'd remove the start coroutine part. That's important that you need to have. You need to have the part. If you go to call an IE numerator and you don't put the start coroutine part, that also has funky behavior where it doesn't work right. So, yeah. I mean, it was there, but that's something to be aware of, I guess. So if is attacking, blah, and then where's the part that sets it false? So you could quickly, I mean, if you are going to just put it back to your other version, you can go ahead and do that. But if you want to just try this, put this in a fixed update thingy, and then your drill attack can do the starting part. And because you've set is attacking to true, then when it gets to this, then it will do this. I guess I'll get rid of my print statements with that back as well. Yeah. What time is it for me? It's 1:51. Whoops. Were we debugging this for like 2 hours? I mean, we had the raid that happened. I meant to stop before noon. I unfortunately, as much as I'd like to keep helping with this, and like I am like, it is cool to be able to, I mean, okay, it sucks that like we weren't able to find a solution, but I am totally happy to spend time on stream helping people solve coding problems. That's I make tutorials on YouTube for a reason, to try and help people out and teach people coding stuff. So like, happy to do this. Unfortunate that we're not getting too good solution, but yeah, I don't know how much longer I can stay up because I do have stuff to do. I got work to get to in the morning. The king is attacking. Just so Trello board, I guess I'll quickly just we didn't finish this off, and that's okay. We'll put, I don't know, maybe I on one hand I didn't want to extend the timer, but like of how the days, but I was accounting for having a lot more time of actually working on the game. So maybe I'll have to say that because I didn't like have the amount of hours I planned to have, maybe I'll wait. I'll wait, and like we wait and we get here. I'll let day 9 be Polish part 2. I'll make at least that I won't say that the EXE has to be done. Like, I do expect I might to some degree actually be able to have way more time on Sunday and be able to spend basically all day Sunday working on this. So we'll see when we get there. That at least maybe adds a little bit more time, but yeah, we'll see. And I mean, there's also that I could say, I could get to the point where the game is like done in that, okay, all the functionality is there, and then we say challenge success, and then I have bonus streams afterward where I'm like, the game was done, but let's make it look better for the funsies. Technically, I could cheat my own challenge and do that. Yeah, we'll see. So, Lyth, you're still there? So what do you want to do? How do you want to approach this? Did you want to try making this change? It probably, if you're trying to copy the changes I'm making, it probably does not help when I'm like making a change and then scrolling up and down. So if you need me to scroll back to a specific part so you can see stuff, or even zoom in more, I can do that. Yeah. I mean, good luck seeing it now. Mwahahaha. No. I go for like 150. This seems decent size. Looking at the OBS thing and seeing it on stream. Do you guys need this to be zoomed in more? I can do that. I mean, there's a point where it becomes like problematic for me because then I can't like see all of it on the side, but this seems like the right mixture of being able to see it and not taking up so much screen that I can't see all of it. But yeah, Laith, did you want to either attempt doing this and seeing what happens, or if you said you're going back to the do you want to go back to your old version to see if it works and then try something, or even in that old version trying this kind of thing, and then maybe we could come back at this another time and have another go at the debugging trip. Oh no, these are gonna try to think that those are scripts that exist. Well, they're not in the scene, so they shouldn't break anything. Yep. I do like how the enemies and stuff turn out. It's quite cool. It is quite cool. Yeah. The most complicated chessboard you've ever seen. It'd be cool to make a chess game, or to make a extra complicated chess game. I did have an idea of making like another grid movement style thing where somehow it's like you're moving chess pieces, but in a get to the end of the level kind of thing, where you use the the functionality that chess pieces would have with like a rook, moving only on the axes and stuff like that, and having to like move around, either moving multiple pieces around, or somehow you're controlling one thing that can switch between different chess piece functionality and having to get through a level like that. Could be neat. That'll be the next one. Now, if I were to do another one of these, I think I'd purposely try to make a more different game. Not just make the same game, but again. So like not a grid-based thing. I don't know what, so if I'm not doing that, I don't know what I would do. In terms of another make a tiny game. I feel like I would, because the point was to try and finish something small in 9 days. I would have to, out of necessity, design something that's somehow even less than I thought that this was, which I don't know what that means. Maybe I'd make like a simple puzzle game or something. I don't know. Unsure. So, I got a bunch of I have a bunch of ideas written down, potential game ideas, although a lot of them are more like not game jammy type ideas. Some are like gameplay, like game mechanic ideas that I think are interesting. Some are interesting like settings or interesting potential stories for stuff. One is just like, oh, this could be an interesting game name, even though I have no idea where like a lot of them are like kind of half ideas where I don't exactly know where I would take it, but just writing it down because maybe I'll think of something or combine two ideas or whatever. Anywho, so Laith, are you still there? You still there? Perhaps, or maybe you are not. I am seeing in the OBS thing that I'm not seeing on your names. You may have left when you said you were gonna go back to your go-to thing. Whoops. Well, maybe I missed that. Actually, I don't know how this works in terms of Twitch stuff. This number says 6, but I think I can count, and this number is more than 6. Oh, you can't even see behind my head. Whoa, names or whatever. I noticed probably to some degree some of them are bots or whatever, but yeah. If you're here and not being recognized by this 6, I still appreciate you anyway. Thanks for dropping by, and hope what we're doing is interesting. I know we weren't working on this game for the last little bit, but yeah, it's still cool to see what other people are working on and try to debug things and help out people. Yeah. Anyways, I guess I'm gonna assume that I guess we're done with this probably. Oh wait, Laith, are you still here? You posted a thing in the Discord and about 1 minute ago. If you are here, could you type a letter in chat, please? You just posted a thing of that it's working with some changes. So woo. Although, so you removed. Yeah, super weird. Okay, so you did have a thing where it has the IU numerator combined with the physics. No, what? Yeah, it was a wait for second 0. Does wait for second 0 count as a it'll still wait at least 1 frame? I wasn't sure if wait for second 0 would like, it's 0, it's nothing, guess we're just gonna continue right this second.
I haven't really tested that scenario usually, but yeah. Okay, it looks like you have. So you just remove the slow factor thing, and it seems to just be moving. So yeah, congratulations, cool. I guess I didn't really help with that, but I can. Yeah. Oh well. Still got there in the end. So woo. Anyways, I'm gonna close these. I gotta remove them out of the project so they're not messing with the game. Okay, so I guess we're gonna end things off here. Let's raise the desk for the ending, shall we? Get back on the lab coat, even though I'm dying of heat stroke. Whoa, 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 whoa. Keeps getting caught on cords. It has a thing where if it gets caught on anything, it will stop. Which I mean is good, but like, also it's not getting caught on stuff. Yeah. All right, so we're getting things off. Thank you all for being here. I think good stream, made some cool stuff. I gotta figure out, I guess, yeah, exactly what we're gonna do tomorrow. As much as I want to make this complex level thing, I think I kind of do want to go more for the route of like get to the point where the game itself is finished, which means actually making levels and stuff, and then maybe once we're done that, in the polish phase, then maybe we can make a more complicated the level transition thing. So actually, I mean, this whole, I mean, it kind of looked better when it was just a yellow cube. Now it just has a hole in the middle, but like, so maybe we'll address that at one point. Put something more temporary in place, like the idea that someone said earlier of just having like a screenshot of like the next level in it or something like that. We'll see. I did think it did look quite cool when we did this. When we raised this, the sort of in between when a lot of the stuff's off screen, there's a point where you can kind of, I don't know what happened, not as much, but you can kind of see the shadows of some of the different blocks around. I think that's neat. So we set up something like that on purpose for like I don't know where we'd use that, but for something. Yeah. Oh, I sent the something of the bear working, but it has no clamp, which I don't know how to properly throw it in. The bear. Yeah. Yeah, it is very weird, very, very strange, but good that you were able to at least get something working. So I don't know if going the route of, as I said, I don't know if you were here the whole time. I deleted the thing now of I did have code earlier of if you convert the coroutine to just being in normal like a fixed update thing. I don't know if it would suddenly randomly work better. Hard to say, but yeah, I don't have an answer to if that would work or not. But yeah, what we can hope. Did I close out this? Yeah. Well, but yeah. So hopefully you're able to get that working, and yeah. I'm glad I was able to get working to some degree. But anyway, so I think we are going to, as I said, kind of end things off here, and yeah, we're gonna end things off here, and next time we'll continue this game, continue with, I think we're gonna try to design levels. I'm gonna try I don't know how much time I'll have to do this, but between this stream and the next stream, I'm gonna see if I maybe have some time to just block out even just a rough idea, some levels, or like parts of levels. We can start stitching those together. I still don't know how many levels we're gonna have. I think we're just gonna design like, here's a cool thing that could be in a level, here's a cool thing that could be in a level, make a bunch of those, stitch them together, see how many levels that turns out into. Trying to go too overboard with it, because we don't have time to really make full like level select and saving, so we don't want like 20 levels necessarily. The idea, this game is small enough that you can beat it in one shot. It just, you start it, you do the few levels, and it's not like it's meant to be a small thing. You know, in like, if we were to continue to extend this after it's done, we could do something where we just add, we make more levels and then give it the whole polished treatment. But I do other stuff I want to move on to. It's like as cool as this is turning out, I have other projects that I want to get to, and eventually do that. So, but anyways, yeah, that will be something that we eventually do. So we're gonna end things off here, and I'm going to raid someone. So I'm gonna do that real quick. I went to software development and I'm looking at one of the words. Someone who we're at 5. 5 is decent. Let's do this person, I guess. Do this button and over here, and we're gonna go with this one.
Wait, how does that work? Okay, that like that. Okay. Hold on. Actually, wait, no. I want to wait on my end to get through the ads that are happening. Don't mind me doing this, Blarg. Okay, while that's going, I'm just gonna, and that's muted as far, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna end things off here, and then tomorrow we're getting back to this, and it'll be cool. But thank you everyone who dropped by. If anyone's still here from the raid that happened before, thank you so much for dropping by. That was awesome. That was very, very, very cool. Very highest levels of cool. So hopefully I can, continue to make cool things and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so I think that'll end it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. And now we initiate the actual raid. Button. Nyahaha. 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 Alright. Alright, 3. Oh wait, I didn't stop this. Hold on. Blarg. Alright. Alright, here we go. See ya!